Welcome to the latest episode of Claw's Corner. Today's guest is an actor and author. He began his career as a Broadway actor in Love for Love and The Member of the Wedding, both starring Glenn Close, and has not looked back since. His television credits include The Jeffersons, Beretta, Roots, In the Heat of the Night, The Brady Bunch Variety Hour, Martin, The Steve Harvey Show, Veep, Everybody Hates Chris, Everybody Still Hates Chris, and many, many, many more. His movie credits include Malcolm X, The Lords of Salem, Dickie Roberts' former child star, Foreclosed, Mega Shark vs. Colossus, Funny People, and once again, many, many, many more. He is most well known as Roger, affectionately known as Raj to his family and friends in the hit sitcoms What's Happening and What's Happening Now. These classic shows tackled issues such as friendships, communication, obesity, divorce, financial struggle, unemployment, poverty, racism, gambling, education, teen pregnancy, adolescence, and of course, the most important issue of our time, bootlegging a Doobie Brothers concert. In 2017, he released his autobiography and a motivational book entitled From Raj to Riches, Overcoming Life Through Faith. It's a personal account of his journey, focusing how he navigated show business and life's difficulties with a religious perspective. So without further ado, please welcome the extremely talented Ernest L. Thomas to the Claw's Corner. Ernest, how the hell are you?
Wow, thank you so much. Everybody, please sit. I know you're all standing right now. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed by this. Please, don't do this to me. I can't handle it. I will be in a river of tears. Please, I can't. Oh my Lord. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Did I leave anything out?
No, Rich, you did it. God, like, we covered what? Oh, yeah. He's a teen pregnancy. I said, what? Oh, yeah, we did. We sure did. Oh, my Lord.
Communications, poverty, divorce. I mean, you did it all. This is such a great show.
When you listed it, yeah, I couldn't. I said, wow. No one ever said that. No one ever, listed these like those like it like that, like you did.
Well, I have to say, for the people watching, I met you at this convention called Chiller in New Jersey. I love that place because it started off as more horror, but now it became more pop culture. So I met you, the one who played Danielle, who played Dee. I met Dwayne, Haywood Nelson. But then, so I met you again the second time, and this is when I had the radio show. I said, I would love to have you on the show. You're like, Rich, let's do it. You were so good. So since then, I read your book. I went through it with a fine-tooth comb, so there's a lot to talk about. But then also, I watched, I think, every episode of What's Happening and What's Happening Now. And I enjoyed it probably more now than I did back then in the 70s and 80s.
Wow.
It is
wow.
I think it's just as relevant or even more relevant now. Some of the stuff you bring up, watching it.
Yes. Oh, my God, Rich. Thank you. And I could tell, because a lot of people doing it just so they can have it, it's part of their program or so people will know, whatever. But then there are people who are passionate.
Yes.
They genuinely they want it. They are that excited about it. They have invested time and interest and literally, grew up from the little boy on to a grown man, and so I could see that. And that's always just few journalists over the years have that. The other going through it, just going through it, and God bless them. Still, they're not rude,
Yeah.
But I could tell you really love the show.
Oh, I
really love this show. Yeah,
I do. And we're going to talk about all of that and much, much more. Because, like I said, I read your book from cover to cover, and I could not believe the life you led. So, before we get to what's happening, because I know everybody wants to hear about that, but I want to talk about your incredible life, starting with. In the book, you talk about what a blessed life you had, but all of this almost never happened. So I want your story and what your mother's reaction was when she found out that she was pregnant with you.
Yeah, yeah. My mother, God rest her soul, who is a Christian missionary. She was a prayer warrior. In other words, she literally could lay her hands on people or not even see them, and pray for them, and they were healed. The doctors are baffled. Even the 4 people for sure right now that are living, and the doctors are baffled. And she always gives Christ the glory. But she was 16. No, she was 16 when she had my sister, and my four uncles beat up the guy and made him marry her. That was Robert Thomas, and so then, but he was, and she said he wasn't a bad guy, but he was, he was a ladies' man. He was
Yeah.
very handsome, and every time you look, some woman was knocking on the door saying she was pregnant,
Oh,
another young girl. So yes, so she decided to cheat and have me. She was 18
yep.
and she didn't want it after going through the childbirth with my sister. She went, oh, hell no. I don't want to do. Oh no. So a friend told her that, girl, just get you a coat hanger,
Oh,
and you put the coat hanger up in there. So she was in the bathroom trying to do it. It was in there and my aunt and my grandmother just happened to knock. They knew she was up to something because she was in there for a while. Thank God they opened the door and found her.
thank goodness.
And yeah, and I think they might have tapped her a few times. Yeah, because back in the day, they did that, and but she said, I asked her, I said, Mom, but you weren't gonna really abort me. She said, son, I'm sorry, I can't lie before God. I would, if I could have gotten away with it. She
Oh,
said, I'm sorry. She said, I'm sorry now. When I think about it, oh my Lord,
yeah.
you know, I would have missed out. But you don't know. You're so young and you don't want to go through that pain. But yes, sir. Yes, she tried to get rid of the kid. Yeah.
Well, let's just say it would have been a tremendous loss. So I'm so glad they caught her before that.
Thank you, man. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, brother.
Well, I
Yeah.
want to talk about where you got your name because where did the name Ernest come from?
Yeah, my mother, the lady she rented from, her husband had died and he was a good man. His name was Ernest.
Mhm.
And so she felt that would be good luck if
Mhm.
my mother named me Ernest, And there were no Ernests in that neighborhood, the black neighborhood that I knew of. It was every other name but Ernest. So it was definitely because my mother even said it, Ernest. She, she was an Ernest, Ernest. So I knew it wasn't something that she thought. Bless her heart, she had a little.
That's
She
funny.
had a little bit of ebonics going on, but you love it, lovely ebonics.
Yes,
And
yes.
but that's how I got it. Yeah, Ernest from that, and now just I went to the American Black Film Festival just a few days ago,
Hmm.
and we have a sitcom that I did that is starring the first autistic kid.
Oh,
Oh, Rich, one day you got to interview this kid,
please let me know.
Josiah Howard Tobias. He's 8 years old now and he has a high vocabulary,
Yep.
right? And he's just sensitive to sound, but he discovered what's happening at 7 by YouTube, surfing, right? And fell in love with it, knows everything about it, what colors I were wearing, why you were standing over here, you put your hand over here, you did that type of thing, right? And so anyway, I was there. So while I was there, a guy came up and he was emotional because he said, my name is Ernest. And he says, man, I never liked that name until I found out that Raj's real name was Ernest, and all of his friends were, like co-signing. He said, I never liked that name so that was the first time I met someone that said that. Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Well, I love that, and please, I have your phone number. I'm gonna keep in touch with you, and I would definitely would love to interview this guy. Are you the producer of the
Yeah.
show? Are you the producer?
Uh, no, no.
No.
I'm just an actor. His acting coach is the
Okay.
producer, writer, and director, Kanique Sky. And she's a phenomenal. She was a finalist in the American Idol. I forgot what year, and then went on to like, okay, I'm gonna start writing. And then she wrote two plays that sold out. She's an incredible writer, and then she decided to write a sitcom because this kid said he wanted to be like me. He wanted to be like Ernest Thomas. And Rich, they have, and I didn't know this part. I went there. I had seen the sitcom, but she added a little footage after the credits.
Yep.
So she showed when, because he's autistic, things that really excite him, he starts hyperventilating.
Mm-hmm.
So, so when they do this, they show it, and then the credits are going up. Then they show him. We're on a Zoom call because he knows I'm in it, but he doesn't know that I'm gonna be at the table read.
Yep.
So when he does, oh my God, the crowd went nuts. They could not believe. You could not believe. Huh? Oh no, Ernest! It's so. I mean, it just makes you want to cry. This kid is he's so excited, and even when they calm him down, it still takes a while, right? Okay, breathe, Josiah, breathe, and then later I fly in to do the sitcom. And as I come into the classroom, after they've done their little scene, I come in just to meet him real quick. And again, he just, that scene alone of him, his reaction just melts you, man. And then when I finish the sitcom, he said, Mr. Thomas, one day I'm going to tell my grandchildren about you.
Love it.
I'm like, oh my God, don't do that. I can't handle this. I can't handle this.
It's great because that's one life you've touched immensely, but you have no idea probably of all the other lives that people you never even talked to, never even heard from, that you inspired, that
Yes,
you motivated, that you moved.
yes.
That so it's so great. That's why I love the fact you came out with this book. I mean,
Thank
just
you.
the TV show alone, you're inspiring people, as you
Thank you.
mentioned. Uh,
Thank you.
Before we move on with your life, where can we see the show? Is it being released now, or is it going to be released sometime in the future?
Yeah, it's trying to find a home right now. So that's why I was in that. It got nominated for a competition among
Yeah.
short films. And then at the Cannes Film Festival, it got nominated there too as well.
Wow.
They had they just started doing that for sitcom or smaller films. So right now we're looking for a home and praying that someone finds. I mean, anyone that sees this kid again, he's a great actor, but he's so articulate, and yet he's autistic, but and that makes him so special because he's normal, but that he lets you know, he's narrating in the beginning, letting you know, I'm just like anyone else, except I guess I'm sensitive to certain things, da da da, and so it's a beautiful way to introduce people to see that it's not a it's as she calls it, the writer Kanique, she calls it their superpower.
Yeah.
So the autism is not something that is negative; it's their superpower. And with him, it really is, man. And he was up on stage afterwards when they did the Q&A, and she's and answering some questions, but then he tells them how it happened. I had this idea, and da yada da. And can you please give it up for my acting coach and the writer and director? You just see this like an old soul,
Yeah.
this old man. And so anyway, I know Josiah Howard Tobias and Kanique Skies is. I just have to throw that out there because I'm just so proud to be a part of it.
Well, I am so
I'm the
glad you did. I am
principal.
definitely looking very much forward to not only
Yeah.
watching the show, but having him on the show, talking about it.
Okay. Yeah. And it's called Intelligent. Intelligent.
Yes,
That's the
intelligent.
name of the show, Intelligent.
Intelligent.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, getting back to your life, you were talking about your lady man's real father. So I want to talk about why the fear of kidnapping prevented you from ever meeting your father.
Yeah, my mother and my grandmother, I don't know why they got that wild hair, up their buns, but but they really felt that and he was like my sister's father was a playboy. At least my mother choose hands. At least she had good taste. She had great taste. You know, no ugly men. No ugly men allowed. No, thank you. No.
Your mother had standards.
He had standards. So, so my who's William Berry is interesting. People thought, well, because Fred Berry always thought, well, maybe we're real brothers,
Oh, that
right?
would be funny.
Uh, with it, yeah. So, so they thought he did call, and my grandmother and my mother were fearful, fearful that if he came, he would, while they're not watching or whatever, he would just grab me and go, and they would never see me again. And they don't know how much it was a detriment to me. It hurt me, not initially, but as I got older, and I know in a lot of black homes now, the mother's the matriarch, but in the fathers were there,
Hmm.
and we're in the projects, low income, but everyone I knew had a father but me,
Yeah.
and so that was but they really felt the only thing about that, Rich, is I don't get it if a man doesn't fight to see his child. There would be a holy war if I had children and we divorced and all that. You're not gonna keep my children from me.
Hmm.
I just don't see how you allow that. But God, I don't know if he just God, he was weak, or what they said was so strong, I'll have you arrested or whatever, all that he just backed away.
Did you ever, even if not meet him, did you ever talk to him?
Never talked to him.
No.
And one friend of my mother's, her name was Florida. She came to when I was in college at the time. She came to visit my mother, and they went to grade school, all that together. And so I just said it out to her while they were talking. I said, do you know where my father is? Oh, child, boy, yeah, I know where your father is. Yeah, I said, can you call me? Can you let me know? Oh, sure. So I was home, like one of those weekends from college, I go back and I call her. You can tell my mother had talked to her.
Yeah.
No, child, baby, I can't get involved now. I can't get involved because your mama told me to stay out of her business. I went, but you know what? I'm not a baby. He can't steal me now. I'm
Yeah.
in college. What? And so
Wow.
my mother finally, when she got sick and she was bedridden, uh, and actually, I would say for the last 10 years, she died at 91, she would say, you know what? Maybe it's, maybe it's time for you to meet you. It's time to meet your father. Really? Really? Mom, are you serious? Are you serious right now? The man is dead. I'm sure he's dead. He
Oh,
got the nerve, Rich.
that's
Okay, she's 91. He was older than her at that time. She was 18. He had to be 20
oh,
something.
that's funny.
Oh my Lord. And I just could not. And I was asking someone else about it. They said, man, my mother was saying that we don't know. They have their own reasons, you know, and they'll never say. I mean, yeah, I know that, like when you were a baby, yeah, I understand him
Yeah.
trying to, yeah. But why in your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, she still
Yeah.
blocked that, right? Then someone said, well, maybe he would have been a bad influence on you. Maybe intuitively she knew something that
Yeah.
just in a spiritual world, that was good. But that's something I always wanted, yeah. I admire good fathers.
Do you
Yeah.
think maybe some of it had to do with that she was worried that if you spoke with him, he might badmouth her and then you would lose respect for her, even though you obviously loved your mother, and she was maybe worried that
Oh
he was
yeah.
going to say something that his influence, maybe that was the bad influence that people were
I
talking
never thought about it. Yeah, I could see that. I never thought about it like that, but I never thought about it like that. But absolutely. Because I see it going on now with couples.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, you want to know the real
Absolutely.
story about your mother, and then the kid believes everything the other parent says. It's just going to be a mess.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen it. Yeah.
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 Well,
Yeah.
I want to talk about your childhood because growing up, as you said, most of the people that you knew back in your time, they had a mother and a father. You only grew up with a mother. So what was your childhood like? Were you introverted? Were you extroverted? Were you a troublemaker?
Yeah. No, I tell people like, okay, you know, take off the halo, okay? But I said, but I was a good kid. I really was. And I think because my mother introduced me to Christ early on, I mean, since I came out of my mother's womb, that's all I knew about, was Jesus Christ. My grandmother helped raise me. So between my grandmother and my mother, that was always there. So I was very introverted though, very introverted, and I didn't know if it had to do with the molestation that I have forgotten. When I was writing that book, I asked my mother if something that was it something she remembered. Then she told me how the next door neighbor, who they call him pedophile, he was married and he was cheating on his wife, too. But a pedophile can do both. They can love the woman and make great love to her, and they don't want a grown man, but they want little children, little boys and little girls. So that's what happened. My uncles beat him up, and I think. And they didn't tell anyone. That was such a what the, even they didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
At that time, it was, everything was so conservative, and that's so out there. um so I from the time I remember, I just love going to my room. I
Hmm.
love, even today, Rich, I go to any event or go to a friend's home for dinner or whatever. I can't, I'm thinking at some point I can enjoy my friends. I do. I enjoy you
Yep.
because meeting you now, love you, right? I can be around these friends I love, and yet at some point I'm looking forward to going back to my room,
Yeah.
right? And running to the room. And I remember the neighbors got on my mother, especially Miss Daisy. She is unnatural for a child to be in a room like that. He needs to come out. And so her husband would bring me. I was asthmatic too. That's another thing. But he'd have me sit on the bench and watch the kids play baseball or whatever. But I was also uh, definitely bullied. Um, at an all black, just I at an all black grade school, bullied and called a monkey and nappy headed and ugly and all that. You have no daddy. It's so funny. Then you go to the South for the summer
Hmm.
and to Tunica, Mississippi, and you got the nigger and all that, right? And going to the back of the restaurant.
Yeah.
So I tell kids, I understand why kids why they would be suicidal or commit suicide, because that anchor of Christ really had me. I never thought about killing myself because I had something greater than myself, and who told me everything. I got you, right. That verse about this, you will have trouble in the world, but be of good cheer, I have overcome the world. So all those things helped me, but yet, yeah, I hurt, I cried, I hated going to school at times because I knew the same old same, and you wonder, Lord Jesus, when is this ever gonna end,
Yeah.
and then, seeing my mother going through the relationships with the boyfriends and the stepfather, and seeing her get beaten. And I would say these giant men, because that's what they look like when you're 3, 4, 7. It stopped at 11 because my cousin Sydney, who's in like a mafia thing, and he came to our house with a gun and And actually, at 8 o'clock in the morning, and told my stepfather that he would kill him right then and there. And he begged for his life. Even I was telling him, please don't do, because we knew he had killed before.
Yeah.
But before that, from 3 years old on, and seeing her cry out for whatever my mother would holler for me. She screamed for me, and what the hell could I do? You
Hmm.
know,
Yeah.
all I can, I'm crying about her, and when you do a little something, he can just toss you to the side. So I even before my mother passed away, I said, Mom, all those men owe me an apology. They should apologize to me. I'm sorry that I allowed you to see me brutally beating your mother.
Yeah. Yeah, because his name was JC, or the initials were JC, the fiance, your mother's
Yeah,
fiance, and your
yeah.
cousin. But before that, he did that with the gun. I think there was an incident with you and a butcher knife. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, yes. And JC was the last. Yeah, he was the last one. Yeah, because I decided I would take care of it.
Yeah.
So that one particular day he had done it, I decided, okay, and I could see I have a vivid imagination. I could actually see the knife when the idea came. I could see that knife, and what I need to do while he's asleep, I'm just gonna start whacking.
Yeah.
And my mother happened to catch, and I was 11, had to be 11 or 12 at that time. And my mother happened to wake up to stop me. And so friends asked, because they said, Ernie, you just seem so I can't see. I said, baby, you have no idea
Hmm.
the love of a mother,
Yeah.
what you will do in
Right.
defense of your mother. I had every intention to kill him.
Yep. Yep.
Now,
I
of
was in the
course,
same
I
way.
would have regretted it and all that, but no, I cannot lie to you. Oh no, I was just gonna scare him. No, no. Had my mother not waken up, I would have gladly killed him. But I know with my conscience, it would have eaten me up for the rest of my life.
Yeah. And well, the good thing is that after your cousin came with the gun, JC became her soulmate.
Oh man, yes he did. I have to say, and he apologized, Rich, before when he knew he had X amount of time to live. My mother called and said, "JC wants to talk to you," and I never thought I'd hear that, right? And he said, "I am so sorry. Please forgive me."
Hmm.
Please forgive me for what I did. And I just kind of hesitated, and you struggle with it. I said, yeah, I know. Yeah, as a Christian, I'm supposed to forgive, but it ain't automatic like that,
That's
man.
tough.
See, sometimes you want to hold on. The God will eventually, you ask God, Lord Jesus, give me the love you have, you know? And so I said the words, but it took a moment. It still took some time
Yep.
to actually forgive in my heart because I can see things. Again, I have a vivid imagination. And when I remember things, I can see it in living color, in detail. So it was hard. But to his credit now, he became her soulmate. Oh my Lord, man. They were just inseparable.
Oh, good.
Uh, the whole time in the 35 years of marriage, they only apart for 2 days. And that's when he went to his sister's funeral,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, just and I think about even when she was, before she passed away, she said, I know you don't want to believe me, son, but JC really admired you. I know y'all didn't get along, but
Hmm.
he admired you. He says that Ernest is so intelligent. He's a go-getter. And when I got the show, that was something so left field.
Yeah.
And she the most what he admired mostly is that I would, even though I don't want I want to win every argument. If you if you can convince me that I'm wrong, I'll go right away. I'll say, I'm sorry or what. He said he loved that I owned up to my mistakes right away. You
Oh yeah,
know.
well, I want to talk about this later, but I love the fact how you always stood up for your beliefs. You never backed down. We're going to get into that in a little while.
Okay.
So I want
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
continue this because you brought up a great point about empathy and sympathy, and I think it could be the Dalai Lama I'm quoting. I could be wrong, but he said it's
Okay.
so easy to show sympathy and empathy when you love the person. The hard part is when you really don't like the person. Try to show sympathy. Try to forgive that person. That's when you really have to test yourself.
Woo! Yes. Yes. Yes, Lord.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Lord. That's hard. That's
Yeah.
hard. Yes.
I want to
Yeah.
go back to we were talking about your childhood, and you were talking about how you were introverted. You know what's funny? You described me when growing up because, like, right, I'm really outgoing right now. I love talking to people, but I always say I'm the
Mm.
most antisocial social person, meaning that wherever I go somewhere, I'll talk to everybody. I'll be the life of the party, and then most of the time, I'm like, I really just don't feel like talking to anybody. But then when I go out, yay, how's it going?
Yeah. Oh, Rich, you just described me.
Yep.
Even today, and someone asked me recently about that. I said, no, I'm still an introvert.
Yep.
I just have learned, I fell in love with acting, which brought that gregariousness out of me.
Yeah.
But I still, you'll go to these events and you're talking and talking, and then you're like, I don't want to talk anymore. I'm so sick and tired of this small talk. If one more person comes over, look, I don't know you, okay? I don't know. Like, I'm not that. I would because I am interested in people's backstories,
Yeah.
but they don't tell you the truth. They sugarcoat it. I really want to know the gut bucket truth. Like, so, oh yes, I'm a housewife. Oh, I'm a nurse. Oh, so how did you arrive to this point where we are now?
Hmm.
I want to know everything. So your childhood and they start making you see some truth in there, but they're rewriting the script.
Oh yeah.
But I am genuinely interested in people's story. I really am.
You
Yeah.
would like my story because I was born with cerebral palsy, and luckily it only affected the right side, so my right hand, and my right leg. So when I was born, I was given the last rites 3 times. They said I would never walk or talk, but for the most part, and I'm not being too scientific, but the left side controls the right, right side controls the left. The right side took over for the left side because it happened right when I was born, so overcompensated. So I'm not brain damaged, but the doctors told my mother that I would never walk, and so she brought me to so many doctors where they tore apart my tendon, and they were going to do an operation on my hand, but basically would just open it like this. And I said, thank God my mother. She was only 18 when she had me, just like your
Oh,
mother. And
really? Okay.
yeah, so thank God. I said, where did you get the insight to say, you know what, I need a second opinion. I'm not going to take no for an answer. And she was, well, I had lots of help. But I mean, even at that young age, I would have been like, well, they're the doctor. They know what's best. She brought me everywhere. And so this hand, I'm so glad she didn't do that because I'm able to grip things and it has never affected anything. Over the years, I had the highest average in the baseball league. Then when I got older, I was in heavy metal bands. Then I did stand-up comedy. I wrote a fictional book that's on Amazon. I do radio shows now. I was in radio for a little while. I did motivational speaking, so it's never ever been a hindrance to me.
Rich, you got me right. You got me, man. Man, you have just knocked me out right now with that story. You have cerebral palsy?
Yep, cerebral palsy right here. I mean, so you can see it's not even really that bad. It's just like obviously
Yeah.
the control in the muscles, and
But
but
just all the things about
yep,
all the things you achieved in spite of that,
yep.
and your mother, like you said, having the insight. Now you do have a book about all that though, right?
That it's funny. I didn't write a book about that. I wrote I love writing short stories, so I wrote 5 short stories, and my friend said, Rich, I want to start my own publishing company. Do you mind if I publish your book? I'm like, mine, please, go ahead. So it's on Amazon. But within that, I did a couple of book signings. One at I live in Connecticut. There was a Barnes and Noble over there. They said it was the highest local author book signing they ever had. I sold 25 books. I ran out. They said most people that are major authors don't sell that many books at a book signing.
Oh
So
wow.
but what was great was, as I mentioned, another hobby I did was I did stand-up comedy. And while I was doing stand-up comedy, somebody says, you would be a huge inspiration to my students. I said, where do you work? He said, I work at a place called Abilities Beyond. I said, I would love to do that. So I started doing that. Somebody saw me there, like, I would love to have you open up for me. 'Cause he was a motivational speaker. So I started doing libraries and schools. And then there's this great place in Waterbury called the Palace Theater. So they had something called the second act, people that are over 50. So I'm 57 years old. And they said, talk about your life. So they said that was the highest second act they ever had. The most, it was funny. Here, the funny part about that was my friends were like, oh, should I buy a ticket early? Might sell out. Those are couldn't get in. You want to know why? Because it was sold out.
Brother, Rich, but I'm gonna be on you about that, man.
Please
You
do.
gotta do your so many people around the world, man, needs to hear that story, and they need to hear the audio. They need
Yes.
to hear you like you're talking, because I can see why you're in demand as a speaker.
Yeah.
But that story, man, that story from beginning to the to present day, man, they need to. So many people be inspired, man. I mean, you bring hope to people in despair. You don't know how many lives you would even save.
Yeah.
That story, brother. I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, you put the hand up like, not. You gotta write that, Rich. You have to, brother.
All
There are
right. Well,
people waiting on you. Yeah, God is holding you accountable, because there are people, and Oprah talked about that. She was telling people that, uh, yeah, there are all these great authors and all that, but there are people in this world that will not listen to anyone but you.
mhm.
They're waiting for just Rich to tell his story, speak it, written or otherwise. They want to hear him, they will not hear anyone else.
Yeah.
I believe that with all my heart.
Well, I can tell you, I thank you very much for that, and I don't want to let Oprah or God down, so I got to write this book. But through social media, when I put posts up,
Yes.
people say, "Oh my God, you're such a huge inspiration to me. Thank you so much." And I feel like I'm not living a life. I start watching you. I got to start doing stuff. Like an example was
Oh,
I started going to the gym after COVID. I started gaining some weight. I said I need to do something, so I got a trainer. I lost over 50 pounds. I started doing running the 5Ks. I came in second in my age group in a couple of them. People are like, I gotta start running now. Like, so you're right. Without even writing the
wow,
book or even
man.
telling them my whole story, little things I've done, people will send me messages like, Rich, man, you are an inspiration. If you
Oh
can
my
do it, then
God.
anybody can. Because you know what's great about this is that I was born with it. So I never really knew anything else. So I
Okay.
never use it as an excuse, like, oh, I can't do this. When people would tell me, I'm just the opposite. When people say, are you sure you can handle it? I can handle it. Because,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Oh man, with flying colors, you can handle
Oh
it.
my God, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's
Oh,
funny because
Rich, man.
I
So you
hear,
you lost 50 pounds?
yeah, over 50 pounds. I went to the gym. I said, I got to do something. So I got a trainer and then I became, I'm not really an influencer, but that's what they were calling me because they did a story on me,
Yeah,
my success story. And they had me on
yeah.
Instagram, Facebook, all the TikToks. So then which is great now because all these people at the gyms that I go to are saying, when's Rich working out? I want to work out with Rich. So they're like, people are requesting to work out with me. And I love it.
Oh,
Trainers like,
what? Man, that's awesome. Rich, are you kidding me, man?
oh, I'm
That's
not.
awesome. Oh my Lord, brother.
I am living a fun life. I love my life. And I tell people,
Yeah,
I'm
my
having so much
Lord.
fun.
Hey, you look happy.
I am. I'm very happy.
Okay.
It
Oh,
is.
good. That's great, man. That's great.
Well,
Well,
getting
thank
back to
you.
you, because your life, I mean, you've had some really lows and real highs and somewhere in between, and you're living such a great life. I want to go back to one more thing about your childhood, because I thought this was funny. It's sort of indicative of how you were as a child. Just like Raj, the character in What's Happening, you used to hang out at the soda shop. But unlike Raj, there was a different reason why you hung out at the soda shop. What were you hiding from?
The bullies.
Why were there bullies?
The bullies, man, they like I said, they were relentless, man. It wasn't like the entire school, and that's what I always say about the silent good people
Yeah, yeah.
who don't say nothing, you know, and they'll be there and they'll be part of the audience if anything laughing, but some are not laughing. They just standing there in horror, like, wow, they know they feel bad for you, but they don't say, stop it. I'll knock your teeth out. Don't hurt Ernie. You will not hurt Ernie. But never. Can I just say that? Not once.
I would have been there for you.
I knew you would. I know you would, Rich. But I would, and I remember even now, I can remember the soda shop because it had the bubble gum, the big bubble gum,
Yep.
and I love the yellow ones with the little red dots in it,
Yeah.
and the purple one. Those are my favorite, and I'll be so happy sitting there. But of course, they're gonna report you, And I then my the last year, the sixth grade teacher, Miss Thomas, God bless her. That time they could really physically reprimand you,
Hmm.
you know.
Yeah.
And so she was I didn't know why we had to learn the Greek alphabet. It's because she was in a sorority, Delta Sigma Theta. I'm like, this is stupid. Why are we doing this? But I didn't say. But anyway, so one time I played hooky and I had to come back to school and she said, boy, I will not let you fail. Of course, I can't remember the exact, but basic, that was it. I will not allow you to fail.
Oh, good.
So I'm like, I'm thinking, oh, thank you. She said, oh, no. So she takes the paddle, and what they would do is grab the pocket on your jeans, the tighten, so your booty would stick out,
Yeah.
and brother. Rich, she was stand like a baseball player, like that she waiting for the ball. The ball was your booty, and she hit like she's trying to hit a home run. And I'm like, and at the time, I'm like, what the hell? She just gave me that whole thing about I want you to fail, and no, you won't be allowed. You're smart. Now you're gonna whoop my.
Oh my God.
But thank God, I never forgot her. And when I did graduate from college, I did go and see her
Yep.
and thank her. I mean, she was crying.
Yep.
Oh my Lord, she cried. She cried so hard, man. But I thanked her. And the teachers, I will say this too, Rich, throughout were my anchors, because
Mhm.
they saw that. They saw that kid, who I mean, they didn't know about the molestation and stuff like that, or my mother getting beat, those things. But because of my imagination, and as I say now, as I look back in hindsight, that that was I was acting and escaping through stories in the books that we had, historical things. I would or just go out, look out the window, and just imagine a world not like this.
Yeah.
Especially being a Christian too, where oh, you in heaven, you with Christ, or just the fairy tales they had at that time. I'll be looking out the window, and that was the one thing that all the teachers complained about is that Ernie starts daydreaming, and he's not here anymore,
Yep.
and they had to literally scream my name to get me back. You know and but that was thank God I had that. I don't even with having Christ, I think that he gave me that daydreaming to escape
Hmm.
so I could get relief,
Yep.
from the asthma because I was praying for death. I mean, asthma still kills. It killed my cousin at 21. Then I had another my godson was 20 something. He died from it. It still does it. And they have more things to help you now than they did when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I just got so tired of trying to breathe and everyone is sleeping and it's just so hard. So I said, well, I love Jesus. You love me and I'm coming to heaven. So could you please just, I'm ready to go. I'm thinking he gonna do it,
Oh yeah.
he's just gonna zap me in. But thank God.
Well, it's funny you brought that. I wanted to talk about this story. It's a great segue because I noticed this a lot and a comedian made a comment saying, you notice the most people who love the Holy Land the most are the ones that are most afraid to go. With you mentioned you had this big asthma attack. You're in the living room like, God, take me now. And your mother came downstairs. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Right, right. Thank you. That's right. No, don't say, don't be afraid.
No, you don't want to
Don't,
die. But you are not afraid, and you're still not afraid to die. And I love that because your faith
no.
is so strong in God, and your religion is
Yes.
so strong. You know
Yeah.
what's after this, and I love the fact because, like I said, there's a lot of people that are like will preach and preach and preach, but as soon as it's like,
Yeah.
oh no, I don't want that. I'm afraid of
Right,
this.
right,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
You,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
walk
Oh,
the walk and
brother.
talk the talk. I mean, talk the talk and walk the walk.
Brother, I tell you, Rich, and I know you read the whole thing about the drugs and all that, but with
Yeah.
all that I went through now, when I'm in church and I'm praising God, I'm thinking, I still say, and I said, Lord, I want to live to be 100 or something. But if you took me now, when I rewind the tape and see that all you brought me through, right, to this point, and you gave me this fame and not just ordinary, but well, people actually love telling me everything.
Yeah.
There are women that have told me about the brutality of their husbands. There are girls. There's a young lady that told me about her father, her birth father. Molested them from 5 years old till they went to college at 18. Never told her mother, never told her grandmother. So people feel good. They know they can confide in me,
Hmm.
you know. But when I'm in church and I'm there, I'm crying and thinking about how all the drugs. I was so in that bowels of hell and around the drug dealers and that. God, I can't blame them. They didn't put a gun to my head and say, you better be around us. But when you look back at all that and going through the racism and going through your own people, blacks, the bullying, which was worse.
Yeah.
It really was worse, right? Uh, and the asthma. I just said, Lord, if you take me right now, I'm good.
Hmm.
In that moment, I'm really feeling that, Lord. Yeah, I want to live 100 something, but Lord, I know, right, in church right now, worshiping you, all I ask is that I see you as soon as I leave. And so yeah, I feel so blessed, and that's why I love. Someone asked me coming from and I was in Atlanta, and I can walk, but long distances I do the wheelchair
Yeah.
in the airport. And so the young kid who was helping me, he was a everybody he's Chris fan, and he was so excited, about meeting me. And but he says, so what is it? So you love acting, right? I said, yes, but nothing greater than making people happy.
Hmm.
If I know I can make you happy by doing something, by giving you money or just something, some act of kindness, that's a high that I can't express. I can't. I probably overdo it. My mother said,
Yeah.
this she's a sin to be too nice, son.
Yeah.
And she said while she was bedridden before she left, I'm praying to God you stop being so nice and let people use you.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to go leave this earth knowing my son is allowing people I said, so I said, would you pray on it? Just on everybody, you just anybody, I said, no, I will pray on it. I'll be nice to everybody, but choose who you invest in time and energy. So but yeah, I think I was born that way. I really believe I was born that way.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
first time I met you, you could tell you are a genuine nice guy. Sometimes I go to these conventions, you could tell people really don't even feel like being there, and when you're talking to them, they're not even really listening. You are just like you are now, funny, gregarious, having a great time. You're interested in what I have to say. You're
Yeah.
answering everything. So you're the real deal. And all I have to
Yeah.
say is, you were talking about like you can look back in your life, rewind the tape. After this, you're going to be finishing an interview in the Claus Corner. Your life is complete. Everything is good to go. There's nothing else left. How can you top this?
Love it. That's a good one, Rich. Well, hey, brother, we might as well have been brothers, right?
I think
We
so.
might have been blood brothers. Come on.
If not before, we are now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's knowing your story. I mean, God, you talk about being an introvert and all the challenges you had,
Yeah.
the health challenges, as well as, just again, it could have definitely affected your self-esteem and everything, and your mother, God bless her,
Yeah.
who said, no, I'm not buying that, no,
Well, that's why I definitely have
God
to.
bless her.
If my parents are watching now, I want to thank them because I think my self esteem is so great. Because when I was little, they were like, "Oh, we'll put him in special classes." She goes, "No, I want him to be in the regular classes with regular." And I'm not putting anything down to special classes. What I'm saying is that they were
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to like make special, saying, "Oh, we're not sure if he can handle this or handle that." She goes, "No, I want him to be treated just like everybody else." And so,
Oh
and it was
no.
great. And I can give you a perfect example. Usually, in fourth grade around that time, kids are just mean and they'll say things. I had an operation on my leg, and kids are like, "Well, what are you going to the hospital for?" I said, "My leg." "What's wrong with your leg?" I said, "Cerebral palsy." "Oh my God, I forgot about that." This was in fourth grade. Kids were saying that because it was
Oh,
just like I never really talked about it. I never really thought about it. I forgot about it myself, and I was just being myself. And people were like, "Oh my God, I don't even see it anymore." And
yeah.
I get that so often.
Wow.
Like I've never even
Yes,
noticed that.
brother. I love that. Yeah, your mother. Yeah, a shout out to her. Hey, mom and dad, they alive?
They are. So they'll be.
Oh man, God bless you both, man.
Yeah.
God bless you for what a y'all should be the parents of the year. That is awesome. That is so beautiful. That you're not no the experts. You're not the experts on my son.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
love that. Yes.
And this is my Father's Day present to you, Dad. A message from Raj.
Oh yeah, happy Father's Day to your father. Yes, yes.
I love it. Well, let's talk about you getting into acting because I want to talk about you. What was the first time that you got your first taste and loved it?
Well, again, when I look back, I didn't know it at the time, but in ninth grade, when we had to do a persuasive speech, something you didn't believe in, right? So I had one where I had to convince people that marijuana was okay, was good and healthy and great for you, right? And did another one where I was convincing people to be in the Nation of Islam, and as a Christian, it was so opposite. I was saying everything that was positive about the nation,
Yeah.
and I loved it. I loved because they would challenge. They're supposed to challenge me after I do my little speech, right? And I felt rich. It was a high I'd never experienced, and I didn't know what was going on. Because again, a person that not, I'm still introverted, but now I love the fact that I've done my research, you know, and I've got enough info to counter everything you're saying, right?
Yep.
And I loved it, and they were pissed off.
I
You
love it.
can't be saying, "Oh, marijuana is okay." How can you say? And the angrier they would get, the more I would just smile, man. I would just love it. And so as I looked, I said, "Oh, that was the beginning of it then." Because of course, I don't really believe that, but
Yeah.
I made myself believe it, And so, yeah, I would say that, yeah, that was definitely, yeah, the first. Then in college, that was a whole nother, is that I never wanted to be an actor though. And I know it's hard to believe the people so well yeah, it seems like you just no, I never want. I admire. I love sitcoms. I love the Lucille Ball, and
Yeah.
you name them, Life of Riley, Danny
Honeymooners.
Thomas show, but and but and I admired the stage plays at grade school, high, or especially junior high and high school, the plays. I really love the friends who did that. And I always thought they were awesome, and a lot of them hate me because, and I understand why they would, have some hate for me, is because they always felt it was their thing. And
Yeah.
I always told them, "How do you do that? How do you remember those lines?" And oh, I could never, ever, I did. And because I was shy, for one thing, but also because I was Pentecostal, Church of God in Christ, and we weren't supposed to do anything of the world.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So, so yeah, that I never wanted to be an actor. And Jake Smith, who I hadn't talked to in years, and I always mention him in every interview. And I said everybody needs a friend like Jake Smith that sees something in you that you don't see in yourself, and what he tells you is so scary.
Yeah.
It is so scary. How in the hell am I going to be an actor when, when I'm an introvert and I want to be a social worker? I don't want to get in front of people performing, you
Yeah.
know? And he saw that and he was relentless, you know? And we were just on the phone recently because I really expressed the depth of what he had done. I said, because of you, threatening to kick my ass when I wouldn't audition for the American Academy of Dramatic Arts, which is in New York, but they had regional auditions in Chicago. And I had taken an acting course and all that, so I got an A in it. That teacher told me that I could do that for a living. I'm like, okay, he's lost his mind too, right? So then Jake finds out about the regional auditions, and he takes me there. He buys a 6-pack of Schlitz malt liquor
All right.
to celebrate. So he said, "Go in there, and we're gonna celebrate." I said, Jake, look at this list of people: Robert Redford, Spencer Tracy. Man, they don't want me. It's no one. Ernie, get your ass up there. Get your ass up there. Oh, we're gonna have a problem. Again, paraphrasing, but all in that vein. It's been so long. But basically, I saw a look in Jake's eyes I had never seen before,
Yeah.
that he was going to literally make me go up there. And thank God he did. Because if he had given me an excuse, yeah, man, you know what? As I think about it, yeah, those are superstars, man. Man, just forget about it. You're right. You're a social worker. You're gonna help a lot of people. He wouldn't allow me an excuse.
Yeah. Well, he actually drove you there too. Like he said, I'm
Yeah,
driving.
he drove me in that little Volkswagen, that little beige Volkswagen. I will never forget it.
Oh,
Yeah, that beige Volkswagen. And I just said, "What possessed you, though?" He said, "I don't. I saw you made me laugh."
yeah.
And then once I knew I could make him laugh, I would try deliberately to do things. Put a pillow inside my shirt like I'm pregnant. He got me pregnant. You gonna take care of this baby? Just what just silly, as silly as I could be, I would do it,
Yeah.
you know. And he was my one man audience, and no one else, right?
All you need.
And his wife did not think that at all. His wife thought, I don't get it. He's not funny. He's not funny to me.
Wow.
But Jake was and he said, I believe God sent me there because I was close to his brother.
Yeah.
His brother was my fraternity brother Ivory, and I so I he came. He's 2 years older, and he came there to go to college, and he just took me on board, under his wings as that little brother, and I think he had insight, a discernment that he probably didn't even know that I needed that. I needed someone, like that, uh, as to take me to a place I never would have met Muhammad Ali,
Oh, yeah.
who took me on his wings, or Dr. Angelou saying, when I see you on television, I say, God, keep him. He's a good one. Or Burt Reynolds giving me his phone number and cell number. And
Mhm.
I felt I'm not good enough to call him, but he was always so nice. Twice I met him. And I also met, oh God,
Sidney
of course,
Poitier.
Oprah. Oh, Sydney. Oh man, Sydney. Oh my Lord. Because he says, yeah, you look like me when I was younger, but better looking. I said, look, because he wanted me to be in the movie. I said, look, you ain't got to say, oh. He said, no, I really mean that. You do. Then he said, I'm a fan of what's. I watch what's happening. I said, now you come on. Now you do not watch what's happening. Then he did a scene.
Yep.
He actually did a scene from what's happening
Can I do it?
with a girl.
Can I
Okay.
do it?
Sure, yeah, yeah.
Hey man, are you cool? You have change for an ice cube?
Yes, yes. Oh my Lord.
I love
Hey,
that.
come on. Is that insane? Right?
That is great.
70, 48. Like, what do you find? Why would you be watching? But anyway,
No
yeah.
way. It's such a. It's as I mentioned. I loved it in '76. I was 8 years old. I watched it now as an adult. I
Wow.
love it probably even more and appreciate it even more as an adult. It's such a great, timeless show. Both of them. I love
Yeah.
what's happening now, and just as much.
Okay.
It's so good.
Oh,
We're gonna get
wow.
to all of that, but yeah, you've had such a
Yeah.
great. And I want to go back because you mentioned some names, and you mentioned
Yeah.
only a couple of them for the Academy of Arts. What's this? See, I had the note here.
Yeah. The American Academy of Dramatic Arts.
Yeah. So you mentioned Robert Redford, but some of the other people you
Yeah.
mentioned in the book were Spencer Tracy, Lauren Bacall, Cecil B. DeMille, and Ernest
Oh.
L. Thomas. I mean, that what a you can't leave that name out.
All right. Yeah, I mean it's a who's who. When you look at that list, of the
Yeah.
Eric Roberts, Kate Jackson,
Wow.
uh, from Taxi, uh,
Was it Judd Hirsch, Andy Kaufman, Tony Danza?
Judd Hirsch, and the little guys,
Oh, Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito, both.
I love that show.
Oh man, yeah, both of them. Yes, yes, man.
Right. I want
And
to.
Kim Cattrall,
Yep.
and was in the class, and how she soared, of course.
Oh yeah. No, so that school definitely graduated some iconic people.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's the oldest acting school, English speaking school in the world. Russia, I think, was the first acting one, but
Wow.
the American Academy, yeah, was the first English over 100 years old now. So I still feel honored. And I remember especially certain teachers. I remember Max Fisher. He had escaped. It was either the Holocaust and his family, but he could have been a great teacher, but trying to escape and all that, and going through the health issues. But he became, instead of this great actor, he became this great teacher,
Yeah.
and he was an amazing man, and never talked about like how hard, just in passing about the Holocaust, but he really invested in me. Like, you got it, kid. If I say you got it, you know and when he directed a play, I was I and I, this property is condemned. It was Tennessee Williams play at the American Academy, and I'm playing a 14-year-old, you know,
Yep.
and I'm very nervous because they have people come in and see it, and um, and then he saw me being nervous, and he took me aside, sat me down. He says, "Why are you nervous?" I said, "Well, it's just that I gotta be 14 yet. It's and then I got these little shorts on. You gotta show them a little." He says, "Look, if I tell you you're great, you're great.
Hmm.
Don't worry about the people. I don't care if no one in this school said believes it. I'm telling you, you have it. So I want you to go out there, and when you tell those people, look, yes, I'm a great actor. Look at me.
Hmm.
He
Yeah.
actually said, look at me. I'm gonna show you. Yeah, yeah. And I never forgot that, man. Yeah, Max Fisher. Yeah.
Well, there was something else with Tennessee Williams. It was called Summer and Smoke, and I want to talk about how Geraldine Page helped you get in touch with your passion for acting.
Look at you. Oh my God. Rich, oh my Lord. I don't know why that affected me like that, Rich. Because again, I'm not so as a member of the Church of God in Christ, I'm not supposed to go and see movies among
Yeah.
the heathens, right? The in the world, but not of the world. But would sneak and do it. And no one in my family is, doing. I just wanted to go and see this. I felt a need to see it. It was in black and white. And Geraldine Page, I fell in love with her,
Hmm.
And I'm like, what the hell is going on? What is this thing? my entire body, you know, has this has a sort of erotic thing going.
It's like, what's going on down there?
I'm not lying, man.
Is that supposed to move?
I did not want it to end. I did not want the movie to end. All
That's
right.
funny.
And going home, I just had it. It was still all over me, but
Yep.
I couldn't express it to anyone, because my mother don't watch film or, TV. I told her she
Yep.
never watched what's happening. She loved me, but she was just Jesus. If Jesus was in what's happening, she would have watched it. Okay. But
So she never saw it even before she died. She never watched it.
if my sister would have it on, like, Mom, come on, Mom, you gotta watch your son. She said, "Oh yeah, I want to watch my baby, yeah." And she sat there 10 minutes in. I'm
She,
not lying.
did she say
Without
that?
the
So good.
No, I would bring friends over. They didn't believe me. I said, "Tell her." I said, "Hey, Miss Thomas, I want to put the episode of What's Happening. I want you to." Oh yeah, and they saw. She would go to sleep. 10 minutes in. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. The whole world loves me, but my mother.
I was gonna say her two final things before she died were probably like, Ernest, you got to meet your dad, and two, I want to watch what's happening now.
Now that would have been awesome. That would have been. She is. Oh my Lord. Oh brother. That would have been. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Yes.
that's
Oh man.
that's funny. Well, I want to talk about Raj, the college years. We're gonna go. I know we're going back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you talked about TV and everything. So you went to Indiana State University,
Yeah.
and so originally, what was your major and what were you hoping to become?
A social worker.
Social
Yeah, I was
worker.
determined. Yeah, because I had mission. She was also a missionary in Church of God in Christ, and that's how I became a member. My family are Baptist mostly, but she was our social worker, and she was so nice, and she invited me to church. But she was just a kind soul, and I want to do that for families, and so I was determined to be that, and so I was a late bloomer. It wasn't until my a year on my master's. I did 1 year for my master's degree, but in student personnel to be like a dean or something. I thought, because one of the professors talked to me about pursuing that, um but it just it wouldn't go away, it just wouldn't go away. And I really felt, I tell people, man, that it's God when you have something that scares you so much that you feel you can't tell anyone, because they're gonna laugh. And they did when they finally heard, my frat brothers. Of course, the church said I was going to hell. I was gonna say, one of you condemned to hell, right? But your frat brothers, your family, no one's like, what the huh? He what? An actor?
Yeah.
Being the introvert they know and all that, what the hell, right? And I said, so it's God when it seems like something so impossible, so far-fetched, so out of this world that only God can make it happen.
Yeah. No, I love that you believed in yourself and you had your friend believing in you and you did. Was the your frat brothers, was it Kappa Alpha Psi?
Yeah, yes. Look at
I
shout
don't.
out to the Kappas, but they love me now.
Of course they do.
What you
Now you're
say?
well, you know what? You brought up this I think several times in the book. Success is the best revenge.
Oh, really? Success. It is. It really is the best revenge, brother. You don't have to curse somebody out and yeah, look at me now. You don't have to do all that. Just all they have to do is all those people who doubted me were channel surfing one day and and see me coming out the house. So
Oh
I
yeah.
said, I can see why people hated, that friends who were actors ahead of me. You can see why they hated you, right?
Well, you know what's funny?
You were you're the lead on top of that,
All these people that probably like, I always knew he was going to make it big. I said that
Oh
to them.
yeah,
I
you
saw
got
him
the
in
oh yeah.
college. I said, Ernie's
Oh,
going places.
yeah. Oh, you had the liars. Ernie, didn't I tell you? I'm thinking, no, no, you didn't say that. But I just, oh yeah, because they with their friends, it won't look good. I say, yeah, you did. Thank you, man.
Well,
But
you made a comment about what your mother said. Don't let people take advantage of you. I want to bring up some points where I love how you stood behind what you believed in. One was a Nazi German professor. He gave you a B. You're like, no, I deserve an A, and I don't care what you
yes,
think.
yes,
And the other
yes.
one is when your friend Steve, who didn't respect Martin Luther King Jr. for what he was doing.
Oh man, that was you like you don't know that's in you until you put to the test. And Steve, who was a white guy, and he actually was my first white friend because Gary was black. Gary was really, pretty much. I mean, he had whites in it, but I didn't interact. I went to all black. Well, no, I had white. I went to all white high school, but it wasn't like I had a friend there. You
Yeah,
know, and so when I went to Indiana State, Steve, who looked like a young James Cagney, believe it or not, he did, and. And then that I remember being in one of the dorm rooms, and he and some other white guys just started saying that Dr. King was a problem. And I went, oh hell no. I decided then to me, and I didn't have the ability to agree to disagree, but I'm not gonna hate on you. I'm just not gonna talk to you anymore. So
yep,
I would just excommunicate you
yep,
because I feel you gave me no room. Like, well, you know what? I could see this, but when you say there's a blanket, no, yeah, he ain't. He's just this.
yep.
He's just one color. He's just this one hate. I mean, he's the problem, and there's no give. There's no give. I excommunicated, and I did the same thing with the church. Church of God in Christ, because I didn't think I had the ability to do, but because they taught us to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, I know I could because Christ had given me authority. Oh, I realized. I see now, God, the church, they are not God.
Mhm.
They did not create me. So you're giving me something they have no I it's none of their business. They
Yeah,
can't tell. You can't decide my destiny.
yeah.
Only based on your theology. So I'm gonna excommunicate you too,
I love
and
it.
I'm gonna excommunicate the Catholics as well.
Mhm.
And any friend that didn't agree. Oh well, that was that one instance. But the college the Nazi professor was the worst. Because he started, I'll never forget. He says, I don't like Jews, niggers, and mini skirts, and in that order.
Wow. How do you keep his job? I can't imagine that.
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. I guess he was a great teacher. Knew his stuff, but I don't think anybody really. Again, there weren't a lot of blacks there, so he probably had not had the opportunity to say stuff like that before. And I didn't run in like tell, oh, I got to report you. That was I didn't even think to do anything like that. I was just angry at him. But I remember Paul Goldstein being upset with him, vocalizing in the actual class. And when he did give me that B, I thought that it was unfair. I thought there was an A, and then that thing that he said about you people, you got to learn patience. Patience. Damn it. He had been drinking. So when I went to see him in his office, he had been drinking, and obviously he had been in he was a veteran because he had his uniform on a hanger.
Yep.
And I remember the fire it was just a rage, was all over me. And not that I wanted to hit him, but I could just, I could just burst, I could explode just standing there. because I could not believe how what a bigot he was. Eventually he was reprimanded, and then he got eventually. I believe he committed suicide. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I can't say it for sure. No lawsuits here. Okay.
No lawsuits.
Uh,
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Allegedly, let's say allegedly. So, but I know that he said that, and and then Jake and I was talking about. Now I had my friend Rick. I don't know if you read about Rick is in there. Rick is my friend. He was my white roommate. We became roommates in my was the sophomore junior year, and we became brothers. That's why he chose me. He saw that I was not studying, and
Yep.
I had a 1 point something in my first, in that semester. And so again, like Jake, but before Jake, there was Rick.
Yep.
Before Jake, that was Rick who saw. So he said, "Look, if you're serious about studying, I know your mother, didn't send you here to party and all that, yada yada." And he said, "If you're serious, you can study with me." And brother, that was what a godsend. Rick Nichols. He lives actually in Missouri now, father of three great children, and literally not a racist bone in his body. He is not he has not changed. He's always because people change, right? I've had friends who were okay for a minute, but then they start drinking and they start telling you racist jokes.
Yep.
What they're like super liberal,
Yep.
but then the drinking brings out a whole and their wife was like, "Honey, stop, honey. No, honey, you gotta hear this again." So anyway, this jigaboo,
Yeah.
you're like, what? What the
Well,
but
you know what? I hate when people start a conversation like this. I'm not racist, but
right.
stop right
But
there. Don't even
that's it.
continue.
That's it. You
Yep.
just said it. You just said it.
Yep.
And Rick, he's someone that I could listen to all day long.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just an amazing. I have several friends like that. Rick, Tyrone Dubois, he's like the number one historian for R&B music. You
Wow.
know, and then there's another kid in Nashville, Tennessee. He's oh my God, he's like one of the top engineers. Rodney, what is Rodney's last name? Oh my God, Engel, Rodney Engel. He was my protege. I was managing him, and Maurice Starr actually said he could be the next Elvis Presley.
Wow.
But he couldn't handle it, and I think I understand now because I was angry at him. But I understand, even if a person could, if they can't handle it mentally, it'll destroy them. Even if they have the ability, but the fame, he said he didn't. So he really ran away from it, and now I understand because he's a top engineer in Nashville now. He's in Taylor Swift, Garth Brooks, and all those, But yeah, but back. Forgive me, I'm all over the place,
Oh, no,
but
I
I'm
love this. But no, so
rein
say we gotta
me
get
in,
all these
rein
people
me.
on the Claus corner. No, no. Here we go. Well, all right. Well, let's talk about Rick for a minute because I think, if I'm correct, Rick is the one that brought you to his parents' house, and he said everybody.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Oh my Lord, man. Rick, his parents. I never thought about being, but I mean, it wasn't a thought. It wasn't. It was just like I was a member of the family from day one. I could remember. I told her I could remember your mother's voice. I could remember your father's voice, where he was sitting. The taste of your mother, the bread your mother made. The food we ate. Just feeling safe. You're right. And I was his first black friend, but it was nothing. Obviously, his parents never talked about no difference because it was no big thing to him, to bring me there, And now I did go to. What was this kid's name? I could see his face. He looked like a tall Woody Allen, and so he was a white one of the students there, and was on our floor, and he wanted me to come to his hometown, Waynestown, Indiana, right?
Yeah.
So I went to Waynestown, Indiana, and I said, "Okay, brother, but Are there any blacks there? He said, well, no, but man, they don't care. No, my church is that. He took me to the church, Rich,
Yep.
and there was like ET from outer space had come, like what they all staring. He couldn't believe it.
That's
He saw what he never saw that before. And
that's
this one lady in particular just had, she was just disdain, He just couldn't believe it. I said, see, this is what
yeah.
I'm used to it.
It's
I said,
sad
but I
because
understand. Yeah.
no, I was gonna say it's sad because church is like they're going there, and usually those are the people that are supposed to be all welcoming,
Yeah.
all forgiving, and it's like
Yeah.
sometimes they're the most judgmental. And
Oh, yes.
did you ever see the movie Talk Radio? It's a play with Eric Bogosian. There's a reason I'm bringing this up.
No, I heard, I never saw it.
Well,
I
there's a
should see it.
yeah, you should. Well, there's a line in this, and he's talking about people being racist. He goes, "What do most white people like to do in the summer? They go out and
Okay.
they like to get a tan.
Oh
Why are
my
you
God.
prejudiced?"
Oh, hold on. I
Okay.
know that my battery is trying to go out on me here.
Oh no, we
Oh,
can't.
Lord.
We're
Okay.
not even. We're not even a quarter of the way done talking. We have a lot more to talk about.
Okay, no, we're gonna let that happen. Hold on. Oh my Lord. Okay. Hold on. I
All right, this is.
almost
We're
turning
gonna
to the
need the Lord's help
rescue.
now.
Oh my Lord. Is it getting, I know it's getting dark. Hold on here.
Take your
What? Oh,
time.
I got it. I got it.
All right.
Okay. I got my portable. Oh my Lord. Okay.
Thank you, Lord.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right, and we are back
We're back.
with Ernest L. Thomas.
Woo! That was close.
I
Okay.
know. It's
But
just
the
getting good.
judgmental, yeah, the judgmental, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, that's always surprised, Well, Dr. King said the most divided hour and day is Sunday,
Oh
is
yeah.
Sunday, because you can't, people can talk about they cry all in church and praying, but if you walk in there, you're not welcome, you know.
It's
So I just thank God that I never had that
yeah.
from my uncles. I know, and my mother, as I mentioned in the book too. I don't know if I mentioned it in the book or not, but she said, "Son, I can't say that I went through any in Mississippi." And I said, "Mom, come on now."
Yeah.
You had to have gone. She said, "Son, I can't lie to you. That might have happened to other people, but I never experienced it as a child or an adult." She said, "That's me."
Wow.
She swears that she never has. She said, "But I know, the people had gone through stuff, and she know about hangings there. But she said, I cannot tell you. Oh, I was called a name or was treated a certain way."
Wow, that's amazing. Because I
Yeah,
know
right.
my brother's in the military, my uncle was in the military, and I know they were talking about Meridian, Mississippi, and this was not even that long ago. They were saying it's really racist down there, and he's telling me some
Mm,
of the stories about that, and I said, wow, it's still like that. This was just maybe 15, 20 years ago, so not that long ago.
wow.
And you know what's funny? I mean, in this, so all you were this was happening in the 70s to you, or what we're talking about right now, right? In the 70s?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah.
what
When I was a kid, that was that like grade school.
yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, grade school, junior high. Because every summer we would go to we would go to the South. But as far as an adult at Indiana State, they did have in Terre Haute, the KKK marched every year in the parade, and they had their whole cape, yeah, the cape on. I remember vividly when Dr. King got assassinated, and then the blacks were upset and rioting. White kids I felt were my friends coming out the elevator with rifles because they had hunting rifles because they were from different they were allowed to have that,
Wow.
the hunting rifles. But I remember them coming down with rifles saying "kill the niggers," or chanting "kill the niggers, kill the niggers," and
Wow.
I'm against the wall as they're watching out, and it's like this is a movie, right? This can't be real, right?
Wow.
The same people that Ernie, hey, my buddy, you know, but I will never. But again, yeah, you know, I have again. I will say for my mother, yeah, when I did her book in Conversations with My Mother, that was in maybe 2003 or
Mhm.
2004, like that, 2004. Um, and in there, I just asked her questions about her life. So that's when she revealed that no, she had not. She's seen it. She remember the people being hung. She remember that her brother's um, her brother's son had been accused of raping a white lady. Oh, attempting to rape her. And
Yeah.
what happened? He was drunk, and you go to the wrong house because the poor whites and blacks were close in proximity. You know,
Mhm.
she said that people forget that they weren't like apart, like
Yeah.
you know, you over here, and they were in close proximity. So he went in this house where the white lady was, and she was screaming, and so they were going to kill him. They whites got together looking for him to hang him, you know. And she said it was a the white man that was close to my uncle, that like a, you know, 'cause they had like a sharecropper,
Mhm.
so that the owner stood up for him,
Oh, good.
you know, and said that ain't happening. But she saw that. But again, not to her. Nothing happened to her personally. And my grandmother either, you know.
Really?
And I think maybe their faith is so strong that even if it was there, they didn't see it. They chose not to see it,
Yeah.
you know. But you know, because my mother is like that. She says never I never ever heard don't bring a white girl to the house, because you have blacks like that now who
Mhm.
don't want that, you know, just like there are whites that say don't bring no black woman, a black
Yeah.
boyfriend. There are blacks that say the same. But my mother never had a thing about my mother or my grandma or my uncles,
Wow.
and they were all came from Mississippi.
I know.
They
That's really
never,
impressive.
never, I never heard anything like that. Thank God, you know.
Do you think maybe they just chose because of their religious beliefs, they were so strong, they chose to look at the good in everybody and
I
maybe
do.
gloss over? Yeah.
Absolutely, Rick. Come on now. I
Yeah.
said, God,
Yeah.
they don't see nothing. And I'm pleading, come on. You had to have one that happened. Not that it happened to someone else. I'm talking to you. No, no, didn't happen.
Wow.
There you go.
Well, I'm glad for them. Well, I want to go back a little bit. I know we're going back and forth, and I love this, but this
Yeah,
pertains to what we're talking about.
yeah,
I think it's you were one of the few students chosen. I think it was Emerson High School. Is that correct? You
yeah,
think it was
yeah, yeah,
integrated into a white school. What,
yeah, yeah.
is this some of the stories you're telling me right now? Was that part of that school when you were integrated?
Oh yeah, they wouldn't want us. Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
parents actually marching, go back to Africa and
Oh
all
my
that. They didn't want
God.
us there. Yeah, they didn't want us there. No, they did not want us there. And there were a few. I have to say that what I expected, or what people expected, was this big race thing that's going to happen, a race fight. With the white kids against the black kids, and it wasn't there. I think it was just this, what you call it, this divide,
Mm,
this politeness, but not, no one really, you didn't see white and blacks as friends. You saw white with whites and blacks with black. There were Latinos there. I learned about Greeks, and the people who were Greeks or Italian, but they were all in the white category,
yeah.
and I remember they reprimanded the history teacher there, who's a white woman, that said we had not achieved anything as black people. Yeah, and that was hurtful, of course, but they reprimanded her. And but the last year they elected, they was it last year or what, one of the years, I can't think of, I could see his face, but he was elected the president of the student body. a black kid. So he became quite popular, and I can't think of his name. I wonder what he's doing now. He was very intelligent, very smart. And then there was a music teacher, Miss Nichols from Tennessee. And what a sweet lady. Had that southern accent. And as soon as I hear that southern accent, I'm thinking, oh, Lord, where's
I
the
don't have a
rope?
chance.
Yeah, where's the rope? He got, and she was so sweet, man. And I was in the men's glee club and a cappella and also, but she was just such a sweet, and you knew she loved, she had this love. Um, and I used to have a thing about Southern accents. If a white person had but back to Rick became he became a Navy SEAL.
Wow.
A ranger, Air Force, a ranger, Army Ranger, Army Ranger, Air Force Ranger. He gonna slap,
It's Army
but he's
Ranger.
really intelligent, very intelligent. Became a professor. He worked at a bank.
Wow.
Uh, he's just a person that if he wants to do it, he's gonna do it. And his kids are just as just and again a great wife, Lynn Nichols. Lynn is his wife, and this is a great family, man. You will want a family like that, and the
Yeah.
grandkids and everyone. I was just blessed to have him. So it's 56 years now. We've been 56, going on 56 years, and we call each other twice a month
Wow.
probably go over the same thing.
I love it.
Remember then? But and then we try to as you get older. And what was the name of that? And certain things you can't Google. You can't Google. Who was that guy that sat next to me in English class that had the wild haircut? No, I can't Google that at all.
Yep.
Right?
And just give it a couple more years. Soon it'll be like having the conversation for the first time. Oh yeah, I remember. That's funny.
Oh man, but yeah, really blessed to have and oh, okay. Who was? Malik Kalanji, another great kid, man. This kid is like the poet. He's a vegan. He's just we are the world. People. He is genuine. We are the world. Everybody, kumbaya. That's really him.
Yeah.
And people used to say when he came, he moved from Florida. He was married to the devil's daughter. He divorced, thank God. Yeah. So he came here and people said, "Is he for real?" I said, "That's him."
Wow.
No, he's not pretending. That's him. All, hey, what a beautiful! Look at the color. Oh, how beautiful the color purple in the tree. Oh, look at the flowers. Look at the. That's him. So and then I have a couple. Kirk Roberts and Lois Roberts. They drive me around now because I had a head-on collision and they're this Christian couple. They're retired, so they have been a blessing to me. I know I the so rein me in, right? So
Oh no,
I'm
no,
going away off,
no, not
but
at
I
all.
just want to mention people that I'm blessed to have. Of course, my sister Rosalie, my niece Letitia Sanders, my heart, and her two kids, Chantel and Bella. Our godson T'Challa. I'm trying to think. Kevin Brittenham, another brother called Grand. He's like the wisest man you ever want to meet. Um, that's mentioned Jake. I'm trying to think of ministers. Oh, and at our church, West Angeles Church of God in Christ, Bishop Blake, who's retired now. His son has taken over. But the reason I said I would never join the church because I just want to, go to different ones.
Yeah.
But hearing him, what about 6 years ago now, maybe. I got baptized for the first time. I didn't realize I don't know why they never brought that up, but I was baptized at 60 something, 16, I think I was
Wow.
69 or something. But Bishop Blake is one of the most sincerest pastors you want to hear. It's real. He ain't got all the, the
Yeah.
loud, but
Yeah.
just that since that it's like Christ is with him
Hmm.
without a doubt. And his son has taken over, and he's done an excellent job. He's Charles Blake the second, and so I'm just blessed. Now I still have. I don't know about you. I'm gonna ask. I still have a thing though about trusting people.
Hmm.
Uh, so I because I was that, as my mother say, overly nice and got stabbed in the back or betrayed and talked about, uh, and people switching up being not racist, but then getting drunk and telling a racist joke, or a black person just jealous of you and saying one thing in your face behind you. So I have very few friends, and those people I named, there might be someone I'm missing, but I don't trust. Even at our church, there was a prophet there who I met. God rest his soul. God blessed me with this prophet. He literally died twice having a heart attack, and then, as you know, saw heaven and
Yep.
came down with things that everything he told me became true.
Wow.
And before he passed away, he said, Ernie, but he was asking me, he was just, oh, there are good people here. As a prophet, I love you, but no, I will never get in anybody's car here. I won't go home with them. I will never eat their food. I'm not going to lollygag and go to lunch or dinner with them. And if they push me, I will say that, look, with all due respect, I can't invest in new friends.
Yep. No, you know what?
I
I don't
know, I
blame you.
see you. I don't know if yeah.
No, no, I was gonna say I love this, and that's I don't even want to rein you in because I love this, and it shows that like all the everything you're talking about, all the people that supported you, all the people that backstabbed you, made you who you are today, and the reason that you trust people, why you don't trust people. And one example, we're gonna jump ahead a little bit, then we're gonna go back, was
Yeah.
that when you had your house, you had an open door policy for parties, and your brother came over, and one of your supposed friends spread this vicious rumor about you and almost ruined your career.
Oh my Lord. Yes, that one. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Woo, okay. That was a tough, that hurt deeply.
Yeah.
And yeah, yeah, and I gotta mention Fred Joyner real quick. That's another really, really, that brother has helped me so much. But back to that, there was the friends came from Gary. There was a fight in Vegas they wanted to see, and one of them had a sister. Their wife had a sister here, but there was a fight in Vegas, and so then they came by my house in Malibu, and there was a star singer there. Oh, I won't mention the name, but they were they were high and they hit on. They were actually bisexual. I didn't know that. You don't know. They were so high on the whatever coke or acid, whatever they're on. When my friends, who they're pretty people, they're good looking couples. They got that whole Indian and black, and that, as they say in black culture, the good hair, right? And so, unlike mine, yeah, I got Nigeria for
Yeah.
life. But
I'm getting pretty soon. I'll have that Nigerian look too. Give it time. I'm getting it the natural way. It's falling out.
right, right. So when they were hit on like that, and then my brother, who was going out with the girls, and he realized he was gay,
Mhm.
and so he had a lot of his gay friends over at that time, and one guy in particular who had 4 kids, but he switched over, and the kids look just like him. So funny, and they, even I love the fact they love their father in spite of all that. You know how some kids get they love their father, but anyway, he had a crush on me, I guess,
Yeah.
right? Well, I know he did, and so when they were there, he runs over to to me, Ernie, you need anything? What can I get you? So they looking like, oh, they had to look like we had a. He was acting like we had a relationship.
Hmm.
So the one friend, not all, but the one friend went back and said that I was having these bisexual orgies, or that I was bisexual, or just gay. Not even that. Not I take that back. No, another friend said that. There was another
Oh
friend
my
that said I
God.
had the orgies. Yeah, I had superpower. I had the men and women. This yeah, they were my sexual power. Whatever so, but the friend from Gary just said, that I was gay, and so that hurt. And I didn't find out till the brother told me. The brother told me what he had said, and then I spoke to him about it. He was hurt. Obviously, it hurt him that I said I was gonna excommunicate him. I didn't want anything else to do with him
You
because
should.
I do believe my friendship is a gift from God.
Yep.
I can't play baseball with you in bid whist and spades and any of those card games. I can't do anything. But as far as you can out from me, you can't out love me, you can out thoughtfulness me, you can't out care. That's me.
Yep.
Again, born that way, a caretaker. So when you betray me, I feel like, wow, you really are, you gotta be a devil, you know? And but I will say I knew he was sorry for it, and I forgave him. But if you saw the film Doubt, Rich, when you put out if I put out a lie about you, gossip,
Yep.
and the priest that said the lady said that she had done it and she felt so bad she put out this gossip and how can I take it back? He said, well, go to the roof, go to the roof and have a pillow and cut that pillow open and shake out all the feathers.
Hmm.
And if you can find every feather, then you can take it back, which means you can never. Some people will always say that no matter what. They'll always believe because your friend said it.
Yep.
It wasn't someone that was an enemy, like Judas with Christ. It's someone that is your friend.
Yeah.
So it gotta be true, right? So and then I had to use the fact that you're gonna have people that are jealous, they're just gonna be jealous of you,
Yep.
you know. Jealous of the fact you're happy. I mean, why do you smile so much? Why is that a problem?
That happens to me a lot too. People are like, when I did stand comedy, you're like, why are you always so happy? I said, I'm having fun. You're having fun, and people, and even when I talk about my childhood, people are like, I never heard anybody talk about their childhood so in such a joyful way. I said, it sounds like you're
I
jealous of me,
love it.
and people will say, do get jealous of
They're
other people's
jealous,
happiness.
yeah.
It's
When
sad.
they look at you, yeah. When you talk about the cerebral palsy, and yeah, I can understand when people it's touching, but when you can make light of it,
Yeah.
and still, yeah. Oh man, and that's a gift.
Yeah.
That's the gift. We smile because God given us a gift of love, man. And self-deprecating. Yeah, I tell people, you know, yeah, I'm not doing all this. I say about, yeah, friendship, but other areas I know if anyone's gonna fall if we're walking, I'm gonna fall.
Yep.
I'm gonna be the one to fall. If we're eating, I'm gonna get something on my white suit. And no,
No, I love
if I'm
self-deprecating.
about to give a speech, I'm gonna stumble up to the podium. All right, I'm gonna fall on my face. That's gonna be me. Why? I don't.
No, was that I love the fact, just like me, you could joke about yourself. Like I always tell people, is like, yeah, I want to get an operation on my hand. I don't want to make this hand like this. I want this hand to be like this. I said, this thing is a party favorite. I love this thing.
I love it. I love it, man. Is there a video of you doing the stand up?
I have to see if I could find some because it was on YouTube at one time, and
Yeah.
I wasn't running my YouTube account, somebody else was, and they took it down. But I'm gonna see if I could find something. I'll
Okay.
send it to you. But you would like it.
Please do. I would love to see it, man.
No,
Or even your motivational speeches. I'd love to see that.
all right, I
Yeah.
will definitely. I
Yeah.
told you before because
Okay.
there were people that recorded it, but I gotta find out exactly where it is. But I will send it to you once I
Okay.
get it. Yeah.
All right.
I want to talk about one more story of why I completely understand why you don't trust people because you do have
Yeah.
that superpower with not only men, obviously, but women as well. Because let's talk about the time you had the job and the woman said, Ernest was sexually harassing me.
Oh my Lord. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Yeah, so I was at this all white. That was I needed money to go to acting school, so I got hired at Midwest Steel Mill in Portage, Indiana, predominantly white, almost all white, and then I was in the human relations, and I was being groomed to take over that department. And this girl, her name was Carol, and we would just hit flirting with each other, and she come into during lunch hour, she come in and yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a proper thing to do, but it was mutual. It wasn't like I'm like, hey, you better give me some, it was,
Come on.
I gotta have it, right? It was like we were both, and we were getting some heavy pet,
Yep.
foreplay.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, I'm being called by the head of the department and his associate, and I can remember because one was at the blonde with the blue eyes, and the other guy was the brunette and smoked a pipe. I remember he had smoked a pipe, had glasses, and they said that she had said I had sexually harassed, and I was totally in shock, and because she had been there a while. Of course, it's like I couldn't, nothing I said meant anything else. It's
Oh,
her word against mine.
yeah.
And I was just, unbelievably hurt.
Yeah.
I remember that hurt hard. And I will say to her credit, when I was at the American Academy, she sent me a letter
Mm.
apologizing for that.
Yeah.
Uh, But when they were talking to me, even though I felt bad about what they were saying, we might have to, we're reprimanding you now, but it could be something worse later. I knew I wasn't going to be there. I'm like, oh, I got the last laugh, baby. I'm not. I'm going to the American Academy of Dramatic Arts. Yeah, but
Enjoy your job at the Dollar Tree. I'll be seeing you later.
you're right. And I will say to their credit, the head guy, and I can't think of his name now. He when I came, they had Ernest Thomas stay,
Yeah.
and he called and wanted an autograph for his children, and I did that. I did that because again, the best revenge,
It's success.
success,
Yep.
right? You know,
Well, you also
and
didn't she say that you inspired her? I think it was writing or something.
yeah, she
Yeah.
did. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, because she really didn't want to be a secretary. She wanted to manage a band. She wanted to be like a manager, like a rock group,
Yeah.
and she was excited about that. And for me to it threw them everyone through I'm going to acting school. I'm leaving there going to acting school. What? It sounds so insane,
Yeah.
right? And now what, I don't know what happened to her. I hope and pray that she pursued it in some way, but a lot of times when they're a big dream, people get beaten down,
Yeah.
and I think you have to have something bigger than this world. And again, I have to go to Christ, and I'm not where I don't have. I have friends who are atheists. Priscilla Leon, she's she Priscilla is an awesome. Well, she believes in God, but I have other friends who are atheists.
Mm-hmm.
Um, who are more godly than a lot of church people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. So someone said, "Oh, and are you a Bible thumper?" I said, "No, because I wouldn't have atheist friends. As long as they're not talking against me. We agree on one thing: doing good things.
Yeah.
They don't attack me for my faith. I don't attack them because they're doing something. A lot of people with all that mouth, oh, Jesus is, they can tell you they every verbatim verses from the Bible. But as far as feeding the homeless, helping children, helping women who are being brutally beaten and murdered every day, by men.
Yeah.
You don't see them doing any of that.
Yeah.
So I said, I have atheist friends, and that piss people off. I have atheist friends who will put Christians to shame.
Yep. No, I love that. No, I'm going to give you an example of there was this girl I worked with years ago, and she was always preaching to people, saying everybody should go to church. But during the week, she'd be drinking, doing drugs, having sex with all these guys she never knew. And I said, I thought that you believed in God and you were doing God. And she goes, well, I go to church on Sunday. I said, so Monday through Saturday, you could do whatever you want. And I said it seriously. You could do whatever you want. On Sunday, you go to church for an hour, and He forgives you. Yes. Why? What's wrong? She believed that. She thought that she could do whatever she
Wow.
wants Monday, and then it's long. But then she would put down everybody else. So she was one of the most judgmental people. And but because she went to church
Oh,
for an hour on Sunday, she'd do whatever she would. So I know,
wow.
and like you said, I know people that don't really have any religious beliefs at all. They're more
Yeah.
spiritual than
Yes.
religious, and
Yes.
they're the most
Yes.
nicest, gentle,
Yes.
most
Yes.
loving people. And
Yes.
you were also an atheist for a little while too, weren't you?
Yeah. Wow. I forget all like, oh, what? Yes, I was. How dare you? Right.
What'd you call me?
Oh my Lord. I was taking a philosophy class and I took on the beliefs of the professor, about not that there is no God. And I don't know. Because you're in this class, and next thing I know, I remember the thing that was amazing is all my frat brothers who are quite the ladies man, and they were good guys, but they're very popular. They're all good looking guys. They were like, they were really handsome, and the women loved them, right? And but they partying, they smoking weed and all that. When I said there, I remember being at the frat house and saying, "No, there's no God." They went, "Oh no, oh hell." I'm like, what? What? What's going? So all these ladies, man, party animals, right, are defending God, right? It was crazy. Like I'm like, what? You're not leaving here, you're gonna believe before you leave here. I said, no, hey, look, that's your belief, that's mine. But what happened because they were so passionate, it made me go when I did go back to the dorm. I said, Lord, if you're real, reveal yourself. Now, how I can't remember. I just remember. I can't explain. It's just a presence I
Yeah.
felt, you
Mhm.
know, and thank God I did because especially Rich, again, when I felt I was on a dive doing the free base and the cognac and the weed and you're around others that are doing that. So you just have all this negative spiritual energy, and you're gonna die if you keep doing the freebase. Your heart can't take it, and to the point that when I really broke down rock bottom, and I have friends and we disagree on that. They're in AA and NA and CA and Cocaine Anonymous and narcotics. And I believe I knew I was going to be cured. So I don't.
Yeah.
So I said, "That's your thing. I don't. If that works for you, I'm not going to knock that. But I will never say I'm an alcoholic. 'Cause that's gone. When Christ took that away 35 years ago, I mean, again, I pinch myself because you could have told me that I wasn't going to die doing that. But
Yeah.
God is real. He is real. I tell people, I don't care what you've been through, what you've done, how despicable it was. If you open up your heart and ask for forgiveness, now people are gonna still see you a certain way. You know, you have those friends who give you the shade. Like
Right.
you're. I remember I was a speaker for this one guy had a charity, and I would go and MC it and talk about what I've gone through, and people cheer you on. Then he get up there, yeah, well, I never did drugs, and I never ever drank in my life, and so one I said, I gotta call you on that because I know what you're doing,
Yeah.
and I just want to let you know, God never used people like you.
I love it. Yep.
Everyone that God used was fallible. They had done despicable things. Paul, who wrote most of the New Testament, killed Christians, persecuted Christians. David saw another man's wife, Bathsheba, and had her and loved it so much. It was so good. I'm sorry.
It's getting back to the Geraldine Page days.
Yeah, go ahead. Exactly. I gotta kill the husband. Yeah, Uriah killed. He can't. That's mine. That's mine. And I said, but God forget. I said, so I know. I said, so I said, I want you to know that doesn't. I'm not. Oh wow, you never drank and all that.
Yeah.
God never used any perfect person
Yep.
but Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Everybody else was flawed, right? Even Peter, God bless it, denied Christ 3 times,
Mhm.
So I said that. So I said the prodigal child. That is what I am, I said, and if you read on it, if you really want to know what Christ thinks of it, he said, if you have 100 sheep and the one goes away, right? You go after that one, and you're so happy that he comes back to you.
Yeah.
You're so happy that heaven celebrates that one more than the 99 that stayed.
Mhm.
Back at you. Okay, I'm sorry. But
No, I love this.
shut up.
No,
But anyway,
not at all.
uh
No, you know why I
yeah,
like
because
this? Because
okay.
I want to interrupt you for a second because I love this because that's why I love when you're name dropping all these people because, like you said, God puts people in your lives to
Yeah.
help you when you need it the most, and maybe you don't even realize that you're getting the help at the time. But then you realize,
Yeah.
like, why? This is why when, like, say something bad happens to you, and you're like, why the hell is this happening to me? Why would God do this to me? And then a couple of years later, maybe even sooner, you're like, oh, thank God that happened to me because that puts you in a direction that you never even knew existed. Some doors that opened that you never even knew were there.
Yes. 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 You want to, like, even when I look at the drugs, oh my Lord, I think all that I had to go through
Yep.
because my faith is so much stronger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it is so much now. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. I would not.
There might be an easier way to find God.
Yeah, and the sciatic nerve pain that hit me several years ago, where I was crying going to the emergency. Again, like, Lord, if this is gonna continue, just take me. I know God is so tired of hearing that, right? Just take me, Lord. And then when this accident happened, I had, Rich, for the first time, depression
Mhm.
because it's head-on collision, and I at that time was 73. I think I was 73. I'm 76 now, and you don't know that that's going to happen. And again, it reignited the pain of the sciatic nerve, but I felt like I was losing my mind,
Yeah.
and I never appreciated depressed people. I mean, you just thought, well, hey, just pray, it'll go away. But no, they just like you have a doctor for the heart and all that. You need a therapist, right? So my doctor recommended a therapist, and thank God, Sabrina Russell. She was a godsend. God brought her. Tammy Mack. I got to mention Tammy Mack. Uh, Don Welch, Don B. Welch, also a good people. And Tammy Mack, she works for Stevie Wonder's station,
Oh, really?
KJLH. She has her own show, and Rich, she has a show called Happy, and it's like, what was darkest time in your life, and how do you get to happy?
Hmm.
So all these top celebrities she interviewed, because people think they don't have any, we don't have any
Yeah.
problems, and man, it will break your heart. But also you'll know that, oh, there's joy in the end, you know.
Yep.
But I had to mention her, Tammy Mack.
Well, I
You
can tell
got to
you
see that.
sorry, I want to elaborate on that for myself.
Yeah.
Here's what I do is like, and people get mad at me when I do this because my brother's wife died not too long ago of pancreatic
Mm.
cancer. And so whenever somebody, and I even do this to myself, like say if I'm getting depressed about something, or give you an example, my fiance Sarah would get angry about something. I say my brother's wife was named Lean, Lein,
Oh,
and I said, I bet you
oh,
wish Lean had your problems. You don't understand. I said, I do understand. Your problem is really nothing if you look at it. And sometimes, like if I get down on myself, which I very rarely don't, and I'm being
Yeah,
completely
yeah,
honest.
yeah.
My life so far has been smooth sailing. The first 6 months to a year and a half were horrible, and then after that, it's been smooth sailing. But
Yes, yeah.
whenever I get down, I'm thinking about like what she went through, the pancreatic cancer, and other people, like stuff
Oh,
that you went through. My father, he has arthritis on his sciatic nerve, so he can barely walk.
oh,
So I'm lucky
oof.
where I can look. I'm sort of like leave myself, look outside, and say, I have it pretty damn good. My life is pretty good. So I pretty much feel good all the time. So far, nothing
Yes,
major has
yes,
really happened in my life, which
yes,
thank you, God.
yes.
I mean,
Yes, yes. And I want to mention my daughter, Pam Trotter. She's on Abbott Elementary.
okay.
Yeah, she's a recurring role, and she has been a godsend too. She's really a god. But back to when you said appreciating this, I had to go. My godson passed away, so I had to go to Oklahoma, and that was a great celebration of life, but sad too because you know he was so funny and loved me, and he had a father, but I felt he was my son, and. Then I had to go to, I went to the Black Film Festival, but remember they had that in India, they had that air crash, right?
Yeah.
That
Mhm.
290 people died. One guy survived, as you know.
Yeah.
But I saw photos and I'm in the room like feeling, oh man, I wish I get these shows. I wish they would hurry up and greenlight my shows and I need to, man, I just need to, I want to produce this. I want to do this. And so I'm kind of being, in that rare time where I'm just kind of beating up on myself about that. And then I'm watching CNN. They have a photo of some of the passengers before they went down, how happy they were.
Mhm.
So they had these Indian doctors, a husband and wife. They're both doctors and their children smiling, someone taking a photo of them,
Mhm.
not knowing that moments later.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, I have no worries.
Mhm.
What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And not only that, there was another crash of 16 people that died, and there was enough people. There were like three crashes in a couple of days, right? And you think about, no, I have no. And when you look at when all things considered, how blessed I am, and friends who are fighting stomach cancer,
Oh.
breast cancer, the cancer thing, the big C.
Mhm.
Oh, a lot of So uh, I have a lot to be grateful for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm the same way. I look at the same way. Like somebody brought up a great point. They said, unfortunately, people start to live when it's too late. When they go to a doctor's office, like, well, you have 6 months to live, and they're like, I got to do everything right now. So I had this mentality. I've had it for years. Like I want to do as much as I can while I'm healthy, while I'm having fun,
Yes.
while I'm
Yes.
still relatively young. And it's been, as I said, I really have no complaints about my life the way it's going. And people say, well, why do you do all these things? It's like, why not? People get to a
Yeah.
certain age, they think they have to like what's expected of them. I'm too old for this.
Right.
First of all,
Yeah.
you're not too old for anything. As long as you're having fun and you're not hurting
Yes.
anybody else,
Right.
hurting yourself, and you're not neglecting your responsibilities, have some fun. So I mean,
Have some fun.
I'm a
Yeah.
financial advisor. That's what pays the bills. I love that job,
Oh.
and I do all
Okay.
these different things for fun. Like I've done some acting. I did a. It was funny because there's something called the 48-hour film fest, and I was a part of that.
Oh.
Everybody saw me in that. They're like, oh my god, you got to be a part of this movie. So then that cameraman goes, you are hilarious. You got to do this. So I've been in like a couple of different movies, and then I went to another convention in Massachusetts, and some guy he makes these. One of my favorite horror movies is the original Halloween, and
Yeah.
he makes fan films. He goes, you are like one of the coolest people I ever met. I want you in my film. So I've been in one so far. I'm going to be in a couple more. And
What?
why do you keep? He
Okay.
goes, yeah, so it's on YouTube. I'll send that one to you as well. I play
You
a
like it?
video host. I loved it. I would love to do more. And even perfect example. I just last weekend I went to one of my favorite rock operas of all time is Jesus Christ Superstar. I love that. I love
Oh
the
yeah.
music. I love the
Yeah.
story. And I actually had Ted Neely on the show. He goes,
Oh
he was
man.
like he was saying, he goes, how did you know all this stuff? Where'd you do your like he was so he goes, I have to stop. He goes, this is one of the best interviews, and he was so nice and down to earth. But when I was really getting into it, I know all the songs, I know all the words, and I was
I
dancing
love
around.
him. I just want to add that just real quick. I love him. Go ahead.
All right,
Yeah,
good.
I
No,
love
he's
him.
the best. Have you ever met him?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I was fanning out. Yes, yes.
Oh wait, were you there the same year as Chiller, right? In October, a couple years ago. When you
Yeah, was that a chiller or was
Yep.
it the Hollywood show? I'm not sure.
No, it was.
But
It
I
was. That was the
know
first
I
time I
said
met you and D.
was he there at that one?
Yep, that was it. I
Oh,
remember.
then I'm at it. Yes, I was huge. Still am. I have to play. I only want to say, the when he's in the Garden of Gethsemane,
Oh
that
my
song,
God!
that song, I'm getting chills right now. By the way,
And you know what's
right now I'm bathed in chills just thinking about his voice. Yeah,
and he can still do it. Not, I
he
mean, it
can
was
still
two
do
years
it.
ago.
Yeah,
He was still. I saw a video of him 2 years ago, still singing that song, still getting those notes. Oh my,
my Lord,
amazing.
my goodness.
But the reason I brought that up was like afterwards, everybody's like, "You need to do some more acting. You should be up on stage. You're so animated. You're so much fun." And so yeah, I really would love to do some more acting. I've done a little bit of it.
Please
The
do
stuff I've
that,
done.
Rich. Please do that. I can
Yeah.
see you having fun.
Yes.
And that's why because you have fun with it, it's going to be believable.
Yes.
You want to do it. I can see you have a passion for it. And I
Yes.
tell people, I'm telling a young man, yeah, that was pushing me in the wheelchair. I said, you know what? You don't have to have it as a career. Everybody should have take an acting workshop or being like your local comedy, your acting, whatever, because it's cathartic for the soul and your mind. You can do things that you can't do in ordinary life. So if you want to cuss the boss out, you can write a play about your kids and tell them, be really say everything you want to say, right? Or your husband, you can have to create a scenario, and say, look, and tell your teacher, I want to, hey, help me with write this scene, right? And it is so cathartic. So everybody should take whether they want to do it for life or do it, to be seen, just for your own soul and peace of mind. You should do it.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
I agree with that, and it's funny because when I was doing motivational speaking, I would say instead of just existing, live. Get out of your comfort zone. Try something that you're not comfortable with. After a while, that's gonna become comfortable. Then after a while, try something new. Don't just
Yes.
because I can't stand a life where it's like, all right, let me wake up, eat, go to work, come home,
Oh my
eat,
God.
go to bed, wash, rinse, repeat. I need when people say, well, why do you do those things? It's like I want to actually have fun, and I have so many different interests. I want to try so many different things. That's
Yes.
why I'm doing comedy. That's why I'm doing motivational speaking. That's why I'm writing books. That's why I'm acting a little bit. And you're right, it is cathartic. I just get up there and become this whole different character, and I really get into it, and I'm having the time of my life.
Yes, yeah, and I even now in my room, my niece and my sister and my niece's little ones, they think I'm a little crazy because I'm in here doing voices, I'm doing scenes, Rich,
I
because it
love it.
just comes to me, and I'll be talking, doing voices, and then I found when 'cause my niece adopted these two beautiful kids when they were little. Now they're 10 and 12, 9 and 12. But when they were little, they liked the scary stuff. So I started this sort of witch thing. And the scary part about it was that it scared me because I kept bringing it where it was like, okay, why am I sounding like this though? Like, and so it was like a female, and I think of course, I've watched The Wizard of Oz and
Yep.
all those stories, but I had my own thing, and then to the point the kids, Uncle Ernie, do it again, do it again, and they like love to be scared, and I was Rob Zombie, God bless him, I
Lords of Salem.
do a movie, and he had to take me out, cut me out of it. He said, "Well, I did that for Rosario Dawson and others. It wasn't because of your acting; it just didn't fit or whatever." And he was like a big fan, and And when they did a documentary on me, he came to
Yep.
TV1 and spoke on my. But I want to do a successful movie with him, like a big blockbuster horror thing, and I have a character in mind with this that witches thing that comes out of me. That the scary part. I was talking to a minister because I felt I need to talk to a minister, several ministers, like doing that. What portals am I opening up?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And they said that's the danger because you don't know, you were just trying to scare them, right? And you found something or something came to you, right? And so that, the Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high places, rulers of darkness, principalities. So that's a real thing,
Yeah.
and I'm very sensitive to spirits. I can feel when I come into a room if there's a person dangerous, a person who's shady, whatever. I can feel that
Mm-hmm.
just as clear as night and day. And so the fear is, I want to do it. I feel, you know, can I do it and come back?
Yeah.
Because I don't win in the story, you know.
Yep.
My intention is not, I'm not being a witch and evil to be evil. It's to get back at someone who did evil to me.
Yeah. No. I
Right. So that's his reasoning is that okay, I'm so tired of being uh persecuted and put down or whatever that he this thing. So but I wanna, I'm debating that one. But I think it will be a blockbuster. But if I would again, am I going to be a different person? Because that like Robert Blake when he did In Cold Blood, he had to be committed
Yep.
to a sanitarium because if people don't, actors we have to channel spirits.
Oh yeah.
So when a camera comes on that close up in your eyes, the audience believe you because you've actually channeled. You are a killer.
Mm-hmm.
You are that murderer. You
Yeah.
are that child molester. You are that wife abuser. But then you gotta, after that movie is over, you gotta exercise that out of you and be, I'm a father to the kids and I got a mother, I gotta be the son. But if you don't, that thing lingers. And that's why a lot of actors become mentally unstable or alcoholics and drug addicts. You look at Vivian Lee, who won 2 Oscars,
Oh yeah. Yep.
for Streetcar Named Desire and Gone with the Wind. And there's a later in life she started doing movies, and she would do lines from other movies in the new movie. And at that time, it was called bipolar. She was doing it was they said she was probably bipolar, but and Denzel I was told that when he did Training Day, he had to be exercised from that. So just pray for me that if I do this,
Yep. Well, I think I
next
never.
time you see me, I'm like, who? Rich, Rich. Yeah.
I'll, I'll be like Father
What the
Karras in
hell?
The Exorcist. I cast you out. I cast you out.
Yeah, you got. Yeah, you.
The power of Christ compels you. I'll just take every line from The Exorcist.
The Exorcist, right? What was it? What was it? The front.
The power of Christ compels you. The power.
Right, right. That's right. That's right. The Exorcist. Oh, but that's that one I want. Then I was uh uh this director wanted to do one that I said I know I won't do, where he's this older actor. He's done he's done more Shakespeare than anything, and he's a renowned, like a Paul Robeson, but now he has Alzheimer's.
Mhm.
And so he's fighting it, but it's coming into his work. And so I said, no, I don't want to go research and try to become channel the Alzheimer's
Yeah.
because I don't know if I will come out of that.
Oh man. Yeah.
Because I did a thing where I stuttered.
Yeah.
And I didn't get the role on top of that, but I won roles. It was so bad, and the guy that stuttered, and I went around people that stuttered and got it down, man. And Rich, even so, they passed on me, and my friends like, Ernie, what the hell's wrong with you? I was stuttering. All this went on for weeks. I could not help. I was stuttering because I had. And they went, man, stop that shit. Stop that. Come
All right.
on.
I guess if we're telling the truth now, all I did was play a role of somebody with cerebral palsy. I really don't even have. I just can't.
You know,
I just can't get out of it now.
yeah, you can say, what? I got so into it, right?
I'm like a regular Daniel Day-Lewis. I really
Right,
get to play
right,
it all.
right, man. Yeah. Oh my Lord.
Well,
Now it's cathartic for me just being in the room here. I entertain myself. And then I like to look at, there's on YouTube, there's a site where they have clips from movies.
yeah.
Sometimes I want to see the whole movie. I
Yep.
just want to see, this clips from it. And the one is This Is 40. And oh gosh, she's so funny. The heavy set comedian. Oh, she's on Saturday Night Live a lot. What's her name?
The newer seasons. The newer seasons.
Uh,
The newer
yeah, she's
seasons.
not on a regular. She's not actually hit movies. She was in
Let's see.
a Bridesmaid. She got nominated for.
Oh my God! Hold on. Well,
Yeah,
I'm gonna look it up while we're doing it because
yeah, she was in Bridesmaids, and she got nominated for Best Supporting, which um a lot of comedy don't get nominated, but she got nominated. And oh God, what is her name?
Kristen Wiig. Kristen Wiig.
No, not her.
Oh,
Uh-uh.
wait, Melissa McCarthy.
Yes.
Yep, Melissa
Oh my
McCarthy.
Lord.
Yep. Jenny
Oh my Lord.
McCarthy's was it their cousin? I think.
Huh?
I think it's Jenny McCarthy's cousin. I think it is.
Is it?
I think they're
Oh, I
definitely
didn't.
related. Yeah, but yeah,
Oh, brother.
I,
That woman is so damn funny. So this is, I just have to look at it. I've seen that scene, but it's a scene in the office with the principal, and she's the couple. They had an argue. She had an argument with this couple over their kids or whatever, but just hilarious moments like that. And there's other movies too that I have to, and some are dramatic too. Just
yeah, yeah.
some dramatic scenes that but I get off. I said, so I'm not fun at a party because
N-
I don't do the card games. I don't do the dominoes. I don't do the checkers. I don't do the chess. I mean, I would like to learn the chess.
Yeah.
I think I will learn the chess. But so my thing, if you want to really, we can talk about going and see a play or be in a play together or do scenes together, right? But no one wants to do that but me.
I'll do it.
Even though the actors don't necessarily want to get together, right? So I just have a party. I have like 6 different people going on here, and I record it. Some things I record that I use later. And some are one-liners, that oh my God, that is so funny. Oh, where is it? I got to put that there. Something to make people laugh.
Well, if you ever invite me to a
And I
party,
have,
no, I was gonna say if you while you're doing that, so if you ever invite me to a party, I would more than be happy. I would love to act out some scenes with you. That'd be hilarious.
oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Rich.
I would do that
Thank
in a
you.
second.
Yeah, thank you. I know you would too.
Oh my God,
I know you would. Yeah, we gotta do that anyway. Where you live?
Connecticut, but I will fly
You in
anywhere.
Connecticut. Okay, so
I have no
we
problem
gotta
flying.
have it. We're gonna do it because I want to do a sketch comedy. I am doing. I have a few things I have in mind. I have not put it up yet. I have a new manager. God bless him, Chaz. Another guy, a blessing, Chaz Hayes, who loves God above me, but he's an awesome manager. He was Nick Cannon's business manager for many years, and they're still good. They're good friends, and he manages other people. But uh, he makes sure Ernie, you said you're gonna do that. Okay, where's the podcast? You won't do so he's just on top of everything. And so this I've had some this one, and over the weekend I said, Lord, I keep thinking about this scene that is so funny. I just have to stop talking. Now I'm doing the thing that I hate about people, that they talk about it and don't do it.
Let's do it.
So I said I'm just gonna,
Yep.
and I just saw Quentin Tarantino say it, Martin Scorsese. Well, don't overthink it. Who cares if no one likes it?
Yep,
Who cares
exactly.
if it's bad, whatever. You gotta start.
Yep. See, I love that. And you know what? As I mentioned before, I will fly anywhere. I would love to be a part of this. My brother's a pilot, so
Okay.
I get free flights. If you tell me
Okay.
to be somewhere, I will get the time off, and we will do
Okay.
it because I would love to.
Okay. All
But
right. All right. That's a bet. That's a deal. That's
but
a
there,
deal.
but there's a great quote. There's this new horror movie that came out called Bring Her Back. These two twin writers and directors. Uh,
Okay.
from Australia, and they said because they came on, they were just two YouTubers, and everybody's like
Okay.
giving them hell because oh, you guys are just YouTubers, but both movies have for A24, like it was made, the budget was $4 million, it made $90 million, and
What?
yep,
Oh,
you got to
what's
check it
the
out.
name of it?
What the one that just came out now is called Bring Her Back. The other one that was a huge hit was called Talk to Me. Two great
Okay.
horror movies, low budget, independent.
Okay.
But the reason I'm bringing that up was because they said you're never going to be 100% ready. Just jump in, do it, stop
Okay.
talking about it, and it's exactly what you just said. And they did it, and it's so great because they said everybody's putting us down for two YouTubers. I bet you if all these great people are they said every generation puts down the next generation. I bet you if they had YouTube in their generation, they would be doing it. How do you think we learn? I'm just
Yes.
using this to get to
Yes.
the link.
Yes.
So I love the
y-
fact they had the same mentality as you. They're like, let's
Yes.
just, and
Yes.
they have, just like you, they have such a passion for what they do, and it shows
Yes.
in their work. And there's times where
Yes.
they're like, had this huge budget for a movie. They said, if we give you a big name actor, if you we'll keep the budget. And they're like, we like this actress, but she's not really a big name. We don't care. We like her. She's great on film. They cut the budget. They still kept it. And then now that movie made $90 million and $4 million, every studio is like, hey, sort of like what we talked about
Oh, I
before.
love it.
I
I
always
love
praise
it.
you guys.
I love that. And that's why I was when you look at all the when you look at even the great directors who were taught by professors, those professors haven't achieved any of that.
Yep.
When you look at the people who taught a Spike Lee or a Quentin or a Spielberg, they were great teachers, but they held back. Even even at the American Academy, they were actors before they were teachers, right?
Yep.
They didn't. It's like teaching became like something I felt. Oh, that's a second thing. If I don't make it, I'll do that.
Yep.
And when you look at Facebook, when you look at uh, any of the inventions, those people taught by these people who are geniuses in their profession, but they didn't have the imagination. That's why I love Einstein so much. That knowledge, imagination beats knowledge every single time.
I love that. Yeah. No.
Imagination beats knowledge. With all I know, a guy that was head of the Screen Actors Guild. I mean, screenwriters, and he had like a stack of scripts. This guy, so he knows all the technique,
Hmm.
but you don't see it. But he hasn't. There's nothing sold
Yep.
with all that, and I feel the imagination is missed, and the faith. The someone said the delusional. I don't know who said. I don't know. It was some actor. Is that you have to believe in your delusion.
No.
Yeah, because
Well,
the thing about it, me coming from, I did the thing in New York, but to come to Hollywood with no agent
no,
and a one-way ticket, and I'm gonna say it, this friend's ex-wife's mother-in-law and this so-and-so sister-in-law on the floor, on the couch, no agent, nowhere to stay. But I believe that Christ is gonna give me my sitcom.
hmm. Yep.
So you can see why. And so even the agent in New York said, "Oh, you'll be back in 6 months."
Yep.
And I'm thinking, and I just said, "You've been excommunicated." I'm
I
looking
love
at
it.
them. They know I'm smiling. They don't know that's my words. You've been excommunicated, and so within a year, and again talking about going at it as if you're. I said the secret is, see, I believe God above it all, putting God first, but that God never lies. But you got to do your part. You got to act as if every day is your last day on earth.
Yep.
So I worked at it like I didn't want to die that day, not pursuing my dream.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I tell my haters, that's the difference. I even put a post up about that. All you haters, the thing is, you didn't have the leap of faith.
yep.
You take a leap of faith. I took a leap of faith. I endured a river of tears, crying myself to sleep with a headache, worry, anxiety, all that, being rejected over and over and over and over and over and over again, and said, "No, I'm not going home."
Yep. No, I love that story. And there's so many other people that, like, I'll give you one example of another person that has that same mentality. Was Stephen King. When he was first started writing his books, he put a little nail on the wall and he put every rejection slip. He said the nail fell off the wall because it was so heavy with all the rejection slips. So he got a spike,
Wow.
and he just kept on doing it and doing it. And for you, I love this because you got rejection after rejection after rejection. I think it was after 9 rejections. You
Yes,
finally met
yes,
somebody named Tom Corman. Let's talk about that.
yes,
And you
yes,
said,
yes.
if I don't act, I'm gonna die. That's how
That's
passionate you
right.
were about what
That's
you're gonna
right.
do. Yeah. So
That's
let's
right.
go to that right now. Well, actually, before we do that, I wanted because
Yeah.
you mentioned Rob Zombie, and you said you were cut out of the movie. So Lords of Salem. Were you in that movie? Or were
Yeah,
you,
Lords of Salem.
yeah.
Yeah, Lords of Salem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
interviewed Dee Wallace and I met Sid Haig, Bill Moseley,
Oh,
and they said everybody that's worked with him said he is the nicest, most down. And they will do. Dee
yeah.
Wallace says, "I will anything he
And
wants me to do, I will do. He wants me to do a sitcom, I'll do it. He wants me to do a comedy, I'll do it."
yes,
So they
yes,
said
he's
he is.
all that.
Yeah,
Yes, he is all that, and has a beautiful wife, and I'm
yeah.
sure
Sherry
that
Moon.
part of his strength is having her as an actress, but as his soulmate. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So okay, the reason I brought that up because I think my personal opinion is I would love to see you work with him. I know the fears you have of getting so far into the role where you're not going to escape, but I think that like he is the exact opposite of what most people think. Is like he has that
Yes,
look. He's like this horror guy, and he's one of the nicest, most
yes,
down to earth, shyest.
yes,
And
yes,
he's the exact opposite of what people think he really is like. Just because
yes.
out.
The exact opposite. Because I was scared.
Yep.
I was like, when I got hired, I went, "Oh man, should I say no though? Maybe I should rethink this." The movies I've seen, but they were good. They were good horror movies. And but even people who were preachers admitted they said, "Oh no, I like Rob Zombie." So and then when I met him at his home, we had the reading at his home. He comes out and just the nicest person, just everyday people. Yeah,
Yep.
everyday people.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I would love to see you work with him. I love the movies that he does.
Dang. Okay, I'm gonna like Lord. The Lord just protect me and take a chance.
This is
I
the
gotta.
Lord coming through me to.
Huh?
This is the Lord coming through me to tell
Yeah.
you.
Right. Right. That's right. That's. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta do that. Well, you actually reminded me because I think I had gotten into sort of a rut, Rich, to be honest with you. Even though I have my manager now, thank God he's been a blessing. When we did the Today Show and during Chiller, a couple of people saw that, producers, and they want to work with us. But I was getting into that thing where I was waking up, just waking up and being busy, basically doing nothing, watching this. I was It's been going on about a month. We're just watching, I'm there for the meetings, the Zoom meetings, I'm there for whatever creative sessions, but then afterwards it's not like I'm still the Ernie before would be
Yeah,
on it. 24/7. And because you can't, life tomorrow is not promised. You better work on it like your life depends on it.
Exactly.
And so when you said that, I have to say, I have to thank you because I had gotten into that thing, man, pretty much where, okay, I take a sleeping pill and make myself sleep because I have these things, all this creative thing going on,
Yep.
and I need to shut it down, right? And it started with the acting. When I would be up to 5 in the morning before I got anything, just trying to come up with stuff. Even at the American Academy, the first play I got, a Don't Call Back, which Tony Perkins from Psycho fame actually directed. I wrote the actual monologue. I wanted that role so bad. I remember it's like 5 in the morning, and I had the old bulky black tape recorders, and they thought it was from some play. I made up a lie and said it was some play, but thank you for reminding me. Yeah, at 76, even I gotta stay on it. I gotta stay engaged. And like I said, those sketches, I gotta just do it. I'm because I get on my proteges, and I said, I cannot believe, as young as you are, you have the World Wide Web. You have the audacity to say, "Oh, can you do this? Can you? Well, you are Warner Brothers. You are the label music. You can start your own music label. Put
Yep.
up the music yourself." Justin Bieber, he put up covers of songs, and the rest of his history. He didn't write anything. He just had his little guitar, right? So you have the World Wide Web, which I did not have in 75 when I came to LA.
Oh yeah.
And you got the audacity to still act like you a pauper, like you have nothing, you know? So I want to thank you for reminding me. I gotta stay on it while I am alive. And I tell people, and they get stuck. That stops them from all that for me. I said, you know what? You're not guaranteed tomorrow. And as a kid, my mother said, yeah, baby, just thank God, be grateful, because and nothing tomorrow is not guaranteed. And it's not.
Yep.
You're not God. Well, you can say, I'm gonna give myself 10 years, I'll give myself 20 years. Oh, when this happened, no. Whatever you can do right now, do it right now. And if I didn't have that attitude, Rich, when I came here in August of 75, I was relentless by myself again because I don't trust people. I didn't try to bring no friend on or become a friend with nobody. It was just me and Christ.
Yep.
But I had no cold. I didn't get no sick. Not when I look back, because I was a hypochondriac before that. I still have a little bit of that, but when I was pursuing the dream, I had no, I was oh I got up after crying all night. I would get in the shower and pray and get out there and put the face on, and everybody laughing. Look at that fool. Hey man, you get your show yet? No, not yet, but it's coming. And yeah, man, you kind of cold. You think you're better than the way you kind of cold. You a little snobbish. No, my focus was I can't be bothered with your noise.
Yep.
And Christians with no help. Yeah, brother, but you know what? That acting now. Now you should tell me I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, but instead you tell me how hard it is.
Yeah.
So that's why I became me and Christ alone. And I tell people, or whatever your faith is, but I just know for a fact that if you keep the faith, no matter if you're drowning in negativity,
Yep.
you know, if you're crying a river of tears, if no one believes in it but you, that's enough.
Yep. Yep. Well, there's
But you got to let go of everyone.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's two things that you might have brought this up earlier. I'm not sure if it's the same one you were talking about, but I love your fearlessness where you would try anything when you went out there. One was a play called Thieves where you played a 12-year-old boy. I want to talk about that. And after that, you didn't get the part, but who did get the part?
Oh my Lord. Isn't that a story?
Yeah, I
Now
love
that's
that
the
story.
story. Okay, Michael Bennett was the director, producer, director who Dreamgirls later on. You know, he did all these great plays, and so Gloria Dolan at the American Academy, she was like a counselor to the students, and she believed in me. So she's an Ernie. Now I don't know. This is a it's a 12-year-old kid. And again, I look young, but come on, So, but I go in there and Michael Bennett, they started cracking up, man. I was like bending over and I had my little jeans and a t-shirt, my little tennis shoes on. So he said, Michael Bennett, Ernest, exactly how old are you? I said, 12. They started laughing. He said, "Well, we're looking for someone a little taller, a little something like." He said something about 12 years old, and he said, but then so he came up and he shook my hand. He said, "But trust me, somebody will know about Ernest Thomas. The
Yep.
world is gonna know. You have the audacity, you have the guts to come in here." And then Haywood Nelson,
Love it.
who played Lane,
Yep.
ends up doing the show with Marlo Thomas. Come on, what that's all divine orchestration. Yeah, Haywood ends up doing it.
Yep. And there's another story I want to talk about. I'm looking for the notes here. I have it written down, but it was
Okay.
basically like where they didn't think you were gangster enough. You wanted to prove how gangster you were, so you went out in the streets and started fights with these people and almost got killed.
I did, because the guy says, I remember they had the producer, and I could see his face, and he's an older, he's like he's in his 40s, 50s, I said more 50s, and so a bald head, and it said no solicitation. You know me, but you gotta be bold. And I knocked on the door, and he cursed, "You, what the hell? Are you stupid? You blind? You see what it's?" And I just said, I remembered how I would a certain look, and my mother could not resist me, right? And so, and my uncles either. If I looked so pitiful, right? So I did. So I was acting out. I said, no matter what he says, I'm gonna look more pitiful. I'm like I'm about to cry. And he went, "Oh hell, well you're here. Come on in." And he said, "Okay, little kid, you got a baby face. You're not the gangster. That ain't you. Okay." So I said, "But please just give me a chance." He said, "Tell you what, if we can't find anybody, then we'll let you audition." So I figured that when I did get the audition, I wanted to make sure I had to get gangster. So I remember I had a black turtleneck, and it was on Columbus Avenue. It was some grocery store. It was like 82nd and something, I know. And I stood outside. It was at night. And as people walking by, I'm giving a mean look, right? I have on a hat, one of those like old, like back in the James Cagney sort of hats, or like gangster, and I'm looking all mean, and people would turn away. So I
Yep.
said, "Oh, okay, so it's not the baby face. Hey, it's the mean look is working." But one guy, it always won.
Always one.
Oh, he comes up, and so he comes alongside of me, and he was turning hitting on me, really, right?
Yep.
And so he was a older white guy, and in a suit, and he had a cigarette. He went, "Yeah, so I said, and I was like, you saw, I'm cussing him out, like, because again, I want people to be scared of me." And man, that guy's, came away from the wall and stood in front of me. And
Oh my
that
God.
switchblade came out, and he said, "I'll cut that." What? And so again, I'm going. My heart is doing. And I said, "Eh," and he like. And you don't talk. I kept going louder and louder and louder. It scared me. It was like I was outside of my body,
I
Rich.
love it.
It scared him. Then I knew. I said, "Oh yeah,
Uh,
I got this.
Back to the audition right now. Go, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Bring it,
I
bring
love
it."
it.
And I got the best reviews ever from that. We did it at Falmouth, Massachusetts,
Yep.
at the Falmouth Playhouse, and Tony Perkins just, oh, he and his wife just loved me. Yeah, so that was, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
you definitely read it. You
oh,
read the book.
I did read the book and I loved it. And speaking of Tony Perkins, as I love this, he wanted you to continue with the Broadway, but you also had a
Yeah.
chance to work with Hal Prince. What did you choose and why?
Yeah, I was blessed to get two shows at once. So I had auditioned for Hal Prince for these three plays they're gonna do in repertory at the Helen Hayes Theater, and also Don't Call Back, but they were at different times.
Yep.
So I could do Don't Call Back, and so the agent Ernie, now you're gonna have you can have a choice of staying with that, or going to with Hal later, because it was only so many weeks, and then we were gonna go to Broadway. And but yeah, Tony Perkins said, if I were you, I'd be more ambitious and take a chance. I know, well, Hal Prince is a great man. You guaranteed those three plays, right?
Hmm.
But he wanted me to do it, and then Doran Harewood, who's a great actor, he actually took over that role, and won a Theater World Award, like the most promising
Yeah.
from that. And again, Divine Orchestration. He ended up, when we did the pilot, was not What's Happening at first. It's called Cooley High.
Yes.
And Dorian Harewood played the role of Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, the Coach Chief's role that was cool in the film Cooley High. Dorian Harewood, who's a brilliant actor still, and the the guy who was the villain with the bald head, he was in that pilot. The Garrett Morris from Saturday Night
Yep.
Live,
Yeah. He's the
he was
teacher.
also in it. Yeah, and he was so encouraging. They're honoring him in September, so I said I gotta be there to let people know
Yeah.
how this man. I was so nervous doing that first pilot, and he and Dorian said, "Man, what do you, man? You're the lead. You're the star of the show, man. They hired you for a reason. What do you?" And I was, because you ask God for something, then it happens. It's like too good to be true, right?
Yep.
You ask for it, and that's, it sounds weird, but it's like too good to be true. How can life be this good? Right? But it is. That's what God, He'll take you through all those struggles, right? And then the heaven happens. So
Yep.
Gary Morris said, "Look, we're here for you, son. We're here for you.
Hmm.
You ain't got this beat. They hired you." I remember he was being that close and just encouraging me. So I just want to throw that out too. Dorian Harewood and Garrett Morris being so, and Ivan Dixon, who directed that first pilot
Yes.
as well.
Well,
Yeah.
we're going to get into. I'm leading up to this because like I said, you've led such an interesting life, and I love what Robert Redford's advice to you or to your class was great. It was like be bad good. I think it was
Big, be
big
bad,
bad
big.
good. Oh yes.
Be back big.
Oh yeah, be
Be
bad
bad.
big.
Yeah.
Yep. Meaning
Yeah.
try
Be
things
bad.
out
Yeah.
of your comfort
Like,
zone.
just
Big bad
go.
big.
Don't worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it written right here.
Okay.
I was trying to find it while you brought that up, but yeah, I
Okay.
love that advice. Beat it up.
Yes.
We spoke at your
Yes.
school. Uh,
Yes.
so like Garrett
Yes.
Morris and Robert Road, you had you met so many great people. Like that was the best
Yes.
acting, best teaching, or
Oh my
like right
Lord.
there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
No rules. You
yeah,
gotta just be willing to look silly,
yeah.
and they say, "Oh, that's horrible," because you'll find something. He believe in happy accidents, right? That when he directs people, he says he'll direct. When he directs, he said, "Do it as I say, as I've directed you." Then he'll have a thing called the party take.
Hmm.
So this is where you do whatever. Just stay in character, but whatever comes to your mind in that character, there'll no rules
Yeah.
whatever action, because in there comes because you being bad big, right?
Yeah.
You've been allowed to do anything, try anything, and some of the best stuff happens from the accidents. Yeah.
Oh
So
yeah, no, I love
yeah,
that. And
yeah.
going back to that movie I was talking about before, Bring Her Back. They had Sally Hawkins, who was an Oscar nominee for the movie for I think for The Shape of Water for the love with it was a movie that came out several years ago. But they said she was so great, and she would stay in character even after they said cut. She would still stay in character, and
Oh
they would still
man.
keep filming. They said some of the best scenes they got were after they yelled cut because she would keep going. They're like, let's see what she's gonna do
Yes, yes,
now.
yes. That's why you gotta see. Again, what's her name?
Melissa McCarthy?
The actress,
Oh,
huh?
not Melissa McCarthy we're talking about.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
and
yep,
because they do it where a lot of stuff they did just the outtakes where
yep.
they did, but they just have her going on, just go, and she's just the one, and you can see the other actors were laughing. They broke because she was so funny. But I want to throw out a shout out to Yolanda Bugs,
Yep.
talking about a great writer, man. She's my writer producer partner. And we have a sitcom called Happy Accidents, by the way.
Okay.
And I won't say all of it. That's something we have someone pushing that right now. So say a prayer for us on that one. Thank you.
Well, you got my
Yeah.
prayers, and then when it
Yeah.
comes out, I'm gonna have to have you back on the show so we can talk about that.
Yes, and I had to get you in there. Give you a little cameo in there.
Oh, please do. Like I said, just let me know. I will be there. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready for my close up, Mr. DeMille.
Okay. That's right. That's right, Rich. Yeah. I believe it.
We're only almost 2 hours and 49 minutes into the interview. We haven't even gotten to what's happening yet, but
Oh my Lord.
I'm
Okay.
having the best time. I want to talk about a couple of things you did before what's happening that led up to it.
Okay.
One of them
Yes, yes.
was this show called Grady, and I want to talk about how you made Bud Yorkin laugh so hard that snot came out of his nose.
Oh my Lord. Oh, Rich. Again, as I tell people, it's God when it's something you could have told me I could do improv, right? I go the written script. I go with my imagination. I can make it happen, make it pop. But so Tom Corman, who, like I said, I got 9 rejections
Yep.
from agents, and Tom Corman, when I said, "Look, Mister, if I don't act, I'm gonna die," he said, "Yeah, I believe you. I believe you." And he starts calling, you know, Jane Murray, who was the casting director for All in the Family, all those shows,
But yeah,
and so they had. Uh, oh God, the actor who played Grady, they gave him his own show.
yeah, I remember
And
that.
Haywood was in that. Haywood was his
Okay.
grandson in that. And so they said, I come to the audition. So they said, we don't have the words yet.
Yep.
But here's the scene. You're coming to date his granddaughter. Now go. So I thought of a character, uh, my frat brother who just lied all the time. But he was fun. He was so no. Yeah, so my cousin, my first cousin is Johnny Mathis, right? And then James Brown, that's my uncle. And you like, man, no, I swear, yeah, I remember when he was first trying to teach me the steps and all. So so I went into yeah, man, I'll treat her like a queen because I said my first cousin is Johnny Mathis, and James Brown is my uncle, and I Rich, I wish I had the tape of what I was saying because I remember Bud Yorkin turning red, literally, and snot coming out of his nose.
I love it. That's great.
He laughed so hard, and I went, "I wish I could," but and I said, "Lord, I just thank the Lord, thank you," because that's all it was, the Holy Spirit giving me the stuff to say. Because you couldn't have told me that I could do that, but
But
when you push to it,
yeah,
go,
yeah.
do it right now,
If it went so well, though, why didn't you get it?
That's yeah. I don't know. It's funny how that is. They'll say no, but we want somebody else, or
Yeah.
maybe somebody who's more handsome. It could be. There's things like that. You'll see where you'll hear like big stars that said they went in, they thought I
Yeah,
I don't know why I didn't get that role. I was turned down, and so and so got it, but they all stars now. So it's no rhyme or reason. Maybe they thought a person had a certain look or something else they did,
yeah,
but for whatever, or just a favor, you know,
yeah,
uh, so um, they remembered that and I auditioned for the Jeffersons because of that,
yep,
and that one I got.
yep. And what was your
Yeah, I
experience
got
on that?
that.
What was your experience on that show?
I that was when
Sherman
Sherman Hemsley
Hemsley.
prophesied that I would have my own show.
Yeah, yeah. I
That was
remember.
I asked God for it already, but he prophesied. But he didn't like me. He would not shake my hand.
Yeah,
He gave me cold shoulder like I was didn't even exist. And it hurt me, because everybody else was friendly. And so the director who directed most of those shows, he said, yeah, don't worry, Sherman is like that, but don't worry about it. Just do your thing like that. And I was trying to impress him. I was trying to eat, but he made me dig deeper to impress him, really,
yeah, yes.
And
That could be
and
another
so
way
one
of God sending somebody to you to make you a better actor. Meaning, like, sometimes he'll say,
absolutely, Rich. Absolutely. No one said, "Oh, you all that. Oh, yeah, I know you're gonna be good." No, he's like, yeah. So, because when they said, Sherman, this is Ernest Thomas, he said, "So what?"
"Wow,
I remember that's so what, and I went, oh, okay. So- and then when we got out, when we did the scene, the scenes, the audience loved me. They loved me as a character trained. I was a thief. I had to go tea.
yep,
So he saw that response, man, and that I was hitting all the right notes. And so they when they introduced me, the guy said, and give it up for our guest star, Ernest Thompson. And so Sherman runs out, no, his name is Ernest Thomas, and he's going to be a star.
wow,
And so that was the first. And then he pulled me to the side and said, look, man, you're going to get your own show,
yep,
but beware of the energy vampires.
hmm yeah,
Beware of the enemy vampires. I remember that.
yeah."
And yeah.
Do you just have that kind of personality with everybody, or is that just you personally?
I think he does. I don't know. I know he did it with me,
Yeah.
but they said that he's like that. That's how they
Okay.
said that Sherman is like that. So I think it was. I think you had to prove yourself,
Yeah.
if you were new. I'm sure with the guests, people were known, he probably wouldn't. But I think the new people, you had to earn his respect, I just have because they said, oh, Sherman is like that. So they actually said that.
Yeah.
And Isabel Sanford, she would pick me up every day because I was taking the bus the first day. She would, oh no, I'll pick. So she picked me up and brought me home, and from that, her agent Mary White. That's how I knew about what's happening, which was Cooley High pilot.
Yeah.
She said there's a new pilot, Cooley High, and I think it could be perfect for it. Now, I just want to go back though, again, how Christ divine orchestration. When I saw Cooley High in the theater, I felt I had been, you know, betrayed by my agents. Why didn't I get an audition for that role?
Yeah.
I thought, no, that's me. Why, Ernie? They looking for California. They look at actors there who are in films, and that's why Glenn Turman got it, whatever. And I could not let it go. I could not let go of the fact that I felt that was for me. But as God would have it, the
Yeah.
TV version
Yeah.
again, heartache. All right, thinking that's it. But lo and behold. Come on,
Yeah.
and that the rest is, and then even the pilot didn't work. The
Yeah.
Cooley High pilot, they fired everybody, kept me. So still, you're like, God, what is going on? Yeah, I got it. Then you take it on again, but am I going to lose the faith?
Yep.
You know? And I tell people, never ever tell anyone about your doubts, about your fears, but Christ Himself, or God Himself.
Yep.
Right. So yeah, privately, I'm like, Lord, what's going on? How much can I, how much can my heart take? Okay. You give me, you give me the pilot. ABC says it's not funny enough, you know, and they, oh, we're gonna keep you and fire everybody else. No, they just trying to be nice. They're gonna let me go too. So
Yep.
I know this is, yeah, they're not fooling me at all. I know they're gonna let me go. And so which didn't happen, but all those fears come,
Yep.
and then they, of course, they hired this whole new cast.
Yep.
But I tell you about Rich, there was a guy, and he was a black to me, like a young black Jerry Lewis,
Hmm.
handsome, tall guy, and they had me auditioning with different people. When I auditioned with this kid, man, he was like a Jim Carrey and Jerry Lewis all combined and so animated. And I went, I have no talent.
Hmm.
I looked at this guy and said, Lord, I have no talent. This guy is gonna get they're gonna make him the lead character.
Yep.
And that's when I went and talked to the producers, and I'm glad I did, even though they looked at me like I was insane, basically. I said, look, I don't see this guy as playing, dice and all that. And they did it one episode, they did do that. But, in the film, Preacher Jackson was street and he was sort of, I said, he's every man. He's every man's like best friend, every woman's ideal husband, every teacher's ideal student,
Mhm.
every parent's ideal child. And they
Yep.
looked at whatever. Yeah, whatever, then I go out like, oh, why did I do? Now I know I'm fired. I know. Why did you say that? Why you are
Shut
so
up.
you can't shut the hell up, can you? Right? But that's what he became.
Yep. No,
That's what exactly what he became.
all right. Well, I want to talk about that because I love the movie Cooley High, but it's definitely much darker. It's a lot more serious, and especially like with the ending, what happens to Lawrence
Yeah, and I
Jenkins'
loved
character.
it. One of my favorite films. Yeah, I
Oh yeah, it's a,
loved
no,
it.
it's a great film. So it was the first pilot darker than what's happening was it more
Oh yeah,
like
yeah,
that?
yeah. I would say a little, yeah, because ABC said it wasn't funny enough. I know
Yeah.
we had funny moments, but I guess the serious tones in there, they were not amused by it, and that kind of hurt me. Like it wasn't funny enough. That they saying I wasn't funny enough, like like you taking it. And what I didn't do, Rich, is get the actual um video or tape at that time. I don't think they
Yeah.
had video, but a copy of it, or to have. And um the producer who also produced Love American Style,
Yeah.
he told me, Ernie, your efforts, man, you're so great, you should at least get this to have for real acting reel. But
Mm.
I was so yeah, blown, just depressed about that. And I wonder now, I asked my manager and different people, like, if anybody knows where that pilot, I'm just curious how it looked, if it wasn't funny enough. But I would just like to see it just for the trivia, like,
Oh yeah.
you know, yeah. So
Yeah. Well, then in the original one, Carla Kilpatrick played the role of Dee. Danielle Spencer did audition, but she didn't make the
she
cut.
didn't make the cut. You're
Yeah.
right. Isn't that something? She
Yeah.
did not make the cut. Yeah.
But same
Yeah. And
thing with
then
her.
later, yeah, she came back with a vengeance, and
I love it.
and again, that only I think only God can make that happen, because you'll have films with superstars in it and it's a flop, right?
Yep.
All this great talent. So chemistry is a gift from God. You
Mhm.
cannot make that happen. It is there or it's not. And when I walked in that room and saw Mabel King, Haywood Nelson, Shirley Hemphill,
Yep.
Danielle Spencer, Fred Berry, it was like a family reunion. I knew them before.
Yeah.
I knew them. And then when I touched their hand, it was like this electricity, that chills it was the most out of body, otherworldly thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah. Now you can see
And
the chemistry.
we truly loved each other. Yeah.
You could see that oozing through the screen. I mean, you
Yeah.
can tell like it's not just four or five actors just acting. You
Yeah.
seem like a real
Yeah.
family. You and D seem like a real
Yeah.
family. And you know what I love too is I was talking to, I don't know if you know Daniel Roebuck. He's a character actor. He's been in hundreds of movies. He's been in pretty much every Rob Zombie movie too. If you saw a picture of
What's his name again? What's his name?
Daniel Roebuck. Um,
I don't know.
Daniel, okay, but anyway,
Okay.
he was saying he goes now every TV show makes the parents the stupid one and the kids are like. I love this fact that Mama was like she was the strong one, she was the smart one.
Yes, yes.
She had the belt all the time. Everybody was afraid of her. I love the fact that it was
Yes,
a strong
yes,
parental influence in that show. And little
yes,
Kate
yes.
was phenomenal. She was great.
Yeah. Oh man, absolutely. And so gifted singer,
Yes,
dancer,
the Wiz.
all that. Yeah. Incredible force of nature. Yes.
Yeah.
Creative
All I
force.
saw
Yeah.
was Eveline when she put in the movie. I never saw her on
Oh my
Broadway.
Lord.
She is.
Oh my Lord.
I
Yes.
love
I
that.
saw it on Broadway. I
Oh
saw her.
man.
Oh man, but she was unbelievable. So I was in awe when I said, "She's my mother." What? Oh, this is incredible, man. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
man.
no, the cast and Dee was such a great. I mean, how old was she at the time? She was really young.
9 years old,
Yeah,
man.
and
Yeah, going on 80. Yeah,
yeah,
9 going on 80, and loved it. She loved putting me. We
no,
had the live audiences. So if I didn't get a laugh, she'd go crickets, and she'd fall out laughing.
well, you know what?
And yeah, so I was her brother. I
Yeah,
couldn't leave the set. And I kept saying, "Look, little girl, this is make believe, sweetheart. You go to your home after we done. You're just an actress. I'm not another And she wasn't having it. And they were she and Hay were my first children friends, because I never had kids, and they would come over all the time, and it's still that way. And Haywood is 65. I think she's in her 50s, but we still that closeness. I was probably closer to them than anyone. Yeah.
well, that's what I want to talk about because you're playing a 16-year-old, but you were, I think, 26 years old at the time.
25. Yeah.
25, yeah.
25 at the time. Yeah. Yeah.
But you know what
I,
though?
li-
If I didn't know that, it seems so believable. You
yeah.
don't look like a 25-year-old. And
Yeah.
what about Fred Berry? How old was he?
Fred was 27, I
So,
think. I think
but
it's 27. Yeah.
but it
Yeah.
comes
And I
across as
think
believable.
yeah, yes, yes. Yeah, very, but yeah. And Shirley might have been a little older. And the Fred might have been around the same age. I know Shirley was about 2 years or so older than us. But the only real young was Haywood at 15 and
Yeah,
Danielle at 9. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
yeah. No, was there ever any concern? Obviously not, because they kept you from the first one to the second one
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
being too old for the show, which I love because same thing with Grease, the movie. I mean, Stockard Channing was
Oh
30 years
yeah. Right.
old. John
Yeah.
Travolta was so, but they're playing high schoolers. But
Right.
it's,
Right. Right.
I
Or
love it.
or Henry Winkler, even in Happy Days and all that, they're older than what. But I think that, and which I love, another great guy. I mean, I'm not a friend, but I just when you meet him, you can't help but love him, Henry Winkler.
Oh my God,
He's just a
yes,
kind soul.
I met him at Chiller. I met all the great people. I wish I had a
Okay.
radio show at the time because I'm sure he would have done it. He actually in the middle, the line was down the hallway. He goes, "Rich, I apologize. I'll be right back." He went and shook everybody's hand down. Like, thanks for being patient. Thank you for being patient. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. That's how he is. That's how he still is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how he still is. He will come up from that desk, and he's greeting the people. The humility. He's not like, "Hey, you should be happy to meet me." He's like, "I'm so happy to meet you."
That's
And
exactly
that's
what he was.
yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah.
got a funny story about him. You probably know this story because I heard him in an interview, and I said, "Henry, I have to ask you this question." I said, "Years ago, when you were at the height of your popularity, Cher invited you to a party, and she was saying, 'How come you're so quiet? You're nothing like the Fonz." Who goes, "I'm an actor, and that's just a character. I'm really shy." Yeah, but I don't understand. You're not acting like the Fonz. Well, that's just a character I play. I'm nothing like that. And he goes, "Rich, that's exactly what happened." I said, "Oh my God!" She couldn't discern the fact that he was Henry Winkler playing the Fonz.
Right. Yeah, but on the show,
It's
yeah,
similar
he's
to
so opposite of that guy, right?
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's similar to like when George
Wow.
Clooney was on ER. He said, "My friend just had a heart attack. I'm only a doctor on TV." People just
I
sometimes
know. I
think,
never heard that share story though.
"Yep,
I never heard that.
yep."
No,
I heard it
that's
on an
a
interview,
great
but
story.
I talked to him in person, and he confirmed. He said, "Rich, that's exactly what happened. That was verbatim."
Wow. Wow.
I know.
I love it. You're nothing like that.
I don't understand, but you're not like the five. Like she thought he was gonna go to the party, going, "Hey."
Yeah. Well, I'm an actor, Yeah, I know, but on the show.
I know. Well,
Oh,
I was talking
man.
about getting back to what's happening. I love, as I mentioned, the chemistry between everybody. You mentioned it's great. Now, the first show that you recorded was the first episode was The Runaway, but it was actually the second episode because they wanted to feature Rerun's dancing skills because he was a dancer.
Yes.
I think he was he on Soul Train at one time?
With the Lockers. He was that group called the Lockers who opened for Frank Sinatra and a
Wow.
lot of other, yeah, the Lockers. He had a unique style and clothing and wardrobe. And people still copy that style. You'll see it in the dance there. Yeah, that was and he was almost 300 pounds, doing the splits and
Yeah.
somersaults, and people forget that, you know, very agile for his weight.
Yeah, no, he was amazing. And is it true
Amazing.
that
Yeah.
I know there's an episode. Well, first let's get back to his group, the
Yeah.
Lockers, were mad and jealous that he was popular.
Yeah.
So they put him on an episode, and then they're like, "All right, well, it's forgiven. Yeah, you're a good guy again." So I saw that episode. The Lockers were there having the dance contest, and then he becomes part. They
Yes.
only put him in there because he was fat, and they wanted to make fun
Right.
of him.
Right. Yes.
And it's
Yes.
funny because I want your. Did you ever meet Wolfman Jack? Because he was on the. I know that you were watching.
Oh man, I got a chance to meet. Yeah, he did the show about when we had the oh god, what was the show? What? Oh
Tons of
god.
Fun. It was called. It was that
Uh,
it was called Tons of Fun. It was that episode where.
but there was a judging. What was Wolfman Jack on that one? He
Yeah.
was on another one with the Gibbons kids, where
Oh,
there
okay.
was a contest,
Yeah.
and I think he was on that. But I loved he's so charismatic. I mean, that voice, you can't help but watch him, right?
Oh,
You
yeah.
can't help but watch him. Yeah, I loved him, Wolfman Jack.
Oh, yeah. No, he was great. I loved listening to him back in the day. I mean, whatever
Yeah.
station he was on, the signal was so strong that I could hear him in Connecticut. And then of course, obviously, when YouTube and everything, I could watch him and things like that. And then he was on
Yeah.
a couple different movies that I like. So I was
Yeah,
always a fan
yeah.
of his work.
And
But
don't forget the Doobie Brothers now.
on, yep, Doobie or not to
Which
Doobie.
Doobie you be, baby? Which Doobie?
Which Doobie? I didn't get to that one yet, but that is one of my. There's a couple of favorite episodes. I want to talk about that one because that was
All
one of
right.
your favorites. Which Doobie you be? And we'll talk about that one first because
Yeah,
that
yes,
is such a
yeah,
great. It's like.
yeah.
Like I mentioned in the intro about 4.5 hours ago, I said we tackled some of the biggest issues of our time, bootlegging a Doobie Brothers concert in 1977.
Oh yeah, right.
But so that was that a show like that must have been such a fun show because it seems like a lot of it they played a lot of different songs in it, and
Yes, yeah,
and you were there trying to get into the show and you were going to interview them, and obviously somebody saw
yes,
reruns like, oh come on, tape this.
yes. And I tell you something, I just did the Upshaws, which is a comedy on Netflix with Mike Epps and Kim Fields and Wanda Sykes.
Yep.
And so Kim Fields was this. I mean, she was crying. I've known her since she was a little kid, but we had never worked together. But I admire her the same way she was admiring me. But anyway, she said she brought me up to the second floor. There's a wall, and they have all the stars from these shows, and they have several pictures of me and the cast, and said how much they. So she says, by the way, Ernie, I talked to Michael McDonald and I said, tell me about, that experience. He said, our manager didn't want us to do it. He said, why would you go that low? You're a rock star. Why are you going on a sitcom? It's not a good look. He said, Michael said it was the best thing they ever did
Hmm.
because from that they were actually writing that he was writing the songs even at that time that when we had a lunch or whatever, he'd have his little pad writing lyrics.
Yep.
He was writing it was the best thing he ever did and one of the best experiences. So I never knew that. And she said, no, I talked to
There we go.
Michael McDonald
Yeah.
and then even Judd Apatow, he said as a kid, he was like 13 or whatever. He said the fact that I saw the Doobie Brothers on there, I will never forget that moment. And Rob Zombie said the same thing because they said they watched the show, but then all of a sudden you got the Doobie Brothers on, like on this, predominantly black show, white rockers,
Yep.
right? But it fit because that did happen in a certain area in Harlem that was all white at one time. So those school teachers were still there. So someone could come back later and say, "Oh, hey man, yeah, that's that teacher." Someone we knew the same teachers, so it wasn't unbelievable. It
Yeah.
could definitely happen, But I didn't know how much they even wanted them. They were interviewing. They said they've sold 50 million records. I don't know how many gold and platinum. People ask about what's happening.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say Judd Apatow, Rob Zombie. You can add Rich there to that list too
Yeah,
because that's my
right.
biggest memory of what's happening as a kid. The dude,
Yes.
oh Blackwater, rerun eating popcorn. I love that. That's like
Yeah, yeah,
whenever
and it was a
somebody said,
great showcase for them.
"Oh my God, yeah."
Yeah,
Was that the highest rated episode you ever had?
it had to be.
Yeah, I
I'm
would think
sure it
so.
was. Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's something none of the Jeffersons, Good Times, Sanford and Son, they can't boast about that. I think that not only that, the phenomenon of what's happening, unlike the Jeffersons, Good Times, Sanford and Son that had 100+ episodes, we only had 65
Yep.
episodes
Yeah.
and that people ate like popcorn and saw over and over 1,000 times over
Yep.
and still watching it 49 years later when we had Chiller,
Yep.
use the line
Oh yeah.
in a sea of white people. We always get mostly been on white people, and they come from all over different states and cities. Saying we came here just for you, and they're talking about, oh, my dad, I watched it with my mother, I watched it with my grandmother, and they say they remember the Doobie Brothers. Most of the time, they're gonna say the Doobie Brothers episode,
Yep.
and they wish they had TV like that the whole family could watch again.
I,
And their children will know. I even posted a couple that, man, they have been for the last 20 years, anywhere we've gone, it's white couple.
yep.
I love my people, but when it comes to they love you. They ain't at the autograph shows though. When we first saw that when we first came to Chiller, and we saw, man, look at all these, man. Who are they? Who's there? Somebody's very popular. Who is it? Who are these people here for? And the guy at the promoter said, they're here for you.
Yep.
We never knew of until that moment at Chiller when we saw, and again, that was 20 some years ago. Come this year, it happened again
Yep.
for those 3 days nonstop,
Hmm.
being patient, waiting on us, right?
Yep.
Because people want to tell stories. People don't get the autograph and run. They want to talk to us. And man, I want to tell you. And man, when you did this, and they got gifts for you. They got they got caricatures. They got paintings. But more than the emotional stories of where they were
Yep.
as kids and how their mother or grandmother watched it, or a hardship they were going through. A woman might have been beaten by the husband, right? But that moment, that half hour, she could have freedom that could laugh. Or the father being brutal to the children, but he was a fan of what's happening, so at least he wasn't beating them
Yep.
while watching the show.
Yep. Wow.
And
That is
a
powerful.
Mexican kid told me that. Yeah. So
That's very
all
powerful.
these people pouring out their heart. And I think that's the phenomenal of the people felt like we live. So we're in your living room for 49 years. We literally became a part of your family.
Yep. Yep. I love it.
I really believe, yeah. Yeah, we became a part of the family.
Well, that's why I want to bring up what unfortunately happened to Mabel King. Her character was written off the show. Let's talk about why she was written off the show, and I'm going to tell you why I disagree with that. And
Yeah.
so, why was she written off
Okay.
the show?
Well, she made demands they did not want to meet. And, you talk Bud York and
Yeah.
here's a man as a king of producers. He got all the family, good times, one day at a time.
Right.
Sanford and Son. The top probably 8 shows of the top 10 were his.
Yep.
So you can't. He told me from the beginning when he hired me, he came this close with those blue eyes and said, "Look, Ernie, I am the king. I want you to know I am the king."
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I swear. He said, now I had to let go of this. I think that was like the second year he told me. He said, I had to let go of John Amos.
Yep.
And he says, Mabel King. Now here he says, and your mother on the show, she's gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
He predicted that before it even happened. But they were all lovey-dovey at first, because she called herself a good witch, even though she played the evil witch. In real life, she was a Christian, but she called herself a good witch that she could, pray for things, good things for you, and see things like that for you. So she said the show would come on Thursday at 8:30, but Yorkin said Tuesday, and she said, "No, baby." And he said, "Look, I should know when my own show is coming on." She said, "Yeah, baby, I'm a witch." And I remember that was that silence, right?
She's a witch,
Like,
he's a king. So
yeah. So they started when it happened.
yeah.
They started catering to her, and she'd have the producers in her lap, talking to them, and she like had come in, and so a lot of people relied on her predictions or her advice and stuff like that. With me, I did not. That didn't happen. I told her I go directly to Christ. I don't need any intercessory. No offense against you. I've always gone to Christ. I don't need to start different. But with her, for us, her in the show, it was her. You cannot make demands against the guy who is the king of producers.
Yeah. Yep.
So when you tell him, they said, look, in the third year, we're focusing more on the kids now. Roger's in college. So you're going to you won't do the 26 episodes. You might do 5 or 6. So she make a demand of doing, I will not only do all the shows, I have creative control, I have X amount of salary,
Wow.
right? And they said no. When they said no, she came back stronger. And I think her manager was, I don't think
Yeah.
she had ego, but her manager is making her more than what she is at that time. Like me, I couldn't make those demands.
Yeah.
So when they countered it, like not only do they want what they asked for, they wanted Bud Yorkin to give her an apology and a dozen roses.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Didn't need I say more?
No. I said I didn't even realize all of that happened. I thought there was something else
Yeah.
which I want to talk about, but I think it's similar to what happened with Suzanne Summers in Three's Company because her manager was telling her, "Oh, you're the star, you're this and that.
Yeah.
Your
Yes.
name is
Yes.
above everybody else. You should be doing that."
Yeah.
But from
Yeah.
what I heard about Mabel King was that she wanted her character to get back with her ex-husband because they wanted a strong family unit, and then that's when Bud Yorkin said, "No, we're not doing that."
That was one. That's one, but that wasn't. She wanted creative control. Period.
Wow, I'm surprised by it. I didn't
No, it
realize
wasn't.
that.
No, there was just no. That's whoever said that. That's a lie. The truth. That's because I know for a fact. She said what they did. She told her manager they were boasting about what they were asking for.
Yeah.
So that was a minor issue. It was more. I'm that powerful. I want creative control.
No, see,
Now
that's
you
yeah,
want creative control of a man who's a king of producers. That ain't
exactly.
happening.
I would just be happy to
It's
be on
just
the
not gonna happen.
show. Like I would not argue with it. It's like, you know what? This is what I think maybe you should like.
Yeah.
Maybe, these are some ideas I have, but you know what? You're
Yes.
the boss. I'll do what you want me to
Yeah.
do. I would just be happy to
Yeah.
be in
I
the.
mean, I wanted the father. Yeah, I would love for him to be there and all that.
No,
But in real life, he wasn't there.
yeah,
You know? Yeah, it'd be nice. Okay, we're gonna change this narrative because they are good fathers. Yeah, it'd be good to show that. But that's not my experience.
no. Well, no.
You
That's
know,
why
my yeah.
that's why I was going to say I disagree with Mabel King on that point because I liked it better because obviously the person that played your father on the show and they were
Yes,
estranged, but you could tell they both loved each other and they loved you and
absolutely.
D, and I thought it made the show stronger and it made it more realistic. And there's one of my favorite episodes. I think it's called Hospital Stay, where he's in the hospital. Right, you have water on the knee, and you're next sitting against the bed. Who's got his name is Spike. He's in the Negro League
Yes, yes,
baseball. Yeah.
yes, yes.
So he's mad because his daughter married a white guy, and she was
Yes,
which white guy? And
yes.
he's what are you talking about? So then, but she
I
made
know
a
that line.
I love
Yeah,
it.
that and she
Which one?
paused. Which
Yes.
one?
Which one? Her timing is impeccable. That's why I asked how old she was. She for 9 years old, she was such a great.
Her timing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes, bro.
But the point I'm
Yes.
bringing with that is after she said that, she goes, "Listen, both my parents are black and they're not together." So it was.
Oh, yes.
I thought it was great the fact that they were estranged. They did strong family unit separately because they
Yes,
obviously came to see
yes.
you and D, the father, and then you could tell like he's like, "Come on, babe, I love you," and like she's like, "Come on,
Yes,
get up."
yes,
So
yes,
I
yes. That was a great point. Yeah, both my parents are black and they're not. That yeah, she had, and it was Entertainment Weekly that said she's probably the funniest child star ever. I mean, some people might just, but they did that. I remember that when they did an article on her, and just that old soul, that and her stepfather, Tim Pelt, that accident,
yeah, the car
they
accident.
at 11 they had that accident, but he taught her, and he was in that episode with the Rockets. He became reruns manager.
Oh, that
Yeah,
that
like
was her
I think
dad.
he was reruns manager of some. He said, "Yeah, yeah, super baby,
Yes.
super."
That
Yeah,
wait that
that's her stepfather.
no wait
You
now is
know.
that the one that was driving the car when she got into an accident in coma?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, who covered her,
Yeah,
protecting her.
yeah.
Right. So when we got to the hospital, they said, "There's the doctor. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is we lost Tim Pelt, and the good news, Danielle Spencer's in critical. She's at ICU,
Wow.
but she's alive."
Yeah.
So, but we're crying. That was a moment. Yeah, that was quite a moment.
She
Yeah.
has no memory of that at all.
Yeah, well, she does. I never asked if she actually remembered. That's a good question. But I know it revisited her some 30 years later. She had to have two 7-hour operations on her back, where she had to eventually have crutches, and it was just heartbreaking. But she became a veterinarian, and there's more than a regular, just the average doctor is dealing with just a human being. You got to deal with a snake and cats and frogs and all these different species. So she's a very bright, and Haywood Nelson is a genius.
Oh yeah, no,
They're very bright kids. Well, yeah, I mean now they're 65 and 50, but they're kids to me. They'll always be somewhere in my mind,
such a nice
but
young
they are.
boy.
Well, I asked them for advice. Hey, what do you think about this? Yeah, man.
So how long was she off the show because she was in the hospital? Was it a while? Because I don't really see a lot
Uh,
of episodes where she was missing.
not yeah, a few. I, I'm thinking maybe three or so, not a
Wow, that's
lot. But when she came back, she was had a steel rod in her leg, so she was dragging the one leg. You could see the scar, and I don't know why they didn't cover it up more with the makeup, but it still came through. There was a little scar you could see, and one episode, you could see she was not there. So
yes.
you're talking to her, and she looks directly into the camera, which you never do.
Hmm.
And I didn't at the time, you don't see it, but when you watch the episode, I said, "Oh my God, what is going on with Danielle? She looks in the camera."
Wow.
you know? And so, like, is she ever gonna come out of that? But she became this straight A student, graduated from Beverly Hills High School, went on to Tuskegee to become this veterinarian, and her faith, faith in Christ got her through, still getting her through, a lot of that.
Love
And
that.
she was in the movie as a veterinarian with Jack Nicholson, As Good as It Gets,
Yes.
remember?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yes, I want to
Yes.
throw that out. Yeah,
One of the things I
yeah,
thought was funniest about Danielle is there's times where she says something so sarcastic to either you or Mama or Rerun, and you can see a smile on her face, like she's trying
yeah,
not to laugh so hard. Like she'll say something like, and they cut, they move, but right before they
right.
cut, you see the smile on her face, like she knows it's hilarious, and she's trying
She knows.
to.
Absolutely,
I was,
absolutely.
uh,
She loved it. Yes, yes.
I have to say my all-time favorite episode. I said I went through each season, every episode of what's happening now in the last couple of weeks since I met you. But it has to
Wow.
be Puppy Love, where you were tutoring this girl, and it was like a sort of like a Three's Company type thing, where Mama thought that you got her pregnant. I actually was choking. I was laughing so hard when they're like, "Yeah, it was." They're like, "Dwayne, were you involved in this?" It was my idea. What?
Yeah,
And then the one who played
I
the
want to do it for
father.
a living. Yeah,
The one who played your dad's like, look what you're doing to your mother. Look what you're doing to me too, because he couldn't hold her up. I was choking so hard.
and if you had been there, the audience laughed so hard, brother. We had to wait a long time. They cut into it
I could
because
tell.
the audience, when they said I'm gonna do it for a living, and it was Dwayne's idea, and then he said, "Help, yeah, help." Oh, I can't. Man, the audience was out of control. That laughed. Now they have a lot of shows with the canned laughter.
Oh yeah,
We had two live shows for 3 years in a row,
I love
right?
it.
So
And the
yeah, man.
and the
Yeah, it
best
was
part
sink
is,
or swim. Yeah, and they were changing lines all the time. Oh, that didn't work. So first show you do, then the second show, okay, we're gonna change this, and you had to learn it like that. Yeah.
and the best part is that it was just supposed to be a summer replacement in
Y-
1976, and
Yeah.
bam, it became such. And then in syndication, I think
Yeah.
that's where it made all its
Yes.
money,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they had no idea. They said, it's a black cast, only 65 shows, so I doubt if it'll make it in syndication. That's what the producers told us, right? It became a phenomenon. Who knew it would cross all cultural and racial lines, right?
Yep.
That's from Asian, India, Latino. Oh man, Spanish Harlem. I remember going there, and someone spotted me from one of the windows, and they started speaking in English and Spanish. But they said, "What's happening?" Then they were speaking and telling the other friends in Spanish. I'm like, "What the hell's going on?" And they all coming out of the building, right?
Love it.
And then it happened in Houston, Texas. There's Fiesta stores that are owned by a Mexican guy who came here and became, was poor but started those stores. I went in there, same thing. All my Mexican brothers and sisters. So who knew, right?
Yep.
And I was sent on Today's show. The first time I knew we had crossed over was it was a Jewish lady at the airport, and I was buying something. She says, "Oh, I love that show. You remind me so much of my nephew." And so she gave me this glass elephant as a gift.
Yep.
I remember it was a glass elephant, maybe about that size. So I knew what the producers were saying was not true. We were beyond, it wasn't just a black show.
No, not at all.
And people say, we have a guy, Darren Dill. I got to mention Darren. He is an archivist on everything what's happening. he was so he when I met him at the Hollywood show, he had stuff we didn't know about. Like we didn't know we were in Mad Magazine, Crackle Magazine. We didn't know about all this stuff, because Robert De Niro will say you made it if you were in Mad Magazine,
Yep.
right? We didn't even know that. And so when they did a documentary on what's happening TV1, I said, you gotta interview this white guy who will make any black person ashamed because he knows more about what's happening than any black person, any race, any race. And they went, yeah, whatever. They didn't believe it. Until they met him, they included him in the documentary.
I love it. Yep.
I wasn't watching a black show. He
Yep.
said I was watching funny.
Yep.
And there's a lady in Atlanta she was I was in the restaurant and she was a waitress. She's like, I gotta tell you, I was racist as a child because my folks were racist. But as a kid, they're away, and I'm channel surfing. I discover what's happening.
Hmm.
I'm laughing at these people I'm supposed to hate.
Yep.
And she catches herself, wait, what? So when they would go, she found herself going back to watch it. He said, no, I didn't deliver it overnight, but it chipped away a little bit at a time, and then she became born again. But we have a lot of people that said their folks are racist, but what's happening freed them.
I love that.
You know?
See, the
Yeah.
show, like I said, you don't even realize so many people lives you impacted. Those are just a couple of
Yes.
examples. And like for me,
Yeah.
my friends and I never thought of it as a black show or a white show. Like you said, I thought of it
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
just hilarious. I used to watch it
Yeah.
every weekend or a weekday when it was on, whatever day it was on, back in the
Yeah.
70s. And then when What's Happening Now came out, watch it in the 80s. And it was good,
Yes.
funny TV. And you know what?
Thank you, man.
Oh, you're very welcome. Question I had about you: did you get any complaints? And I was telling you today, I was laughing at the joke about like, look what you're doing to me, because like they had a lot of fat jokes on there. Did you ever get? Because I
Oh,
scratched it
oh
down.
yeah, oh yeah.
Did you?
No, we didn't, but Mabel and Fred felt and Shirley they got tired of it. But as far as the fans,
Yeah,
not really. They really loved that joke.
I loved
They
it. 'Cause-
really did. We didn't get it. It was just they complained like, why are we fat Joe, fat.
Okay,
So they kind of they diminished it somewhat,
yeah,
but people do again,
I,
people talk like that's how kids are,
exactly.
but I can understand too, why that. But no, I have to, I remember I was hurt because to me, I just talk the King's English, right?
Yep.
But I remember the head of the Urban League was a black guy, and the Urban League is pretty civil rights organization. He said he loved the show, but that I talked white, that you're too proper,
Oh my God.
break it down, and that hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
It really hurt my feelings. And then I had even my friends in Gary, and I thought I'm always like that, but they wanted that character because they saw Cooley High. They
Yeah.
wanted me to out. That's not me. I mean, now I can switch over to it because as an actor, I played those roles where I have to tap into that. But that's not the natural. And so I remember, and this was actually a white friend of he said, "Ernest, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. You're a white guy dipped in chocolate. Nothing wrong with that." I said, "The hell with you." He said, "No, that's beautiful. You're a white guy dipped in chocolate.
That's
What's so bad about?"
that's funny.
But so yeah, but then you look at what's amazing, Rich, is the gangster rappers like Tupac and Method Man, Redman, Scarface, Queen Latifah, just rappers, not because all of them weren't gangster rappers, but just the hip hop world.
Oh yeah.
Huge fans. When I met Will Smith, he said he invited me to his father's birthday party. He was telling Jalen, he said, "Now this is the guy I looked up to. This is who I watched, you know." And Mike Epps, when I did the Upshaws, he said, "Man, we learned the timing, man, from you. We didn't even know it, but watching you, you were teaching us timing, you know." He said, "So," and I said, "Well, you know, I'm amazed at how Dr. Dre and these people I meet that they are like so humble and they love you." He said, "Man, none of them are gonna treat you like they all admire you." He said, "I don't care how tough, how wealthy they are, how famous they are. When they meet you, they remember being that kid, they're gonna humble themselves and give you your props, you
Oh
know."
yeah, yeah, and they
So
should, because you opened up a lot of doors for people.
thank you, man. Thank
I,
you.
oh, you're very welcome. I have to say, like, because you have so many different funny, your character has so many funny quotes. Like one is the Raj dance, and the other one
Yeah,
is,
oh yeah, right.
I love the Raj dance. You're all, and the other thing I love is the ha ha, the laugh.
Yeah, yeah, right, right. And be still today, you know, Shaquille O'Neal, when he's doing the Rise dance,
Yeah,
he's just doing it, and it was at the Lakers game. After the Lakers game, Gary Payton I met him, and he was a fan. And he brought me to the game, and so his wife took me to meet Kobe and Shaquille. Shaquille would not stop doing the Rise
I
dance.
love.
And he's so big, you know. And so Kobe said, "Man, you stupid, man. Stop it. Stop it." So I just thank God. You think about all these 49 years later, people still ask for the Rod stands or the Rod laugh, and they lose it.
Yep.
You know, you no matter what, you just do that laugh. Everyone, I don't care how stiff they are in their suits, they go back
Yep.
to that memory, you know.
Oh yeah.
And I just thank God again. The laugh came from me not thinking the joke was funny,
Yeah.
and they were like, I said, I don't, but this is corny. This said you think it's corny, but Rod think he's funny. And then went, oh, you're an actor. He says, so Rod thinks this is hilarious. So I did it with,
Yeah.
and then the crowd would go. So then it would be Raj laugh, Raj laugh. That would be in the script, Raj laugh, because they know guaranteed,
Yep.
guaranteed. Yeah.
I love it. But what I was gonna say, I love those two quirks of the Raj character, those two things. But what makes me laugh the most about your character is when you're like, "Are you gonna tell your mother?" Like the one example is when you got an apartment with Dwayne. I'll tell
Yeah.
mom. I'll tell mama. Where is she? I'm,
Yeah.
I'm getting an apartment. Like the way I'm getting an apartment. Like what? What did you say? I'm getting an apartment. Like you can't say the word because you don't want to get her mad. I'm getting an apartment. Or like I got
Yeah, someone asked me about that. They said they like when I
food.
had the Stevie Wonder tickets,
Yeah.
and I could only choose one, and then
Yeah.
rerun. I had to tell him he couldn't go, and you can go to the show. I so, and I don't know why that came to me, but people were they said, "What?" I said, "I don't know. I just thought he could be so. It's so hard to say, right?" Oh man, but thank you. Yes, I remember that. I love that. When I look at it now, Rich, I laugh. I'm laughing. I'm probably laughing more than ever. And to me, Fred and Shirley and Mama are still here
Yep.
because that's the beauty of TV, right? And film. You know, I said it's the only a sense of immortality because you never die on
Yeah.
in TV. You know, you're always living. You're never so, and they see you being funny. So it's hard to see someone gone when really they're still making you laugh, you know? And I thank God, man. I thank God for that, that I can still, and they're funnier than like I said, I didn't realize how funny certain episodes
Oh
were
yeah. Me too.
until I'm watching them now. I see things I didn't notice before.
Yeah, and maybe there's things that I was so young when I saw it I didn't get, and then as an adult I'm like, oh, this is even funnier now. So I think
Oh yeah.
I
Oh,
appreciate the show. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. Do you remember when they use the N word, as they say?
Oh
Do you
yes,
remember they use Okay, when Revon joined the cult,
Yes, that was.
I had to mumble it though. Now,
Yeah.
Fred, now, in Sanford son, he just said,
Oh yeah.
when the court, it was the court, and he says, yeah, only black. He says, yeah, no, not only black people get arrested. Oh, you hear? Look at all these niggas in here,
Yeah.
and the audience look. The only red fox that get but me, because what's happening is no, Ernie, because I had to say,
Yep.
nigga, please. And they said, they said, no, okay, mumble it.
Yep. That was
So I
great.
went, yeah, so I did like that. So I remember I met this lady. She says, oh, yeah, thanks a lot for that. Because my kids kept saying, what did he say, Mom? What is he?
And I
And
love that.
she said she lied, right?
That's
And she
funny.
said, she said, thanks a lot. I had to keep explaining to them. But why didn't he say it? Why is he mumbling?
The nice people leave. They're saying nice people leave.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my Lord. Oh
That's
my
funny.
goodness.
Well, I love
Yeah.
that episode too because I love the ending where Mama pretends she's the big guy. I want all my money back. Yes, I am real. And then you have the whole
Yeah, yeah,
skit.
yeah.
It's
Right.
the show is timeless, and I love the fact.
Yes,
But
thank you, man.
speaking of people that sort of had some demands, I want to talk about
Yeah,
Fred Berry a little bit because
yeah,
he was hilarious. You were part
yeah,
of the show though, but then he
yeah,
had a little bit of a, I know we're going to talk about why he had
yeah,
this attitude, what sort of fueled it.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Let's talk
yeah.
about him for a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. Again, see these managers though. He had this young manager, and this guy, you know, so it's you're the best thing since penicillin.
Yeah,
Fred, you're the you're the greatest thing since discovery. And so Fred bought into it, and I remember him telling me, Ernie Byrne, I'm the star of the show. Without the fat kid, without the fat, there's no show.
no,
No offense against you, Ernie Byrne. He always called me Ernie Byrne,
yeah, yeah,
And but we were like brothers, but that brought and the drugs,
yeah.
Again, the cocaine fueled that
Mhm.
more than anything, and again, he was getting all that recognition because he was a great dancer. He was extremely funny.
Yeah,
But you gotta remember, you just even I never said, hey, I'm the star of the show. Now, Shirley would say that, Ernie, but I just, because I thought it really took all of us, but I was the lead. I mean, if you want to call it, that would be it. But I just felt we all worked together, but that the drugs fueled that ego. And
yeah,
unfortunately, in what's happening now, they let him go because he refused. He wanted $1 million per show, $1 million
yeah,
deal, as they say.
yeah,
And so that's when Martin Lawrence was hired.
yeah. Which he was
That's
hilarious in the
Martin's
show.
first show. Yeah, that's how he got it. And Ken Sagos, who did all the oh God, the guy with the thing, uh
Was this?
oh God, Nightmare, the Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh,
Yeah.
Robert
He
Englund.
did, yeah, he did a lot. Yeah, he did. He was Ken's a really funny actor. He was, if you watch what's happening, he was always what's happening now. He was that they were like best friends in the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know. Well, let's go to. We'll talk about what's happening now in a little bit, but I want to talk about what's happening with Fred Berry because there's a time where you and he both walked off the set together. Why was that?
Yeah, 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 yeah. We didn't like the dressing rooms, and they were horrible. And we felt, wow, we're in the top 10. Why do we have these horrible dressing rooms? But we should have handled it through our managers, agents, you know. But and I think I did tell the agent, but they weren't correcting it, and as you look back in hindsight, not the smartest thing to do, but I remember, and I can't blame Fred to say we should, I had my own mind. I agreed with him. Let's walk off.
Yeah.
And man, Bud Yorkin said he was going to replace.
Oh my
He's going to
God.
replace us. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get another skinny and fat.
You got.
I got another skinny kid, another fat kid.
Well,
And
didn't
so they
you?
did the episode. Huh?
No, so sorry to interrupt you, but there's something with this. Didn't he put somebody that looked just like Rerun in the front row? Like, hey man, you look just like Rerun.
That's
Just
right.
to mess with
Yep.
him.
The keep them in. I remember that guy. Fred was scared of that guy, man. They had a guy that looked like Fred, not like, but he was that heavy set. He had a beret. You know that's on purpose. Suspenders, red, the tam. You know, cause of come. And so, and they went. And so the producer, Bernie Ornstein was like, "Hey, hey, who are you? What are you? Oh, I want to be Rerun." He said, "Well, yeah, yeah, I want to be." And so
Oh man.
Fred said, "Ernie Bird, don't meet him. Don't say hello to him. Don't bring him backstage." But yes, they did. They did. Yes, they did do that. Yeah. Maurice Starr does that. He said when he had New Kids on the Block and New Edition, whenever if anyone got arrogant,
Yep.
because he had a lot of people audition for that role, right, for that singing part. If they were late when they got there a guy that had the whole looks, he's handsome, singing, they'd have him do the rehearsal. And now you're wondering if because this guy he's definitely trying to get your job,
Yep.
and they were never late again.
Were you worried every time you saw somebody in the audience with glasses? You're like, oh
No,
shit.
but no, they never did that. No, they never did that with me.
Oh,
And honestly, I have to say, I never feared that. No, my thing was doing that guy I told you was the Jerry Lewis guy, that I auditioned that looked like,
yeah.
had animated. That was the only guy I was in. Anybody else? No. I had no, yeah, I wasn't, no thought of it. Even now, when they were talking about replacing us, yeah, I was worried that they might replace us,
Mhm.
period. But they never had someone in the audience like to do that. No, but they had an arbitration board that we had to come in front of with Bud York and they decided we were in the wrong. We should have gone through the proper channels. So we apologize for walking off, and basically, if we ever did it again, there'd be a $25,000 fine and possible, to be fired. So, yeah, so that was again the ego. I had ego too. My thing was I wasn't squeaky clean in the sense of. 'Cause I was doing off season, was doing the drugs, but I wasn't trying to let it interfere with the show.
Oh,
Now
good.
there was one time I came because then you got to go back. You're going back that first week. You've been off the whole summer, and I had that night before. That coke was feeling so good.
Yeah.
I came. I was up all night, and I remember I had this white jogging suit with red stripes, and they could tell I was high, and they were doing the reading, table read, and Saul Turtletop said, "Look, guys, we got a lot of work to do as writers, so we're gonna cancel this week." But I knew I felt so bad,
Yeah.
and then Fred Berry, taking advantage of the moment, he
Yeah.
said, "Candy cane man, hey, candy cane."
Oh.
Candy cane man. And so they laughing,
Oh
that
man.
didn't help at all.
Thanks a lot, Fred. Oh man.
Yeah, the candy cane man. On top of that, I'm already high. And now I got this. And then I did look like the candy cane man.
Oh man.
Oh man, oh my Lord.
So
So
there was never an episode then that you could still I watched that you were stoned or freebasing at or anything?
I had I don't know, I tell the show where Dwayne has a dream that we're older.
Yeah.
And there I was tooting because that wasn't a freebase at that time. I had tooted in that show and the one where Shirley's trying to get a date.
Oh yeah. And you
But
paid one
I
person
felt
off
that,
and a rerun paid his brother.
yeah, right, all
Yeah.
that. But it scared me
Yeah.
because I became sort of paranoid, so I didn't want to do it. But I tried it those two times, and it turns on you. It feels good for a moment, then it turns on you. With paranoia and these negative feelings. So there was twice. I knew not to. No, I didn't want to. Yeah, thank God.
Oh, good.
The show must go on. I definitely believe it. But I had my ego was, and they had to have an intervention. They had an intervention with me. All three producers, Bud, Bernie, and Saul, and the director, Michael Warren. Uh, and he said, they said, he said, Ernie, we you are the lead actor, okay? So know that, but we have to do episodes about the other characters where they're the topic of the story, right? And we notice that when the show is not about you, your energy is not quite.
You're asleep in the corner. You're like, all right, was this going to be over soon?
And it was true. It was true. I didn't want you to be. I didn't want. I wouldn't hurt you, but I wanted to be the funniest one.
Oh,
I
yeah.
always wanted to be the funniest one. And I know that was a thing. I was in a movie in Berryville, Virginia,
Yeah.
and it was a series about slavery, and the guy from Sesame Street was the lead, and he became mentally ill, terrible ending, but he was very popular, and so I was just fresh out of American Academy, and I just had a smaller role. So there's a moment in there. We're in Virginia, and he has this monologue that he's saying to the slaves, like, "Hey, we can't keep being a slave. We're men. We're not animals." And he has this long speech, right?
Yeah.
As he's saying it, I'm gradually moving into his shot. And the director says, "UMF, you mother, yeah." And I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "You know what you're doing. You're trying to upstage him." I said, "No, but he's my leader. I'm trying to, I can't quite hear him. So I'm trying to get closer to hear what he's saying."
That's why even in this show, whenever you're talking, I'm going like this.
Right.
Well, you know what's funny?
And it was,
Who used to do that all the time was William Shatner on Star Trek. That's why a lot of people, because he said like, if
oh,
you want to be in every scene, make sure that you're doing something. Even when he wasn't doing like he wasn't in the shot, he would be doing something in the background, so people would try to be paying attention to him. He was
oh
always
my, I
making it
didn't
all
know
about you.
that.
Yep.
Oh, what? Well, guess what? When they came out to promote the series on NBC, the the lead guy from Sesame Street, they didn't have his face. They had my face.
I love
I
it.
could not believe it. My friend said, "Ernie, what the hell, man?" I said, "I can't believe it either." They chose my face as the slave photo of me
That's
over that guy, and I have to say I enjoyed it. I'm not saying it's the best thing to do. I've gotten better at receiving. You don't have to be the funniest one in the room.
right.
But yeah, I had that. I did have that disease.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Well, it's funny. I remember was somebody was interviewing Johnny Carson, and they were saying, well, he learned from Jack Benny because he said if somebody's funny in a show, they're not going to say, "Well, that guest was hilarious." They're going to say, "The Johnny Carson show was great last night." So he said he would let the guest shine because it would make when the guest shined, it made him look good. So similar to like the show,
Ah,
even though it's I mean, even though maybe reruns having a moment or Dwayne's having a moment,
right.
it's
Yes,
still your
yes.
show, and it's like so they're like, "Oh, what's happening? It was great last night," and you're still the star of the
Yes, that's
show.
true.
Yeah, but I know what you
Yeah,
mean,
and
though.
it's right. I do get it. Yeah, I'm still being there. Yeah, I'm doing my thing. It still supports there. They say, as Bud Yorkin said, Ernie, you got to understand your reaction. You ain't got to say a word. you're reacting to all the insanity going on, the craziness that Fred says, and and you learn, you milk that laugh.
Oh yeah.
They're laughing at your reaction. Yeah, well, they're laughing at what he just said, but then your reaction, they're laughing at that too.
Yes. No, that's very
So
true. Because like, say somebody says something funny, I'm laughing at you. Like the
yeah,
facial
yeah, right,
expressions we make.
exactly. Yes, that he taught. That was one thing I learned from him, that you're always on camera, and you got to just be in the moment,
Yep.
and that your reaction, and is so true.
Yep.
Like me coming down when that episode about the runaway, and I'm mom. I told my mother D's upstairs,
Oh
right?
yeah.
And I said, "Well, hi D. Oh, hi D." She says, "Hi,"
I love.
and then you hear D's like, D's downstairs. And now I know she's, and so I come down gradually. Bud Yorkin said, "Milk it."
Yeah.
That you're just melting, and the crowd went crazy,
I
so
I
he was amazing director, actually, and he knew that sitcom, he had that thing down.
Yeah. Well, he had a huge partnership with Norman Lear, who one of the
Yes,
best.
yes, oh yes, yes,
And then this was his
yeah,
second series,
yes,
post Norman Lear.
yes, I hope, like Norman was doing, like reimagined Jeffersons, with the new, like Jamie Foxx and all of them. I hope they do like the I know he's not here, but I hope whoever took over the Lear Productions or whatever, that they do a what's happening with a cast, a reimagined cast of today's actors.
That would be hilarious. 'Cause I know they
Yeah.
did one on Facts of Life. They did one on All in the Family. They did one on Jeffersons. I watched all of them. And I
Yeah,
thought it was
that was
great.
hilarious,
Yeah,
man. Yes, yes. Oh my
I would
God.
definitely. Maybe you could be the one that brings it back.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. I'd love to.
Well,
Uh,
the show was canceled in the spring of 1979. How'd you find out about that?
the worst way, I was the newsstand in Hollywood, and I saw it in the Hollywood Reporter, and I'm like, huh? What? And the guy said, yeah. So the guy, yeah, man, too bad about your show. I think he actually said it before I saw it. The
Oh
news guy,
man.
'cause you'd always see him and I always bought Hollywood Reporter. And they said, yeah, too bad, man, about the show, huh? Yeah, you got canceled. You're like, what the?
Oh my.
So yeah, that was oh man, yeah, that took me into a spiral of more drugs, and then running into Muhammad Ali, who
Oh, yeah.
was my lifesaver. He took on his. I know I would have been dead if God brought Muhammad Ali along at the right time. Uh, who was a fan of the show, but
Oh, yeah.
literally took me under his wings and said, "You deserve to be. Don't. It's no big deal about me helping you." Joe Frazier helped me when I was suspended, from the boxing and all that. We all need help, and you got to get out of that pride thing. You don't want to ask anybody for help, because he took me 3 months. When I met him. He knew he can look right through you. I don't know if you ever met him, you can see he can look like he has X-ray eyes.
Yep.
He looks right through you, right? And so he knew I was lying, and he gave me his number anyway, and gave me this mean look, man. Like I know you're lying. He said, so anyway, here's my number just in case you know.
Yep.
And so it took me 3 months, and even when I went up, I remember going up the stairs, and my legs. That's when I never knew about rubbery legs until I had to go up the mansion to meet up. I had seen him. Now I met him that one time at the
Yep.
magic shop on Hollywood Boulevard, but to go up those stairs at the mansion, my friend had to hold me up. My legs were melting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. What I love about that is that you met Muhammad Ali through your belief in visualization. Muhammad Ali and
Yeah, yes, yes. I tell you, yes. The drug dealer felt so bad for me while I was doing drugs. He said, "Man, you need someone like Muhammad Ali. I bet he like you." And so he put the idea. I'm like, you're right. I know he liked me because I was a big fan, Ali fan anyway.
Oh
And
yeah.
I said, so I would buy magazines and with photos of Ali, and I put them out. I was at the YMCA putting these photos out and opening the magazines up and praying to God to meet him. A week later, that's why they called me a warlock. That's why I became like, not I believe in God. No, you're a witch. So
You and Mabel King.
me and Mabel King, right? Because they saw me praying over these photos, and then a week later, this lady comes to the car. We parked on a side street in Hollywood, and she says, Ali's at the magic shop. It looks like it's locked, but it's not. Just pull the gate open." And like, so my friend, like, "Oh my God, you're a warlock.
Wow.
You are a effing witch. Oh my Lord."
I love it. I think also
So, but
cool.
that's how it happened. Yeah.
Yep. And then another visualization was Cool in the Gang.
Cool, and they came first because I had both. I felt again they would be someone that I could, and that was that week.
Wow.
And I'm looking out the window, a big old limo, and it was a white girl, a woman with blonde hair was the driver. I never seen a female driver of the limo, right?
Yep.
And out comes Cool in the Gang again. They said, "Oh, I know
Love
damn well you."
it.
So that was first.
Yep.
And then I was too shy to ask for help,
Yep.
like I was with Ali.
Yep.
But the difference is he saw and discerned, here is my number. But I knew they would have helped but I couldn't even, I didn't even tell them I was staying at the YMCA. They thought I was there exercising.
Yeah.
I was, no, this is home, baby. You know,
Oh my God. Hey, you want
this
me
is
to,
my home.
do you want me to drop you off at home? I
Yeah,
am
yeah, right,
home.
yeah, right.
Oh man.
Oh,
Well, you know
yeah.
what? Can you have one more visualization of you and I working together acting? I would like that.
Oh, absolutely, Rich. Oh, I got it. It's happening.
All right. It's
Yeah.
what's happening.
In
It's
Jesus'
happening.
name. What's happening? That's what's happening.
We got to make this
That-
happen. Well, I want to
yes,
get
sir.
back to Ali because Ali was so great to you. I mean, he helped you with
Yeah.
money, eye surgery,
Yes. Yes.
spending money.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, man. Yeah. Anything I didn't realize when I uh got engaged to this her name was Sky, and she's a super very spiritual. And I remember him, and so when we left, she says, "You are so lucky. You're so blessed. You know how much that guy loves you." I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "He loves you. Do you realize that he will do anything for you?" I said, "No, I don't." She said, "Oh my God, you're blind. That man would do anything for you
Yeah.
like that, right?" And that made me more aware of it. And we became friends really when he was saying, I called him one night and I said, "I need whatever." He says, "Yeah, no problem." He said, "Everybody calls me. They know I just give and give, but no one ever asks about my problems. Like I have no problems at all. No one's concerned about what I'm going through." And I said, "Oh, I'm a better friend than anything." As I said, no one can outfriend me. I
Yep.
give that whole spiel, like, "Oh no, I keep secrets," all that. And that's when we became close. And that's when he revealed stuff that was, that family members and the wives and all that. He was telling me everything.
Mhm.
And that's when we really became close. He knew he could trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I want to talk about Millie's place and how Ali funded it.
Oh yeah. Well, he tried to, but his manager and that Herbert Muhammad wanted to. He couldn't understand that Saul and Bernie and Bud York, and they don't really need your money, but it's nice if a Muhammad Ali producing a pilot, right?
My
How
God,
that
yeah.
would be just yeah. And so Herbert Muhammad, who was his manager, said, "No, we gotta get 75%." And they were offering, "No, you'll get 25%, and they get the 75." So it never happened. But Ali was willing, but his manager overrode him, and said no. And but Ali felt bad. You could tell he really felt bad. He said Herbert said it's not a good idea, but he wanted to. But he did what he did do is give me the courage to go and to write the treatment
Yep.
for what's happening now. He said there are no rules. No rules. As long as you're not hurting anybody. He said, why can't you get a meeting? I said, well, no, you got to call and I can't, you can't, he's the president of the Sony TV. He's not going to, he said, why not? He said, why don't call, just go.
Hmm.
I said, but no, that's not the problem. I don't care, but there's no rules. There are no, and sure enough, I wrote a treatment. I went there, and the guy let me in, and they turned me down. They said there's no audience. So I knew what's happening. And I always tell the cast, nobody believed in that. Haywood, Danielle, and no one believed that I knew what's happening. I was one man alone, Rich. Again, I love them. That's just the truth. And my agent and manager at that time let me go. People thought I lost my mind. All right. And so even so you're the president of Sony telling there's no audience, yet I'm still going around trying to get signatures, a signature campaign to bring it back. And thank God his wife had him to do the research and found out the phenomenon of what's happening again. It was more popular in reruns than it was on prime time, major network ABC.
Oh yeah. Well, there was a
They didn't
time.
know that.
Yeah, well, there was a time when you were broke. I think you were living with your sister at the time. All of a sudden, you
Yeah.
received $17,000 check. You're like, hey,
Oh, yeah, right.
you
Oh
went
man,
from
those checks. Oh my Lord.
you went from
Those
heathen to
checks.
hero to heathen again.
Thank you, God, for those. Man, I remember those checks. But they really got wealthy off of it now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they would boast about it. I mean, oh, Ernie, thank you for my new tennis wing.
Oh
Thank you
yeah.
for my role. Yeah, they would. I mean, they made tens of millions of dollars.
Wow.
They should thank their lucky, really. But but they gave us fame. I'm not complaining.
Oh yeah.
We would not have a platform, people know you from that. And from that, you can do these autograph signings or you can be hired. People hire you because they do remember you. Someone grew up on you and they want you to do another character, and I get challenging roles now, that
Yeah.
they say, oh, you're great. You did Malcolm X, man. You could do this too. So I think Mikael Jenkins is another kid. Mikael Jenkins is a brilliant John Claude Lamar, these young filmmakers that hired me and challenged me in roles, and I learned more because they would not allow me to get away with just doing the okey doke, I had to dig deep, I couldn't rest on my laurels,
Yeah.
and so I definitely love them, and it's a young lady. I can't think of her name, but I did a very small film. It's like 5 minutes long, and it was challenging playing a feeble old man, vulnerable, living alone, scared of. I didn't want to play that, and
Mm.
she said, "But you said you should challenge yourself." So people throw things back at you, and I
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
damn it. Okay, so I did it. And a lot of friends see they don't like me playing that feed. They don't like me being weak and scared.
Yeah.
But that's a real thing.
Yep. Exactly.
Every black man ain't strong. Okay, hello.
Mhm.
So and I remember doing it, and from there, when I mean the first day I got there, because I met her doing one of those shark films, some of the corny shark films, but
Okay.
yeah, you have to laugh at it, but yeah, I'll tell you Mega, the Colossus meat, whatever. But it was But anyway, but
Wait. I have
I
it right
got
here. It's
you have it. Oh
yeah.
Lord.
Mega Shark versus Colossus.
Oh brother, I got man. The fans tore into me. Oh my God, I thought you were a great actor. What is that crap you're doing?
You went
Man,
from
they gave
Roots.
me hell.
You go from Roots to Mega Shark.
Right, right. Yeah. I mean, what the hell is that? And so so she asked me, she had this small film that she was directing. And so I noticed she was nervous, and so I learned that people like that grew up on you when they're directing you, they still look at this legend. I said, no, this is what you have. I'm giving you permission. I'm begging you, actually. I'm just an actor you hired.
Hmm.
I never acted before, and let's go from there.
Yep.
I've never acted before, and you're directing me your vision of how this character should be.
I love
So
that.
now I said, I'm gonna give you a look at times like I want to strangle you because I have so that's true. I told this. Yeah, I'm gonna give you looks like, what the hell was that? What kind of direction is that crap? What is that? Yeah, I said, but ignore that look and keep like I want it this way. And they said, I saw that look. I said, but ignore that look. Don't allow me to have my way.
Yep.
I'm just saying I'm opinionated, so you got to ignore that. And then I would later, be fine. It was always great. I surrendered to their leadership.
Hmm. That's good that you can do that because I've heard so many stories of actors that said, you know what, I've been doing this for 40 years. You've been doing it for 5. I think I know more what I'm doing. I'll give you an
No,
example.
no.
There's a movie with Bruce Willis and Tracy Morgan. It was directed by Kevin Smith. And Kevin Smith,
Okay.
I when I was doing comedy, I met somebody that was on the movie. I don't know if he was like an extra or whatever. He played a small part, but they used to call Kevin Smith the assistant director because Bruce Willis was just brutal to him. They said, "I don't care. I'm not taking
Oh,
any direction." And there was Bruce. Kevin Smith was going to colleges. He came out with a couple of DVDs years ago,
yeah,
and
yeah.
one special was 3 hours long. It was one question. It said, "What was it like working with Bruce Willis?" The answer was 3 hours long. It said another.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Another example is Kevin Costner with Sam Raimi. Sam Raimi directed him for, I think it was called For the Love of the Game. He goes, I will never, ever let somebody take over the movie like the way Kevin Costner did. So,
Oh my Lord. I didn't know about that one.
oh, yeah.
I didn't know
But,
about I heard that Bill Murray
oh,
can
yeah.
get on them too, right?
Yeah, well, you got
Oh my
fired from Charlie's
Lord.
Angels. I mean, for some reason, but that's the reason I'm bringing this up is that
Yeah.
you're an established actor, you're a well-known name, and like you warn people, like, I'm going to give you the look, but I want you to direct me and just ignore it.
Yes.
Just tell me to shut up. I love that because
Yes.
you
Yes.
don't let your ego get in the way. You know you've been doing this, and you probably have more experience than the person doing it, but you're
Yeah.
letting the person find their vision and create what they want to create.
Yeah. And you learned, Critch. You learn, the way they're telling you, you don't like it because you got to dig deeper.
Yep.
You got to go there. You got to go deeper into your feelings. So a negative space that you don't want to go to,
Yep.
you know? And even I even tell my agent now, I said, man, please just bring me comedies. I just don't want to. I have to go there. I have gone there, especially with Mikkel.
Yep.
He has me playing the OG gangsters, but he brought out the real. It was the realism and the subtleties. He's a brilliant writer, director, and producer, and so is Jean Claude. And if they allowed me to, I would just, you can get away with your tricks, as they say.
Yeah.
You can phone it in, and the public go, "Oh, he was great," but they went, I ain't buying that. No, 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 I'm not buying that. No, 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 it should be this. No, no, this part in here, you're more vulnerable here. You're not that you're strong in these areas, but now your son got killed. It's a little more vulnerable. So I've learned you always learning.
Oh yeah.
You're always learning, man. And you can never say, "Oh no, no." You can always learn something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I love that. I love that. So I
yeah.
want to go back because we're in the middle of talking about what's happening now. I love that cast too. And the one who played Nadine was her Anne Marie Johnson, I think her name.
Amory Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And she was
yeah.
on a TV show called In the Heat of the Night, which was great with
Yes, yes,
Carol O'Connor.
yes.
But that show also had such great chemistry. So when you had this idea and Ali sort of gave you the confidence to pitch it,
Yeah.
was Haywood Nelson Danielle Spencer, were they Shirley Hemphill, were they all on board right away? Where they're like, yeah, let's do it again, or they're like, you know what, we did it before.
Oh no, no, they needed work. They needed
Oh,
money.
okay.
Oh no, hello, hello. Beggars cannot be choosers, okay? And I include myself. I'm one of the beggars, right?
Oh yeah.
So I wanted a certain way. They didn't do it exactly. I wanted Shirley and I to be married.
Oh really?
So in my treatment, yeah, Shirley and I want to be married because I said that would say so much about Raj that he don't look at looks. He looked at the and what a lot of women in America are,
Yep.
they're not the tens and
Yep.
thin like that, right? They're mothers. So and how that will win the hearts of women that he would marry Shirley Hemphill
Yep.
because he loved so because she was a sweet person,
Yep.
right? And so they said, yeah, Ernie, no, that was nowhere. Hell no. That's not gonna happen.
Well,
I
wait.
don't know what
That being said, though, you did get away
yeah.
with it for one episode. There's an episode where Shirley's trying to impress her friend, so she said she's married, she's rich, she owns the restaurant, and she has
Oh
kids.
right, yes.
So you become her husband for one episode, then you come up
Right,
with
right.
these
That's
two
true.
kids.
That's true.
That
That's true.
episode is one of the
Right. That's
funniest.
true. That's
And
true.
Nadine
Yeah.
comes
That's
back
so
early. It's
yeah.
funny.
And Anne Marie Johnson again talk about again that thing where it has to be the Holy Spirit,
Yep.
that discernment. I met her through her boyfriend. I knew a boyfriend, a great actor in his own right. His name is Cleveland, and he's a brilliant actor and entrepreneur. But his when I met her, they were dating, and I said first time I met her, and we talked. I said, you know what? I get a feeling we're gonna work together.
Wow.
I said, I don't know why. I said, I got this overwhelming. I've never said that to anyone. I had this
Visualization.
overwhelming feel, but with her, and she says, me too, right? How fast forward, what's happening now?
Hmm.
It was gonna be at that Miss America, who was
Vanessa
they
Williams.
they Vanessa Williams was gonna be Nadine. But because she got into those pictures and in Penthouse and all those sexual images, they no, she couldn't be with All American Raj. But so Anne Marie was second, and
Wow.
and of course Anne Marie was brilliant in it. But yeah, that again, just the right chemistry. And she said even when she did In the Heat of the Night, she's in North Carolina somewhere or wherever, Georgia, where they're filming. And they went, ooh, Rod's gonna get you.
Yeah.
You cheating on Rod with that man. She says, you know we're not really married, right?
That's
She said, Ernie, what is wrong with people thinking that you're
well.
cheating on Rod?
It goes back to Sherwood Henry Winkler. It goes back to the woman who her husband had a heart attack with George Clooney in ER.
Yes, you're right.
People think that what they see on TV is real, which
Yeah,
is really
yeah.
sad.
Why can't you? But you on the show, you're cool. Like that Sharon Henry Winkler story gets me though.
That's a
That
true
is
story.
hilarious. He explains it, and she said, "Yeah, but
If you ever meet Henry Winkler again or see him again, ask him that story. He will confirm.
okay, I will. I
Oh my
gotta
god.
ask about that one. I
Yeah.
love it.
Oh.
I love it.
It's almost like the fans being like D's like, I'm gonna tell Mama you're
Right,
cheating
right,
on
right.
Raj. Well, speaking of D, it seems like she
Yeah.
had a couple of guest appearances. Like the one I saw very recently, you were a part of a poetry contest for $500, and then she was running for a sorority, and she had to come back.
Oh yeah.
So
Yes.
anyway,
Yeah.
so she's on a couple episodes, but
Yeah.
she was a veterinarian and she couldn't do it full time.
Yeah. They they were is they didn't want her as much, and they gave no rhyme or reason. And I they only had her for like 4 episodes. I think they gave her more than that, but
Yeah.
and that's because I rallied the troops, Fred and Haywood and Shirley. We went and said, "Hey, man, can y'all please, come on." Daniela's original member, and so they gave her a few more. You know why I was I was hiding from that when the FBI came looking for me.
Oh yeah.
I got into the into the dress and the wig as I forgot the character's name, but yeah, baby. I was like,
I
so
forgot.
I became the one. So she was in that episode. She was very funny in that episode,
Oh yeah.
actually, I felt. But um that was yeah, that character, that was quite a character because actually it's so funny. I met these fans and they were like, this guy owned a bunch of bars in Chicago or whatever. And anyway, that he was a fan of the show. And but basically he wanted to pay you. He wanted to be that character. Like it was a proposition. So I said, I must have looked pretty good.
It's your superpower.
Hey, well, I'm just saying. But
Everybody loves
but
Raj.
yeah. That
Oh
that
my
was a
god.
character.
Yeah, well, what they did was I think they were trying to capture lightning in a bottle by when because Nadine, the character, plays a social worker, so you have the orphan for a little while. She didn't
Yeah,
last
that's
long.
right.
I forgot what her name was on the show, but she lasted maybe did she last maybe a season, but then she was gone.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, that was Regina King's
That's it.
sister, Raina King, who was a great actress. And now she produced the film Shirley Chisholm with Regina. They're producing together
Oh
now.
wow,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't see
yeah,
that. I didn't realize the connection with that. I didn't realize that she was related
Raina
to her.
King. Yeah.
Yep. No, so that show lasted what the same thing as what's happening. It lasted 3 seasons.
But people don't talk about it, Rich.
I love it.
I can count the times people will mention and it lasted 3 years. But they don't I mean it's rare that someone will mention what's happening now.
I don't know why.
Right? I don't know why. I swear. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
just you know what I love too is because unfortunately Rerun had the same problems where he thought he was a star and they got rid of him like we talked about earlier on this show as well. But then Martin Lawrence was a great replacement. I thought he was first time he was hilarious.
Yeah.
He played a
Right.
funny character.
Yeah, right.
Yep,
And who would believe he became
I know.
Martin Lawrence, right, man? Really, like, yeah,
Yeah,
huge. Yeah, man. Amazing. Martin is, yeah, still supernatural.
yeah.
So proud of what he's done, man.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, no, he's great. And then, well, I want to go back to what's happening for a second because when Ray
Yeah.
was gone the first time on what's happening, you brought
Yeah.
a character called Snake in that you were tutoring. That
Yes, yeah, that's right.
I
Oh
liked him.
yes, like,
I
I
like
did. I wonder what's going. Leland. His real name was Leland. I wonder where he is now. Yeah, I wonder about him. And Little Earl and Big
yes,
Earl.
yep.
I wonder where they are. Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny about Lil Earl, and you can confirm this because from what I originally heard, they wanted Gary Coleman to play that role because they thought he was
I
going to be.
never knew that. I didn't know that. But hey, a lot of things I don't. Yeah, I'm hearing now. But I could see why, because Gary is hilarious.
Yeah.
I could see that. Yeah.
Well, according to what I'm reading, so this is I wrote it down. It says ABC president Fred Silverman knew that he would be a big star, so when he left ABC in 1978 to go to NBC, he created Different Strokes for Gary Coleman. But originally, he was supposed to play Little Earl, but they and which I mean that the kid that played Little Earl, I thought he
Wow.
was
I could.
funny. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I thought it was nice having this white kid.
yeah,
You know how they were really doing the interracial thing in
yeah.
a subtle way through the kid's eyes. He's not looking at her color.
Oh,
Oh, hey, you're my baby. That's my doll and all. And I look at it because first you're like, man, why they got this character? But when you look at it, it is really endearing.
yeah.
And he's not seeing her color.
No, he just
He's
loved
just
it.
he loves her,
Yeah,
and how beautiful is that,
yeah.
so
Yeah, no, I think it
Yeah,
worked out perfect. I mean, Gary Coleman
yeah,
became a star on his own. He
yeah,
didn't
he
need the
did. Yeah,
he didn't need to jump off from what's happening, and then this kid
yeah,
was perfect for the role. So
yeah,
and the reason I'm bringing all this up was like, I love the fact that this show had such a great ensemble that was when one main
yeah,
character left, they brought somebody else in, and the show was
yes, yeah,
just as good, just as funny. I mean, as much as I
yeah,
love
yeah,
Mabel King and I love the Mama episodes,
yes,
the show was
yes.
great without her as well. It's just that I mean the
Well,
chemistry
Shirley
that you
kind
guys
of
had, yeah.
became, yeah.
There's one episode though, and this is probably the one that you walked out on what's happening is where it was only had Dwayne's father was running for office and he was
That's right. That was the one.
yep. And it's just
The
her.
great Greg Morris, the great Greg Morris. And I still regret because I didn't want to disappoint, when I think about disappointing him,
Yep.
but later on he was in another episode
Hmm.
that I was at. Fred had acted up that week, so he wasn't in that episode.
Yeah.
And so it was just so they had it written in a way that I was being, very much honoring him as the councilman and all that. But
Yep.
I could tell him as an actor how much I admired him, and so that was just, yeah, I felt really bad about that. He saw that his son, is doing great now. Is he Greg Morris too? No,
Well, let's see.
he's
That one I'm not sure about. I
yeah, he's hilarious. And he was in. Oh, he had a bunch of TV sitcoms. He was in the episode I did with the Upshaws as well. But the son, his only son,
Phil Morris.
Phil, he is hilarious. Yeah, and his daughter, I can't think of her name now, God, but she's a director, actress, writer. Yeah, awesome director.
Yep.
So yeah, but Mission Impossible.
Oh my
He
God.
was
Yeah.
on, Greg. So he was definitely way ahead of becoming carving out a path, for me, but not comedy, but still
Yeah.
seeing his presence on TV. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, his son is hilarious in Seinfeld. He plays Jackie Childs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was
Omar.
good. You did get a chance to meet Greg. He played in the other episode where Dwayne was running for student president.
Yes, 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 man. I was so glad that we could come together on a better positive note. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
telling you, I watched every episode. I love the show.
I can tell. I see you watch, and we have fans like that that have seen it, and then they'll still say, like, even at Chiller, "Oh, I just watched
Yeah.
the other night. Just last night. Oh, the other day I was watching." And Lunel, who I call the queen of comedy,
Yep.
she she loves. She one day she was like she had a cold or something, and she goes, "Ernie, guess what I'm doing? I
Yeah.
have a cold. I'm sitting here. I'm binge watching what's happening, And she took over. She's does the Jimmy Kimmel at his nightclub in Vegas.
Okay.
She's the regular. Yeah, she's the one that has a recurring thing there. So and we just went there to see her. And she had us on stage and told them like, y'all have no idea what's happening with my show, y'all. And yeah, so
Yep.
she gave us so much love. Yeah. Yeah,
I
so
love
much
it.
love.
Well, unfortunately, after the show ended, what did you have a plan after that?
No, I made the show my God, and my God had failed me. So I just went deeper into the drugs.
Yeah.
And then I was introduced to Freebase.
Oof.
I think that was 80. I remember being because I was being evicted, so that was happening because I had spent all my money. I tell people, not all the money was on drugs. I gave out money. I was very generous. I probably am still too generous with money. Yeah, but that's just as my mother. I said, Mom, I promise I'm gonna say I'm gonna give X amount of money and do half of that because I overgive, right?
Yeah.
And but being broke and that I remember one of the people on that floor I was on said, "Hey man, there's this new thing now that is a new high that it's free base. It's like you smoke the whole cocaine." I said, "What?" And I remember the first time. I tell people, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the Pope. I don't care if you're Billy Graham. You better not ever take a hit of that. Because you're gonna be a different person, brother. I'm telling you. I don't care who you will forget your name. That free base is no joke, okay?
Oh man.
It is no joke. And so that I didn't realize, but as I wrote in the book, I realized now and that I had made that my God. I had made the recognition, the fame, my God, and forgetting who I was,
Yeah.
that I belong to Christ. He gave me everything, but I was not honoring him. I'm like, oh, my show, I can't believe I don't have my show, and just feeling sorry for yourself. And then, the worst thing is when you're broke and you're trying to scrape up money to buy drugs. So basically, now you borrow money, but not to live on it, just so you can get more drugs to
Um,
escape the fact that you are unemployed and that you have, because people treat you like you have a disease when your show is canceled, by the
yeah.
way. So that
Fortunate.
doesn't help. And I had, several people that I just say I have to forgive them. I won't mention their names, but several uh famous women, and they I think they had a, I think they had a crush. Probably, I think they did have a crush, and I wasn't. Especially one was married, so why would yeah, your husband is cheating on you, but I'm not going to help you cheat. But so they let me know in no uncertain terms that I had disappointed God. Opportunity knocks only once in life, and I blew it. Basically, my life was over.
Oof.
These are women who call themselves Christian,
Yeah.
who gave me. If I was a suicidal person, if I was that person who you can see why something like kids who are being bullied, cyberbullied, and they hang 8-year-old, 10 years are killing themselves, but they said stuff to me that's despicable. And you're not giving me no hope at all. You're
Wow.
saying that's the end of it. You have no reason to be basic with, and I'm like, I remember saying, huh? What did you say? And they repeated it again.
Wow. It's like kicking
So
when you're down.
I never put their names in the book,
Yep.
but it just let me know again how not trusting again,
Yep.
because you're not getting any, you want sex and you're married, or you might have been attracted. I'm not a woman that's had a lot of men. I don't care if you're a starlet or not. If you that doesn't, you're no longer attracted to me.
Yep.
I mean, the other man can say, "Oh, I don't care. She's so beautiful." It's a virtuous. That's what a virtuous woman, a virgin preferably. I'm not gonna lie. Or she was married and got divorced. That's one thing. But to have gone through, you're pretty, but you've had all these. Why am I no, I don't want no part. And that's not. I'm not better than you. That's not what I want. I
Yeah.
don't feel comfortable with that. So um, they say hell knows no wrath like a woman scorned.
Mhm.
That's a true verse from the scripture.
Yeah.
And like I said, but if I did not, thank God, I knew that God still had me. But I had my doubts even about, does God hate me too?
Yeah.
Is he, does he, and then you realize, and that's through people especially my mother reminding me that no, God don't, he forgives. Ain't nothing you can do to
Yeah.
make him not love you. So yeah, and oh man, it's just so much becoming a Muslim, uh, and then the Jewish producers thinking that I was a terrorist or whatever.
God.
And so Khomeini had taken over Iran at the time, and I don't know nothing about politics like that. Israel and Palestine, I don't know nothing about. I'm just I was on coke, and my cousin brought out this Muslim while I was on coke in Malibu, and I needed, if a Jew had come along, I would have done that. If a Buddhist came along, whatever, whoever came along with something that said, "Hey, this can save your life."
Yep.
So I was, but and I tell people, no, I have nothing against Islam. Muhammad Ali, I tell people, to me, there's no better person that's Christ-like than Muhammad Ali to me, because he loved everybody. He gave money to everybody.
I love
So
that.
no, I just feel it's a better fit for me. I was a Christian from the beginning, and so I know that that's what suits me. That it's tailor made. Like I think Islam is tailor made for Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
And so I went through a lot where even then you got Christians saying you're a heathen, you're going to hell.
Yep.
Now you come back to church, and you got Muslims saying, "Oh yeah, you're going." One thing I've learned: don't try to please anyone but God.
Yep. Well, the
That's the
funny thing,
bottom line.
well, the funny thing about this, I'm glad we brought this up because I had this written down and I wanted to talk about it because your people like your sister was saying you're a heathen, this and that. All of a sudden, the
Yeah, yeah.
$17,000 check came and she thought it was from Islam. Oh, Ernest, you're the best, Ernie Byrne. I love. And all of a
Not
sudden, the money
only
was
that,
gone, then you became a heathen again.
they became Muslims. Remember remember
Yep.
before? Oh, what are you doing in that mess? That mess, right? When those checks came in, I gave $1,000 here, bought a bunch of groceries and all, and they know those checks were coming in. Yeah, that we wanna, yeah, because they were like dating, they were living together.
That's
She and her boyfriend got married at the mosque. But when the money went away, when the money dried up, back to the I'm a heathen all over.
that's funny. A picture of their God is a wallet.
Right, right, right.
Hey,
That's the
I have a
truth.
picture of God. It's a wallet.
Yeah, right. That's the truth, brother. I'm not lying. That is
Oh,
the
that is
truth.
funny. You actually moved to Pakistan for a little while.
Yeah, I went there for a 40-day retreat because my friend Yusuf got arrested. He was killed by a policeman, and I'm not saying I don't believe most policemen are racist. This guy happened to be one,
Yeah.
but anyway, but he was concerned about me going back to drugs
Mm,
because I had become a Muslim, and he said, "No, you need to." If you go to Pakistan, they have this program where you really get deeper into the religion, and you learn from these older men, these sage older imams, and so I went to this foreign land, man, and initially it was traumatic. I wanted to go home. I was having horrors, the nightmares, man, beyond, just this terrible nightmares, and they were telling me, no, that's the devil, that you gotta just rebuke the devil, and eventually then I found out, wait a minute, this is great, because once I got over that and rebuked that spirit, and then I wanted to live there because there's no temptation.
hmm
There's no liquor stores. Ain't no porn magazines at the newsstand. No TV with nothing like that you can't be tempted by nothing,
Yep.
right? And so I wanted to stay there, and then this older brother said, "No, you can't do that. You got to go back. The thing you got to be this way among those." Show those people who are going through those struggles of drugs that, yeah, you can be in the midst of that and still be a virtuous man, right?
Yep.
And which I failed at again, by the way. But when I finally broke that, when God finally freed me, but Christ finally freed me. But I went through it. I'd be sober 1 year back, sober 2 years back, and then, like I said, when it came to that point where you're so high, the stars in the sky are dancing, the lights are dancing, you feel like you just feel like you've lost your mind, you're empty, you're void of any God, and you cry out to God and tell God, I cannot even help you, Lord. I will probably do it again. I probably want I have it in me to do it again if you don't take it away.
Yep. Yep.
So, and I need you to take the desire away. And that's what Christ said. He took the desire away from me.
Well, the thing is, I'm glad you never gave up hope. I mean, sometimes you fall off the horse, but you get right back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I
come
love that.
back. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I want to talk about when you did come back from Pakistan and your mother picked you up at the airport.
Woo! Not a pretty sight. Oh, my mother was so upset. Oh my Lord. I never thought I said my mother loves me so much, but that was the only time I thought she hated me.
Oh man.
Because I came with sandals on. Remember, I come in with sandals on,
Yeah.
with a robe and a kufi hat. And remember, she don't know
Yeah.
nothing about Islam. Right? She doesn't know I'm Church of God in Christ. And she, oh my Lord, if there was a video of just her expression, okay, that alone, right? It was, brother. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that and I remember when they had Ernest Thomas, they scared her because the people they were over the top,
Yeah.
and in the parade, and they were running up to the car. But when the mayor tried to, at the end of the parade, there's a podium. He's going to introduce me. I'm going to say nice things to the people or whatever. They bum rushed the stage, and people are handing me their babies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Kiss my baby, touch my baby, touch my. And my mother said, "You're not. Don't have them worshiping you like that. You're not Jesus Christ." I said, "Mom, I'm not saying I'm Jesus. I'm not telling them to do that." But I remember
Oh man.
that's the truth. The mayor was. They bum rushed to say they didn't
Wow.
care about him.
I,
They didn't care about Jesse Jackson
wow.
or the Coretta King. All them, they were there for Ernest Thomas
Ernest Thomas
alone.
Day.
Okay. Yeah.
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 That was 1977.
Hey, that's right. That was right, brother. That's
Wow.
right.
I love that. Well,
Yeah, man.
I want to go to right after What's Happening Now canceled. Whose idea was it to start stand-up comedy?
Shirley Hemphill thought I was funny. But not Martin so much. I would say my Shirley definitely encouraged me, but my manager really felt that was a good way to go to another level because stand up was so popular,
Yeah.
right? And I already had the fame. So if I could go further, but yeah, Shirley definitely thought that I could deliver it. And she thought Paul Mooney would be a great writer for me, and he did write, but he didn't give me his best, But God rest his soul, I still love him, because he was going on tour with Eddie, so he was keeping, and he did a lot of things. He upstaged Eddie. He was a brilliant comedian.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that stand up I could do. I had a good 10 minutes,
Yeah.
Rich, and that's all I could do. I didn't love it. I was an actor, so I'm an actor pretending to be what people want me to be. So they want me to be. So I'm pretending to be a comedian. I'm acting it out.
Hmm.
So and I remember being, I was very definitely family oriented, not telling, not cussing. And then when I did it at the Wiz, it was in Long Beach. There was a black club, and Martin Lawrence came there and Robin Harris, and they said they were coaching me.
Yeah.
My first black audience, I had done like a couple, comedy store a little bit here and the Laugh Factory, but this was all black club. Ernie, you got to cuss, baby. And so all my jokes on this yellow sheet, they have MF, MF here, shit.
Yeah.
They're telling you got. And I found out people loved it
That's funny.
because I was so nervous. I didn't want to fail.
Yep.
So I did cuss, and they didn't want me to leave. But when I left there, I felt horrible. I said, you just sold out,
Yeah.
right? You just sold out, and I couldn't continue that. So then I got a manager who put Fred and I together. So Fred and Barry and I had our act, and I forgot what we called ourselves. I can't remember now. But we remember Laurel and Hardy and all that. Like we're gonna be like them,
Yep.
right? And but we really sucked. Okay, we so but then but then Fred came up. That's
Yeah.
what Fred is really. He didn't know how brilliant he was. He came up with an idea. He said, "Let's go to the comedy store, Ernie, and I got one we're gonna do. This first time we're doing it together at the comedy store." And he has, well, I'm a dummy. He's a ventriloquist, and I'm the dummy in his lap.
Ah,
And I it is man, they laughed so hard. We got a standing ovation. The
wow.
manager loved that. But when I left there, I felt again, I just sold out.
Yeah.
That's not what I want to do for the rest of my life, cussing like that in this act. So Fred was upset, the manager upset. Yeah. So I just something I just could not, I just wasn't in love with it. I think I could still do now. I can be funny in my speeches and so, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
You have to love it, like love it, love it, love it. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what happened to me. It's like I had fun doing it for a little while. I did it for 4 years, but after a while, I just got bored with it. I didn't. It wasn't because I wasn't being myself. I was
Yeah.
being myself. I didn't come from where people knew me, and I wasn't. So I was being.
Yeah.
These are my sense of humor, my jokes. But then I had more fun doing the motivational talks because, like you said, I could be serious, make some points, but do it in a funny way, and I don't have to be
Yeah.
funny
Yeah.
consistently over and over, just like nonstop
Yeah.
laughing.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
loved both of them, but I sort of just got tired with it, and I said, let me move on. And it was like a natural progression.
Oh, okay. See, that's what. Yeah. Yeah. I felt, and that made me drink more. By the way,
Oh man, yeah, because you're in the
when
comedy
I knew.
clubs, the alcohol is there,
Yeah.
the
And
temptation.
just yeah, and just to okay, I gotta be funny again. Okay, I don't really want to do this, but let me be funny again. And I think one of the funniest times when I auditioned for In Living Color with,
Ah,
yeah, and I didn't want to, and I never, Damon Wayans and his brother, oh God, I
Keenan
can't think,
Ivory, Keenan Ivory.
Ken and I, they laughed so hard, man, because I came up. A lot of people, Martin Lawrence, a lot of people didn't get that. A lot of top names,
Yeah.
but I went there and I had drinking two Sapporo beers. I remember, and I drank them fast. So I was high, and I went. So I got that. I said, "Yeah, Dwayne, yeah, Keenan, Dwayne, Damon, what the f is this shit? I raised you. I raised you niggas. You know how dare." And they were like, look, because no one ever saw me like that,
I
right?
love it.
I'm
Yep.
like, audition for you. Watch what's happening. I just auditioned for you.
Bam, drop the mic.
It's a damn. So then I still did my little 10 minutes, and I remember Tommy Davidson.
Yep.
Somebody said, "Ernie, what was that?" I said, "I don't know, man. I just felt. I just never saw." And Ali's daughter,
Yep.
Mayme, she said, "You were fun." I was so shocked, but it was funny
Yep.
because you didn't care. You just really just spoke what you felt, right? And Damon Wayans told me, he said, "Man, you could do it. You're afraid of the silence,
Yeah.
and you're afraid of fail. They're gonna be thinking, they ain't laughing. You gotta forget that. Keep God will you will come up. Something will come because you want to be funny. So something will come out of that happy accident because that's the show we do. Something will come out of you just refusing to give up. And I'm not gonna leave this. Dave Chappelle was famous. They were booing him. He said, "I'm not going nowhere."
I love it. Yep.
That's right. He sucked at. He just sucked at first. I knew a girl that knew him very. They went to the same Duke Ellington School of Performing Arts, and he would not leave stage.
Yep.
And eventually, the rest is history. But I don't have that patience to do that. No,
Yeah.
no, no,
Yep.
no.
Well, speaking of ending your stand-up career, I want to talk about how Boston was the beginning and the end of your stand-up career. Do you
Say it again.
how sorry, I want to talk about how the end of your stand-up career, Boston was the beginning and the end of your stand-up career.
Oh, my Lord, yes. Of Boston. Well, there was a club there. I won't say which one it was, but it was obviously known for white patrons, put it like that.
Yep.
And but I was coming there as a lineup, and I was supposed to the star is supposed to be the headliner, but my agent knew I wasn't that, so I was gonna do my 10 minutes, and these other guys were gonna be they were, gonna they still were gonna do their thing. So I'm supposed to be, yeah, I also do the big thing. I couldn't do it. So first of all, they lied to me
Yep.
and said, "Oh no, we paid for a headliner. You got to come with an hour." And I had this guy named Biscuit. He ended up being the bodyguard for New Kids on the Block, by the way.
Hmm.
And he had, I said, we went to some shops, and I got some wigs. I was gonna do Tina Turner trying to run from Ike. The reason she danced like that is she was dodging his fist. So she was doing, roll. I was just making.
That's actually funny. I like that.
No, I had that on. Right? I had that, and and then it was just like, so the 10 minutes I did, but then I had to stretch it, and man, I was drowning. And then I remember someone said, "Yeah, you're not funny," something like, and I said, "F you."
No way.
It got caught 'cause again.
Yep.
They knew that was a person. Again, this is Raj, right?
Yep.
And brother, it was a pin could drop at that moment. And then I left the stage, and my manager said no. He's because I couldn't reach them over the weekend. They said no, you weren't. No, you. He knew that, so I called WILD, the black station.
Hmm.
My last appearance, I said, "Look, I need my brothers and sisters here. I feel I need that support." I had no idea they'll be around. There'll be a line around the block of
Oh
black
my
folks.
God.
And the guy was not amused. He was pissed off. So the manager, Ernie, look, man, I'm not racist, but did you call like I said, yeah. Can you kind of take it back? Cause the guy is nervous. I said, how the hell can I take it
I know.
back? Yeah. So that was the first time they
That,
had that many blacks, but no one had a fight. And I said, you know what? And I mean, the owner gave me this. Oh man, he could. If looks could kill. I said, look at Boston. I hear about racism. Isn't it so beautiful? Blacks and whites together.
well, you know what I love? It's like if it's an owner of a club, I would just be happy if there's patrons there. And
Yeah, right, right.
there's no
Yes,
fighting. It's
yes,
like, come on. It's like I
yes,
don't know. But I
yeah,
guess some
yeah,
people aren't
man.
that open-minded, and
Yeah,
there
yeah,
was no violence. People were getting.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
love
yeah,
the fact that you
man.
did that. So when you said
Yes,
that, the
man.
owners did the owner basically just say, "Okay, we're done."
Yeah, yeah, but people got to everyone got along, but they were not. But I found out that existed, and so now, well, several people want to do like a movie, or a movie of the week or film, actual film, because there's so much, all that variety in my life,
Oh
right?
yeah.
And that would make a good film. The only thing, and one guy wanted me to. I don't want to talk about other celebrities, though,
Yeah.
and I don't want. Yeah, I saw a lot. I was propositioned and all like that by a lot of people that were not. They were just they had all these women, but if you wanted money, you had to give them oral job,
Yeah.
oral sex or whatever. And they wanted. I said, no, no, I'm not going to snitch on people like that. They didn't grope me, and it was just a word. There was something asked of me if I wanted. I'm asking for money
Yeah.
for my movie. I had an independent film and all that. So but this manager has people that don't care about that, So I don't know who will play me, but I'm really looking forward to the movie about my life. Yeah, I'm really looking for that. And I think it's gonna bless a lot of people. Because the bottom line is the show doesn't define me. Racism, asthma, bullying doesn't define me. being molested, none of that. The only thing that is Christ Jesus.
Yep.
And I said, that's clear. Oh yeah. And I try to tell her, no matter what it is, don't let that define. I have every reason to be suicidal, drug. Oh yeah, poor me. Oh man, my mother was beat. Oh yeah, my mother, they beat her up. Oh man, the racism in the South. Oh, they bullied me at my black school. All that, I could, yeah. But the bottom line is I'm allowing things that did not create me. They have no power, no heaven or hell to put me in.
Yep.
So once I learned my identity is in Christ Jesus, and it always will be. And I said, Lord, it take me if it looks like I'm going another way, Lord, take me. I do not want to revisit that ever again.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, people can see I want all the ugliness in there. I want them to see me on drugs, crawl in the carpet looking for crack, all that, being among the drug dealers, all that stuff. I want all the ugly in there, because in the end, you come back to where a love that supersedes all love,
Oh, yeah.
as the prodigal son.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
What I love about you, because there's nothing more that I hate as a victim. Somebody always blames everybody else for what happened to them. It's like, take
yeah,
responsibility, and you are the exact opposite. You take responsibility for everything. You went through a
yeah.
lot. I mean, look, we've been talking for 5 hours right now.
Oh my Lord, really?
Yeah, 5. So I am loving every second of this, because you've led such, as
Man,
I mentioned in the beginning, such an inspirational, motivational
yeah, yeah.
life, and you've touched so many people. You've done so many things. So I think that, unfortunately, there are people out there that, oh, I'd rather wait for the movie to come out. So the people that don't want to read the book will see the movie, and
Yes,
see
yes.
what you did in
Thank
life.
you.
Yeah,
The movie is much deeper. Yeah.
yeah.
You can read the book, but there's some ugliness that's not in that book.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah. So I tell people, no, there's much more. Oh yes, there's much more, brother. But
well,
I just pray that whoever plays it, that it launches him into his own right, as a star as well.
yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Is that in pre-production, or is in the planning stages?
We're shopping it now, yeah, and it will be called, and right now it's still From Rags to Riches,
Yep.
but I was trying to think of another title, but right now that sticks for
Yeah.
now, as it kind of sticks, yeah,
No,
yeah,
I love that title
yeah. Oh,
from the
thank you,
movie. It's great.
thank you.
Well, there's two
Yeah.
comedians I want to mention that you talked about in the book, and they were really popular around that time. Andrew Dice Clay and Sam Kinison.
Oh, don't get me, man. They really, they love me, and the show was, again, the show had been canceled, but they love me. They acted like I was still all that,
Yeah.
And I remember they took me out to after the show, because they would close the show because people hated that, a lot of the women, not the guys, but the one, because you know how they talked about women, and
Oh yeah.
so Mitzi Shore used them to be the last two comedians. They knew people would go home, but I thought they were hilarious. I
I
saw,
like
oh,
it.
they didn't change.
Yeah.
When they got made, they did the same thing they were doing back then. Only finally it caught on, right?
Yeah.
But Andrew Dice Clay and Sam Keller, especially Sam, and I just he just I don't know. I thought he was the funniest thing ever.
Hmm.
I don't think the genius, the intelligence, and just the comedic. There's no one like him. There's just no one that the whole fact that he was a minister, the spiritual thing, being
Yep.
the ex-minister and he made me laugh. And I was really angry when he died. I was angry at him. Like, why did you have to, there will be no more. And I'll go online, especially the one about necrophilia, about he said there's this group of wealthy gay men who will pay money to have sex with these corpses, like the first male corpse, and he gets on the floor and he's the corpse. He said, "Yes, can you imagine you're there? Thank you, Lord Jesus, I'm going to heaven." And wait, what's this? What the? What the fuck? I got a dick up my ass. Oh my! Oh, it never. Oh my! You gotta, Rich. I will look at that 1,000 times and laugh 1,000 times. Okay.
The one I remember from him was like Jesus was on This Is Your Life. Hey Jesus, remember this noise?
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Yeah, yeah. Why wasn't Jesus married? Because how he gonna explain? Yeah, his wife would be nagging. Oh, you with the 12 disciples. Yeah, all this. Are you right? Yeah, yeah. You raising the dead. Oh Lord. Yeah, he was. Oh my God. And then the thing about the homeless, well, Africa, he
Yes,
said, here's Sally,
Sally's
from
brothers.
All in the Family.
Sally's brothers.
He said she got her fat ass up there, never missed a meal, and got the starving child flies off. So you can see them. Don't feed him. Don't feed him. We got to get this shot. Don't feed him. Oh my
Oh,
Lord.
that is
Oh my
funny.
Lord.
You know what I liked about Dice is that he's a great actor. Like he's played.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. You saw him in Sarsborn,
I saw him in
right?
that. I
Yeah.
saw him in Blue Jasmine. I saw him in Something
Oh,
About Sex. I saw him in another movie called. He's in another movie with Rowdy Roddy Piper. He's been in some low budget movies, but
yeah.
he's in a great movie. Was directed by Woody Allen called Blue Jasmine. He played Sally Hawkins, who was the one I was talking about earlier, who was in that movie
Yeah.
Bring It Back. He plays her husband, which is a great.
Oh,
Yeah, but he was. I
okay.
actually liked his comedy act too, just like Sam Kinison. But as an actor too, he played some really good roles.
Oh man. Oh my God.
And I
Yeah,
used to get,
yeah.
I was gonna say, I used to get mad at people. They're like, "Oh my God, he's homophobic. He's racist. That's a character."
No,
Yeah, no, he's the exact opposite.
that's just a character.
The
Yeah, he's
character,
not
yes.
that at all. Yeah.
Exactly. It goes back to the people getting mad that your Nadine Emery Johnson's cheating on you. So like people don't understand that.
They
Like,
don't,
yeah.
right? Yeah, he's just doing, yeah, like Don Rickles.
Oh
He
yeah.
was attacked for being racist, and he says, "I'm equal opportunity by everybody." He talked about his own people, Jewish people,
Oh yeah.
whatever. But there was a time, oh, he's racist, and Sidney Poitier defended him.
Oh good.
They said, no, he's no. He said he never laughed harder. He gonna tell jokes. He going to the worst place ever about you, whatever stereotypes, right?
Oh
He
yeah.
gonna
No.
go there, but he does it with every race.
Yeah, and he's
It
being
ain't like he's picking on one. Yeah,
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 and he's being so over the top,
yes,
exaggerating.
yes,
He's
yes,
kidding. That's why I
absolutely.
like. I've always been like this since I was a kid. It's like I've never could think of anything that could offend me. Like I think you can always find the humor in everything. It's just how you say it, how you present it, and that's why
Yeah.
I think my favorite comedian of all time has to be George Carlin because he went from
Oh Lord, oh my Lord, yes, I love him.
he went from
Yeah,
the hippy
I love
dippy
him.
weatherman all the
Yeah,
way to, and if you watch his specials now, especially his later ones, the stuff he's
yeah.
talking
That's
about in 2005, 2006 is actually
it's still
happening now.
it's happening now. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. Oh my God. The things he would talk, especially about golf, about
Oh
all
yeah.
this land. Oh my God. You never think about it, right?
No.
And but yeah, no, no, I loved him. Richard Pryor was my
Oh
number
yeah,
one, but
definitely.
definitely, yeah, George. Oh yeah, George Carlin. I never got a chance to see him live. I never saw Rickles live either, but
I saw
uh,
Rickles live and I saw Carlin live. The only one I didn't see is I saw Dice live. I didn't see Kinison
okay.
and I didn't see Pryor. I would have loved to see those two.
Oh,
But I saw
oh
Carlin.
man.
It was fun. I'll give you an example. When my brothers and I were small, my father was like, we used to listen to my father's records of George
Okay.
Carlin. So then when we got a little bit older, like 14 or 15, he would take us to see them. So I remember the first shirt we got, it says on the front of our shirts, we were like 14 years old, Simon Says, and on the back it says, go fuck yourself. My father's like, yeah, I'll take 3 of those.
No. Oh my.
so so after that I became older and I started seeing him on my own. I saw him every single year, and the last tour that he was doing was 2008. I said, you know what, tickets are so expensive, he's on HBO, I'll see him next time, and he died. So I saw him every year from the
Oh.
80s up into 2006.
Oh my Lord.
You know,
Yeah. He. Uh, I remember Andrew Dice Clay about about he hated magicians, right?
Oh
He said,
yeah.
I'm not impressed with David Copperfield. Like I made that Empire State Building. Yeah, let me touch it. Let me be there. Yeah, you made it. Fuck you. So he says, you want to impress me? You know, eat a bunch of eat a bunch of fruit and shit a fruit salad. That's true though, right?
Oh,
If you can do that, you're a magician. You know?
oh, yeah,
Oh
he was.
Lord, forgive me, Lord,
No, no,
Lord,
no.
I
This is
the cuss,
great.
but
And of course, the nursery rhymes are great.
oh my God, yes. What is it? Hickory dickory. Oh my Lord, I can't remember it, but
Oh, I know it. I'll tell you. Hickory dickory dock. Some bitch was sucking my cock. The clock struck 2. I dropped my goo. Dropped the bitch off in the next block. Oh! Little boy blue. He needed the money. Oh! Jack and Jill went up the hill, each with a buck and a quarter. Jill came down with 450. Oh, that fucking whore.
right, oh right, oh my Lord,
Yeah,
brother,
I can't remember what
oh
I did
my God,
yesterday, but I still remember those nursery rhymes.
oh my Lord.
This
What's
is
the other one? Little Miss
Little
Muffet.
Miss Muffet sat in her tuffet, eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider and sat down beside her and said, "Hey, what's in the bowl, bitch?" Oh!
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh
This
my
is,
Lord.
I love this.
Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. And I remember Sam, and he never did this again, but he was just things would just come to him. I remember Jay Leno might have been in the audience that day as well. I know Dame was, we like, where is he going with this, right?
Yep,
About this couple comes in a donut shop to rob it during the midnight shift, right?
yep,
And they shoot the college kid in the head, but somehow it was so hilarious. You're like, how dark are we gonna go with it? And Jay Leno mentions that he mentioned there's not. I'm like, how did, but he made it, you're screaming, you're crying, your side is splitting, you know? And I wish they would show that one, but it was just something he just did like that particular night.
yep,
And he never, I wish they had recorded that. But think about how do you make something funny that was so horrific, right?
yep.
There's a shooting, a kid is dying from a bullet, but and I remember the letter when he did the Letterman show, and he was like, any married people? Anyone think about marriage out there? You okay? Okay. I want you to remember this phase.
Well, that's what we talked about before. I said you can make anything funny. It's all in how you do it, and that's
How
what.
you do it?
And you know what's funny? Like with Carlin, somebody made a great comment. If like you just take his jokes, it's like it makes a great commentary. But then when he gets on stage with his facial expressions and all the way
Yes.
his
Yes.
mannerisms, it makes it
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah. I think he was that, like you said, those specials
Yeah.
the H were the funniest. Those were classics.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know why they should show the. I mean, I guess I had to find them again. But I remember anytime they were on, we all would gather around to see. I never saw it, went there to see it, but I would see it was like a special, you
Oh
know.
yeah. Oh yeah. That's
And
exactly what we did too.
yeah,
HBO used to
yeah,
release it every
yeah,
1.5 to
man.
2 years, and
Oh my Lord.
we'd all get together, the whole family, and just
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was. Oh my God, definitely. And I saw Jim Carrey when he did his first stand up, which he
wow,
never did. He didn't do it like that ever again. But I mean, he did a few times. But he didn't like that. It was so easy. He said, like
wow.
he goes, he unpredictable, um, but still, I mean, a skill he could imitate. When I first saw him, Richard Pryor was waiting to try out some stuff again, but here's this newcomer, Jim Carrey. He does Michael Landon from Little House on the Prairie. He does Katharine Hepburn. How do you do Michael Landon, right? He does Clint
Oh
Eastwood,
my God.
right? And he does all this. And then the thing that everybody go, the gas,
Yeah.
he sits on a stool and they start playing God Bless the Child. He does Billy effing Holiday.
Oh my God. That one I didn't see.
And black people, especially, I mean, sounded exactly like
Wow.
her.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
I gotta see if I can find that somewhere because that one I didn't see.
No, you won't find. Yeah, I don't know if it's around. I
Okay.
don't know. They weren't filming it because he was, at that time, the shows at the Comedy Store weren't being filmed. Unless someone had their own little video, you wouldn't. I would
Okay.
love it. I hope somebody. It would be nice if somebody filmed it, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I would love to see that.
Wow.
But when he did Billy, I mean, even the others were great, but Billie Holiday.
Yeah, that's amazing.
He's doing a black jazz singer who was on heroin, brother,
Yep.
and had her voice down to a T. Well, if you close your eyes, you hearing Billie Holiday, brother. That was it. But he didn't want to. He would just bomb. He would just be willing to bomb again. He would come on there and just. He was trying to find himself, and then he did. He would do new material, but it was a time when it didn't come out good.
Yep. Well, that's
But
what I think it was George Carlin said. He goes, any comedian that never bombed on stage never wrote a new joke because you have to try stuff.
wow.
You have to try new things. You can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. I mean, like we were talking about, because I had the same thing at first. You get a solid 10 minutes, and then sort of for me, I got it up into 20 minutes. I did it for 4 years,
Okay.
but after that, it was like one time I did a 45-minute set. That was excruciating. That was just so hard.
Oh,
So, but like I had a good 20 minutes where it was funny,
yeah,
people laughed, but there was times where like I would try a joke. I'm like, all right, well, this part worked. Let me see if I can reword it, rework it, and put it,
yeah,
And so after a while, I would get it down to where it would laugh. But the thing is that for me, I always believed in myself, where I said, you know what,
yeah,
I think it's funny. They'll think it's
yeah,
funny eventually. You just have to get it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it. I didn't have, if I said something that, yeah, if I stayed to the script,
Yeah.
because I wouldn't try anything, I did I tried. And so, oh yeah, they're doing, I brought what's happening back and what's happening now. Thank you for supporting the show. And this time I told the producers I had to have a wife because hanging out with Roger and Rerun, hanging out with Rerun and Dwayne, people were starting to talk, right? So I tried it differently in Philadelphia or Cleveland. I said, "Yeah, thank you for what's happening coming back, and I have a wife this time because Rod had to have some pussy."
That's
My brother, I'm talking about crickets. People, they did not want me to say this club. Like, that's right. What did he? And one older couple in the front, the woman said, "What did he just say?"
I
I
think
went,
it's
"Oh
hilarious.
no, I swear."
That's funny.
The true story.
Oh man.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord!
Who are some of your favorite comedians now, current comedians?
Oh lord, I love Earthquake. I don't know if
Oh
you
yeah,
know him, but if you go online, Earthquake is hilarious.
I've
But
heard the name.
yeah, if you go and see him, go on, brother. He has one like he got 6 million hits on there. He's in rare form. But Dave Chappelle just did,
Yep.
produce a special on him. But uh, I'm trying to see him. Definitely. Oh God, who else out there now?
For me, I like
Uh,
Bill Burr. I think he's hilarious.
Oh yeah. Oh, very funny.
Yeah,
Very funny.
yeah.
Bill Burr. Yeah, very funny. Very
And
who the other
David
guys?
Tell for me. I'm not sure if you like David Tell. He's like David Tell or Anthony Jeselnik. Maybe.
Oh, I know. And Jesse. Yeah, that
Yeah,
Yeah, the blonde guy with
yeah,
the
yeah.
with the yeah. Oh yeah.
What I
Very
like,
yeah.
what I like about him is that like he says the most outrageous things. So you never know where he's going to go with it. Like it's just
Right, exactly. Yeah, I saw him on one of the roasting that when they were
yeah.
roasting one that's what I found. But I loved definitely one what's the lady? She always boasts about the black guy she had, but she doesn't do that anymore. Lisa Lapinelli.
Stefanelli. Oh yeah,
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 yeah, very funny. But now the girl that just she hosted the
yes. Nikki
Golden
Glazer.
Globes, huh?
Nikki Glazer.
Oh man, man, I am repeating. I gotta watch it again. When she roast Tom Brady,
Oh yeah,
that was just man, that's just classic. I love her. Well, I love Wanda Sykes. I love of course Lunel, my baby Lunel, but even Monique when she was hilarious when she was just first when she came out just being funny. Nothing political, and she got a right to do whatever. I just like that first, Onik, when
yeah.
she was just talking about skinny women, they're evil, you know. Um, but I like D.L. Hughley.
Oh yeah,
But if I would have to um, yeah, it would have to be Chris Rock. Definitely is up there. Chris Rock, Martin Lawrence, Dave Chappelle. I'm trying to think of. What's that other guy that they got him for sexual exposing himself?
oh, Louis C.K.
But he's funny as hell, man.
Oh
You
yeah,
can't deny it. The man is ridiculously funny. Unfortunately, that thing,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I think yeah, again, you just can't help. Then there's an English guy that's sort of like the Jeselnik
yeah.
guy. He's
He,
he don't you don't know what might come out of him either.
yeah, I
He's
can't
like
remember his
that.
name, but he was in the original The Office. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. 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 And then oh god, then the roasting. Who was there? I like to.
Jeff Ross.
She's a female comic. I can't think of her name, but she was. Yeah, I'm sure some people there are a lot of people I don't even know their name because I do look for to
Yeah,
stand up, and they are. I just saw a lady last night and I sent it to people. I never heard of her. She's some housewife, but she's hilarious, you know. Uh again, the sustainability, a lot of people got they that one night. There's an older guy. I wish I could send these to you,
yeah.
honestly.
Well, please, if you
Uh
find them, please do. You have my number, so just
I will send. Yeah, there's an older guy. He looks like he's 100, but everything one-liners
I
are
love that.
hilarious.
Yep.
Yeah, not known, but I'm trying to think. Oh God, just trying to think who
Ricky
else.
Gervais is the British guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh God. Oh my Lord. No
Yeah,
fear.
yeah. I
No
love that.
fear whatsoever. Come on. The Golden Globes. He's talking. He is brutal
Yeah, it was
to the
great.
actors, superstars. He don't care.
No, I loved it. I have to tell you, speaking of the roast, you know who Jeff Ross is?
Oh yeah, Jeff is the
Yeah.
king. Yeah, he's the one that produces all those.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I gotta tell you a
yeah.
funny story. I was visiting my friend in Tennessee, and there was a huge comedy club. I can't remember the name of it right now, but he was a sold out show. And I was up on the upper deck. So he said, people know me as the roast master general. I'm gonna try something new. I'm gonna bring people up on stage and roast them. So I ran like all the way down through trying to get up. I just made it on stage before they stopped letting people on stage. So I got up
Oh,
there, and Jeff Ross is looking at me. He goes like this. So, what's your story? I said, I'm financial advisor by day, stand-up comedian by night. And he goes, I hear people go, give him the mic, give him the mic. So he says, I said, looks like I have my big break. So he looks at my hand. He goes, looks like you already had your big break. So he starts making fun of me. No, this is
oh,
great. I look. So then afterwards, he goes, if you have something funny to say, I'll get back to you. He roasts everybody else on stage. Comes back to me. He goes, here you go. I got a chance to do 10 minutes of my set, standing ovation. People were screaming so loud I couldn't even hear myself. That's how fun it was.
What? What? Rich, man,
Jamie,
you have that? Please tell me you got that on.
no, you know, here's what I'm mad about. My friend, no, they said you can't record this. And so after I was over, I told my friend, please tell me you recorded it. They told me not to. I said, come on, what are they going to do? Kick us out? So he didn't record it. I'm
Oh, he
so angry.
didn't.
No,
Oh man, I would love to have seen
me
that.
too. I was so excited to go back and I said, oh, you
Yeah.
got it? I do have a picture. When I
Oh,
find the picture, I'll send
oh
the picture
my.
of me and him. But the funny thing
Oh,
was, is after the show, like after he got everybody off stage, he goes, you know, my friend's band is playing down the road. You should check them out. So my friends are like, let's go check out the band. So as soon as I walked into the club, the band stopped. Hey man, not only is this guy a hilarious comedian, he's a great guy. They brought me up on stage. I started singing with the band, and Jeff Ross walked in. He goes, "What are you fucking following me everywhere I go? I can't even turn my." So I got a picture with him. I got to show you. It's hilarious. He is one of
oh man,
he's
that's
one of the
great.
nicest, most down to earth, funniest people.
I see that. Yeah, I haven't met him, but I could see that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
But the fact that he
Wow.
gave the mic to me and let me do it, I mean, he had no idea what I was
Right.
going to
The
say or
fact that
do.
he would do that. Yeah.
I know,
Oh man.
I know.
That's a great experience, man. Yeah, you got a lot to write about.
Oh yeah, I got to start
Yeah,
writing right after we're
that's
done
a
with this
book.
interview.
You
I'm going to
got a
start.
life, brother. That's a life. That's the story. That's the film.
I
Yeah,
love it.
people want, and they said the thing now that's popular are based on true stories
Hmm.
and remakes, and based on a true story.
Yeah.
People like that. Oh wow, this really this is based on a real story. Yeah. So yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? After we're done with this, I'm going to start writing because I got to get this
Yeah,
done.
man. Yeah, and you know, you could start with a recorder, or you could Fiverr. I didn't have them at the time when I did my book, but I'm using them for another book. They help. They have ghostwriters
Yeah.
because I don't feel that. That's not a natural thing for me, right?
Yeah.
I can do my little funny bit. So Fiverr is a freelance thing that a friend hit me to because she had a book on real estate. So it's any subject matter, you know, and they buy for your all people from all over the world. Like the book I had on about women, Let the Women Lead. How to make America great, keep America great, let the women lead,
I
ease
love it.
redemption, which pissed off a lot of men. I didn't realize I never got hate comments until I put that out. But anyway,
Oh my God.
she helped me with it. I told her what I wanted, and you don't pay until you're satisfied. It's
Oh,
called
good.
Fiverr. I'll set there, Fiverr.com, Fiverr. And they got people do social media. They'll do labels. They'll do your signature, whatever you want, a signature look photo on your company account. And so, and I just told this minister and his wife, they are been married 60 years. He said, man, I wish I had a book. I said, sir, you got that book. You need to contact these people. He was so happy, and his daughter said, man, you made him so, because it's a reality. You pay what? Oh, I can pay you 200. Oh, I want 500. Oh, well, how about four? You can you do that, but they
Haggle.
hold it. They have it in escrow, and they do not release that money to those people until you say you're satisfied.
Wow. Okay. No, please send the stuff to me. I would
Yeah,
love.
so it's all that. Yeah, yeah, brother.
All
Yeah,
right. So maybe
yeah.
we'll have like
It's
a
still
we'll have
you.
movies
You're
of the
still
week.
writing it. It's helping you
Yeah.
to make it happen a reality. You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes people need that little push,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I love that. Well,
Okay.
getting back to you, because I said, but we're not even done with your life yet. We're still going on. I want to talk about, so this is after Boston, and I want to talk about how a young rapper named Francesco reaching out to you helped you.
Oh God. Yeah. 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 His real name. I changed his name in there, but his real
Okay.
name is Giovanni. He was pissed off.
Oh,
He said, why didn't you use my real name? I said, I didn't know if you wanted to put your name in there, that, you were struggling and they didn't like you at first, but then, the whole
Yeah.
From bad, you got, you weren't as good, but then but he said, yeah, I was pissed. I said, oh, I didn't, but his name really, I say Francisco, but it was Giovanni James, and he's another great, amazing kid. I call him for advice. He's the genius as well. Dr. Dre wanted to sign. Everybody wanted to sign him, and
Yeah.
a very handsome kid. And when he was a lifesaver because at that Boston club, that same place, he was at the desk at the midnight shift,
Hmm.
and I came to get change for the Coke machine. And I was with my fiance at the time, I remember her too. And anyway, I said, I saw him, I went, that kid, if that kid could act, Lord, that kid, I could be wealthy. If that kid could act or sing or anything, I'm not lying. I'm thinking, I said, yeah, but I'm gonna sound like a dirty old man if I say anything, so I'm not gonna say anything because that, it sounds like you're a dirty old man. Hey, kid, you want to be a star, so I go to my room and he he calls me.
Yeah.
He recognizes me and said, look, man, I could get fired, but look, man, I am a talented MF. And brother, if you just take the chance on me, brother, if you could just take a chance. And I said, okay, wait, okay, I admire your guts. I said, no, I'm not gonna tell anyone. I would have done what you did.
Yeah.
If I would have done. So, and I remember my fiance was very upset. I gave him a lunch and spoke to him. And I just look, I can't manage you, but I give you advice. But he just kept at me. He kept sending me photos of himself and these long letters on the yellow pad about his vision of where he would go. And I'm doing freebase at the time. Like, I wish why is this kid? He was leaving messages. Hey man, what's going on? Why are you ignoring me? And same thing with Lenny Kravitz, who was Romeo Blue because he was the first one to ask me to manage it, and I dodged him because I didn't want to get lost into drugs anymore. And I think it was the best thing. He became great Lenny. I think I would have died,
Yep.
but he became, your father is Jewish. I'm thinking your mother had the number one show in the world.
Hmm.
Why do you need me? But I know what he saw, the caring, that thing I told you about. No one can outfriend me, outlove me. He saw that I would care about him,
Yeah.
and Giovanni saw that as well. So I knew that my mother said, I remember my mother called me, son, you still on those drugs? Yeah, mom, don't start with me now. Look. And I said, and this kid, he keeps bothering me, wanting me to manage him in New York. And she said, why don't you do it? So she knew that if I care about someone else, it gets me outside of that's my thing.
Yeah.
No matter what's going on with me, if I can help you, I forget about me, right?
Hmm.
And I'll treat you better. Now I still might be doing whatever, but it takes me out of it. I'm not doing as much of it because I want to make sure
Yeah.
I help you achieve your goal. And so she said, well, he might be a blessing. And I remember that, and I just felt so low. And I mean, you're down on the floor in the carpet, the gray carpet, looking for. Do you think it's crack? It's lint, you know? And so I finally went. He sent me a ticket. It was Albany, New York, that where he lived at the time. With his mother and I was drinking vodka at 8 o'clock in the morning. And he went, well, man, what are you? And here's he getting on me about, you talk about God, but why do you need you shut up. Look, I'm managing you.
Yep.
You don't manage me. You shut up.
Wow.
But really is touching me.
Yeah.
He's convicting me, right? And but then that's what eventually, like I said, I hit rock bottom where I changed. And he was a part of that too. I mean, the main thing I had to save my life, but I know this kid is depending on me.
Yeah.
I'm there, and I'm not the great influence. I don't want to tempt him to do it. And thank God he wasn't, but I felt if he around me enough, he could start doing it, right? And so he saw that whole transformation. He was a blessing, and we went to England and got a couple offers there. And again, I don't know nothing about managing, except I know about caring and I know about discernment. I know about visions. And I had that gut feeling go to England because he's Italian and black. They were like him. And again, it became, again, knowledge. Imagination beats knowledge all day long, every day of the year.
Yep, no, I love that. What I'm so
Yeah,
impressed with, not only the fact that he took the chance, could have been fired, reach out to you, but then actually start lecturing you. Like, what are you doing? I can't believe. So, I mean, the fact that
Y-
he reached out to you, and then he's then saying, I mean, he's really a
yes,
nobody, and he wants you to help him. And he's like, sort of saying, "What the hell are you doing?
right.
Get your act together."
Yeah, you
But that's
say about God. Why would you need that? If you say all we need is God, but you drink it, right? So
yeah.
yeah, he. I was walking in the snow in Buffalo, New York, and we stayed there for a 40 ounce. I had to drink, need to drink so bad. And he was saying, his aunt said, "No, this is a dangerous neighborhood. You can't." I said, "Oh, no, I'll be fine." Thank God. I'm not rich. I walked in the freezing weather snow to
Wow.
get a 40 ounce of beer.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Old English, that old English thing. Yeah, true story. Yeah,
Wow.
I was
Well,
out there. So 35 years. Thank you, Jesus. 35 years. Yeah,
wow. Well, congratulations on that.
thank you.
And what's his real name? Giovanni, you said?
Giovanni James.
Is
Yeah.
did he make it?
He's in Warner Brothers Records, but he's on now. He's an entrepreneur. He's
Okay.
at his own business with balding. He has a product
Oh,
that is like selling like hotcakes. Yeah, yeah, and he's just again. He was that old soul.
yeah.
You know, this kid that is wise beyond his years. And to the point that when we got the deal, the Michael Jackson's ex-manager Frank Dilio wanted to take over the management. That's how they and he just. I mean, Liv Tyler, was in the first video with him. Liv saw it too. That this kid is a star. Madonna saw him perform, and
Wow.
she had him travel with her to Russia. And oh yeah, he taught her kids chess. He's another kid that's beyond so charismatic.
Yeah.
The best is yet to come for him. Giovanni James,
He
yeah.
probably him calling her up saying, Madonna, you said you're going to take me on tour. Come on, what are you doing?
Yeah, he
Get
took
your act
her,
together, Madonna.
and there's another kid, what the J. Ryder Ward. He's another kid that up and coming as a writer, producer. He's just a little horror film that won some awards in Canada. All these people eventually, I hope as they blossom, you'll have
Well,
on your show. Yeah,
what I
yeah,
wanted
they're
to ask you,
worthy of it.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you brought that up because, like, if you, I mean, obviously you have connections with them. Please
yeah.
feel free to give them my information because I would love to
Okay,
interview each and every one of these people. I mean, the
okay,
stories you're telling
okay.
me, and just have them say, you know what, I know this
Yeah.
guy, Rich. I think he'd be great for
Yeah,
the show.
yeah. Oh my Lord. Absolutely, brother.
All
Yes.
right.
Yeah. All right. All
Well,
right, man.
we're almost done. I promise you.
Okay, no, no. Hey, it's okay. It'd be
I'm,
all night. Let me grab my coffee. No, no, I'm ready. This key, I can go. I can talk.
Oh, and I love every
Yeah.
second of it. I'm going to pronounce it incorrectly, so I'm just going to spell it. It's
Okay.
what is Sufism, and how did you become involved? Sufism or Sufism?
Oh, Sufism. Yes,
Sufism, it's
yes.
Sufism. Okay.
Yeah, Sufism it really is it's where we're all one,
Okay.
yeah, no matter what your faith, we all are one in God.
Yep.
And even though Sufism is basically comes from they call it a heresy, 'cause a lot of the mainstream Muslims are against it,
Yep.
but they're into meditation, mysticism, you know. But they're the one I got, man. That guy was they call him a master, but they are, you know, that he's a holy man beyond. And here I am as a Muslim, right? I'm going there when I I went to the place, I can't remember what they call it, but they have books on Judaism, Christianity. I'm like, what? Why? He says, oh, it's all, we all, no matter. So there are people who there were Jewish,
Yep.
you know, who to the core, born and raised Jewish. There were people that were, you know, Christian, but but they were under, because he transcended all of that.
Yep.
And I tell them, look, all I can tell you, I believe this guy was a man of God, you know. But it's something you have to, they have to experience and be with a person like that to really feel that thing, because you can really, oh man, you just know the way, again, like Ali looked at you,
Yeah.
he would look at me like he looking through me,
Mhm.
you know, and he knew I was concerned about certain things, you know. Definitely about um I was concerned about the molestation, you know, how that haunted me.
Yeah.
And uh also about I enjoyed porn, you know. Porn was something that and I still do. And I told, but look, I don't, you don't you ain't got no stories on me, because I'm telling you everything. You know,
Yeah.
I say, yeah, I'm a child of God. I'm a sinner knocking at heaven's door. But I can't say it's all bad, because I don't have a mate. I'm not cheating on my wife, because I don't have no wife. I don't have no girlfriend.
No,
And I don't have the regular role where, oh, you were just a little kid, and you go to school and you get the girlfriend. You're not touched by anyone. I was touched twice by, as they said, two men who love pussy, excuse my expression, who love, you know,
yep.
but the pedophile. And so, how am I normal?
Hmm.
So people like, yeah, but man, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong
I
with
have
porn.
no idea what you're talking about. A normal, you go
Yeah.
to the prom and you get engaged, and I don't know what that is, man.
Yeah.
Because I shouldn't, as a child, I shouldn't have experienced that, and ain't nobody talking about it. And to give them credit, how could they? They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to say about any of that. You know?
Yeah. Well, also, there's nothing wrong with porn as long as everybody's of age, everybody's consenting.
Yeah,
Porn
I
is
agree.
not a bad
Yeah,
thing. Yeah. So
yeah,
I
I agree. I mean, I said, now, if you're married, I agree. If you and your wife, you said to death, if your wife, you know, 'cause when I was engaged, I would tell, look, by the way. Oh, oh no, I can't. I said, okay, well,
Yep.
let me see. You know, I said, yeah, ain't no one being strangled, you know,
Yep.
ain't no one being whipped or nothing like that, you know, but this stimulates, you know. So I said, for me, again, you know, I kind of, well, Ted Cruz said uh the wife was upset, you know. I can
Yeah.
understand, because she didn't sign up for that, you know.
Yep.
But if you agree, again, I'm not watching nothing like, nothing. Is just the normal.
Yeah. Exactly.
Again, I'm not cheating. I can't say, oh, you've been no. And I, above it all, and God has known that since I was 12 years old. So He still blessed me.
Hmm.
Okay, if God had a thing about it, God would not. I prayed and I got my answers. God bless me. So I tell people, no, you want to be Mr. Righteous and dogmatic,
Yep.
you know, and you got skeletons in your closet. And I will tell people, I don't let them get away with it.
Yep.
Oh, preacher, stop right there, sir.
Yep.
Stop there. Prophet, no, stop right there. Don't tell me what I already know. I know what my things are, and now I'm fine with it. Do you want me to tell you what's in your closet?
Exactly. Well,
Because I
that's
have discernment. Oh yeah, I got discernment too, sir.
yep.
Okay, so don't go there. because you are not perfect.
Yep. And it's usually the people that preach the most of how bad things are the ones that are into it the most
The
behind closed doors.
worst ones.
Yep.
Yeah, the worst ones, Rich. They
Yep.
are the worst ones. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
they're covering for themselves by putting it down by saying, "Oh my God, I
Yeah.
hate this," and
Yeah.
then they're like the biggest freaks behind closed
Oh my Lord. Oh yeah. I can tell.
doors.
I know. Well, there was a, I was in a gospel play, and I swear they were like, because I would bring my porn, I would bring my tapes with me on the road. You know,
Yep.
they had the wives and the girlfriends, and they went, "Yeah, man, that's just not normal. That's just not, you know, brother." 6 months into that tour. All those brothers in Christ knocking on the door, calling me at the midnight wee hours of the morning. Hey man, I need one of those. Yeah, uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey, you got those
yeah, bro.
tapes? Yeah, exactly.
And they never returned my damn tapes either, by the way. I
Oh,
never got my tapes back.
if anybody's watching, Raj wants his tapes back.
I want my tapes back.
I love it. Well, I want to talk about a life-changing event for you that happened in 1993.
1993.
It was your brother in a coma.
Oh Lord, yes, yes. Yeah, that was a tough one. They said the doctors urged me to take him off the life support, that if his heart gave way, don't try to bring him back, and the best thing, just take him off life support,
Yeah.
because they said we've seen these cases. And initially, when I was in New York, I said, "Oh, my mother left it up to me." I went, "Okay." And then right after I got to talk to the doctor, my cousins were calling. That one cousin, actually, Jean, my cousin Jean, and she said, "But you're not God. You can't really say, you know." And then I went, "Oh, wait a minute. How do I know that's true what they're saying? They're not God either." So
Yep.
I said, "No, no, don't do it."
Hmm.
And then I flew out to LA, and it was at Kaiser Hospital, and that same doctor still took him to a room on the side and pleaded with me to take him off life support.
Yep.
I was there the eighth day. My brother woke up with no rhyme or reason. That doctor, who was a female, broke down and cried.
Hmm.
That's what my brother said. "I'm no longer living my life for you, church, anyone. I want to be your sister." I said, "Huh?"
Can you repeat that, please? What?
I want to be what? Yeah, I want to be your sister. And because I don't know about the transgender, all that was new.
Yeah.
And through him, so he put the dresses on, the wigs, and all that. And I was afraid he died from the drugs. But I thought someone would beat him up because of the hate, for that. That was my fear. And he had a ceremony and everything that I was there. And I found even gay men were prejudiced. They didn't want him. They would not come to the ceremony. The
Wow.
gay friends want him to be a man. They don't want the transgender thing.
Hmm.
So I didn't know that was a division among the gay ranks, right? That's no, they would not attend his ceremony where he changed his name to Tony Sue Farrell because his name was Anton, but
Yeah.
and no family member went.
Really?
So I didn't want him to commit suicide. I thought he might commit. I said, "Lord, I got to be there for him," And people are like, "Oh, Bernie, but you're a man of God. You can't, man. You like endorsing this." And I said, "Look, I'm going there as he's my brother.
Yeah.
I love him no matter what. That's the bottom line. And I'm not gonna. You don't have to go. You know, I'm going. They'll be like, Ernie, the first day we're gonna go. Or yeah, I said, don't go. That's fine. I'll go. You know, and my mother didn't go. My sister, no one went.
Wow.
And I had to tell them, look, now you got to understand too. What the gays and transgenders got to understand, you can't expect people who are trained and learned and they were taught a certain way to love you like that overnight.
Hmm.
They can, you're coming, you were a man, you were there. Mom saw you as this boy, this teenage son, this 20 something son. Now you come with high heels, a dress on, and a wig and makeup, and you think she's going, oh, hey, nobody, that's jolting to her.
Yeah.
So allow people some room, some grace to know that they're not saying, get out of my place. I don't want to say I hate you. But if they look at you a certain way, just deal with it.
Yep. I know. Well,
I said, deal with it.
it's
Yeah.
similar to what we talked about before. I said when people get that death sentence, we're like, "Oh, you only have 6 months to live." That's when they're like, "I gotta do this, I gotta do that." So when he had
Yeah.
that second chance, he says, "All right, I want to
Yeah.
live life finally, the life I want to live." And I'm so glad that he did that, and he's so lucky to have a brother like you to support him.
Thank you.
Nobody else
Thank
would.
you.
So, did he have any out of body or afterlife experience during when he was in a coma?
Yeah. Oh, yes, yes. So I said, so what happened? What was going? He said, well, before he woke up, that's when it was this vision. It was like he was going down this road that was getting darker and darker.
Hmm.
And a voice, and he said he believed it was the voice of God says, uh, are you are you afraid? Are you afraid to live? Are you afraid of dying? Uh are you or do you don't or do you not mind? If you're not afraid of dying, I'll let you live.
Hmm.
It's not about I'm not afraid of dying.
Wow.
And so then it turns around the road. Now he's going the opposite way and gets lighter and lighter. And he sees my grandmother. He sees the uncles. He sees all the people in life that are passed. So a lot of people have gone. And then he wakes up.
Wow.
And then the funniest thing that happened was one of us, a friend there, and I see him, bless her heart. She didn't mean any harm, but she was happy, crying that he woke up and all that. But then she said, how did you become gay anyway? Like, what? So, Rich, Rich, I could, my brother, you don't want to get in a snapping match with my brother Dozens. He will beat you every time. She said, he says, your husband?
No, oh, man.
Oh, brother. She said, oh, you alive? He says, no, I never wanted to tell you, but your husband, he said, your husband, your husband.
Once again, drop the mic, boom, walk off stage.
Drop the mic, brother. Drop the mic.
All of a sudden I hear, brim, brim. What's a diaphragm again? Ha! We caught one. They're supposed to be weird.
Oh, yeah, no. If you say so.
I've always wanted to be in a movie.
Waiting around for autumn, waiting around for autumn. I was watching the TV, I was watching the TV, yeah. Waiting around for winter, waiting around for winter. I was watching the TV, I was watching the
From the frenetic mind of author Rich Sear. 5 terrifying short stories, now available in one collection. Confessions of a Frenetic Mind. 5 tales of blood-curdling terror, available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble.
With your brother's out of body afterlife experience, which is
Yeah.
phenomenal. So now I want to move on to how did Chris Rock's love for what's happening get you the role of Mr. Omar on Everybody Hates Chris?
Supernatural story. it wasn't like we were friends or anything like that. I would see him and, tell him how super incredible he was. I actually saw him in Buffalo, New York, and that's when I like, why are you not a superstar? He was so incredible. But and then he created everybody, he's Chris with Ali Leroy, he because he grew up with me, he wanted to bring me in there. He thought of created this role of Mr. Omar, the funeral director. And because of him, I am a global now, brand, because people in France, Italy, Germany, England, you name it. It's all over. It's more popular in Europe than it's very popular here, but it's more popular in Europe.
Wow.
And Chris Rock was saying that on The View. I didn't even know that, right? And Brazil, oh, we're like gods there. Yeah, we're like really like gods there. Yeah, yeah. And now we got everybody still hates Chris.
Yes.
They were, with and they got rid of. I don't have a gut in there. I love that. I don't have to hold the stomach in, you know. So so they made me look good. So that was, and you didn't know. I didn't know if they were gonna, because they weren't sure if they're gonna use the original people or not.
Yeah.
But thank God, yeah, yeah. And Mr. Omar has a huge following. You know, he has he got millions of hits on some of and people I didn't put those up. People put those up, and thank God you have fans, and you get fan mail from all over the world. One girl was even one fan who was she booked music acts, and she was telling me, she says she sent me a Facebook thing about, you should come over here because you already known as Miss Omar, and then get with one of the top character actors in England, a white guy, and you're like the odd couple. So I bet that will be a hit. So I never did that, but I was thinking about going over there, like, I took a leap of faith, but things are going well here. But I was looking at that before this new management came on, like, you know what, Lord, now I'm really taking a leap of faith, a whole new country,
Yeah.
but I was going to go over there and like, Lord, help me, let's see what happens. But I think it would have been, again, I don't want to go to foreign, like Hollywood was foreign to me,
Oh, I was gonna
And
say
then
that.
so
Yeah.
yeah, so now here I go to England. Oh my Lord, man. And I know, knowing me being that alone in my thoughts, I would feel very much depressed, or that's what yeah, just kind of out of sorts. What the hell is going? Yeah, I have, again, because I'm not trustworthy. I'm not trusting people here.
Yeah.
I'm not letting nobody in England. Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't care who you are. So
Well, I guess
yeah,
at least you have options if things don't work out here, which it seems like they're working out very well
I
right
do.
now.
Yeah,
So at least you
yeah,
know that you have a backup plan, because I know in the past there's times where something ended and you're like, I've got nothing planned right now.
yeah,
So,
yeah. I look at that and I say, I still maybe for a couple, just go visiting
yep.
and just during the visit, just to see what happens, explore some situations. Uh, I still feel like I should tap into it,
Hmm.
that possibility. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
And
like,
still come back here, just be, is it, yeah, both countries, have be there, be here, like they do, they've invaded us. They've invaded the movies and theater, and they're brilliant,
yeah. Yeah.
brilliant actors. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's funny that the show is so popular over there.
Yes.
Like, I know
Yes. That's what great. Yeah. No one who knew, right? Yeah.
it's similar to years ago I met Adam West, who played Batman. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's similar to him. Like, all the people my age and older know him as Batman, but then all the younger kids knew him as Mayor West on Family Guy. So he had like sort of like
Oh,
you, like all the older people know you as Raj,
right,
and then
yes.
all the
And
newer fans know you as Mr. Omar. So you have
oh my
like the best
Lord.
of yeah.
Best of both were absolutely, absolutely, man. Yeah, yeah. That I love that at the books at the autograph signs, the parents were saying Raj and the kids are saying, no, that's Mr. Omar. So I love that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you for both.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Well, another great example of God being there for you is we've talked about this for the last couple hours of how many times God has been there for you is when your mother went into a coma. And once again, the doctors were trying to tell you that there was no hope. Let's talk about that.
Oh my Lord. Once again, yeah, again, you can listen. Yeah, God has the last say. And so my mother had this pain. I had to rush her to emergency. And then next thing I leave her there. Next thing they called me at 1 in the morning, like, oh, Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry, we don't expect any good news. Your mother got pneumonia, her blood pressure plummeted, yada yada yada. The coma. What I went, and for a moment they got me. I'm like shook by all that. I didn't say anything about God. I went, oh man, I got to come down there. I got to come, and then you something you got to remember who you are.
Hmm.
You got to remember who you belong to.
Yeah.
Forget that, then they have the last word, and they have such authoritative voices, right? And know it all, and nothing against them. They've studied, so they think. So I got there, and they weren't. It was just that again. It wasn't like all the doctors were there, but the next day, there are 4 specialists trying to figure out what exactly is wrong. They found later it was a like a gallbladder that had turned green, and it
Oof.
was, oh man, it was ugly. Yeah, that's all really, but they didn't know what it was. But you can catch pneumonia in the hospital, right? The pneumonia really came from the hospital
Mhm.
because the woman is 80 some years old. She was what, 83 or something like that at that time. And so I remember all these 4 specialists talking to me and looking all serious, and we kept trying to find out. But again, we don't. I said, doctors, I respect you. I respect your skills, but I was raised in the Church of God in Christ. I've seen the power of Jesus Christ. I've seen divine healing, and my mother will walk out of here. And they looked at me like whatever, but she did. It took 6 months. It was touch and go. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I have doubts? Yeah, in the wee hours of the night. I tell you, you're human. But the thing is, you can't speak it. You tell God that. You don't tell, hey y'all, yeah, man. I don't know if no, no, no.
Yeah.
You speaking with the enemy. Now you have just joined in with the enemy. You know.
Yeah.
So I said. So anyway, I called out prayer warriors on Facebook. Okay, and people were doing, oh, I'm praying for your mother. Oh, there was a prayer group over here. They're praying. And so all these people, I'm a prayer warrior. I'm a prophet. I'm praying for your mother. Your mother will not die. This older woman, the prophet, and my mother. That's a miracle. She literally had to learn how to walk, talk, chew, everything all over again. My mother, she didn't know. I cried so much. I cried when she was in the coma, but when she walked, yeah, you're happy for her, but the fact that she could not talk and to learn how to talk all over again and swallow because she's eating baby food so she could learn. It broke my heart, but I couldn't let her see that part.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I know I tell people, no, I'm not going to argue with you about does God exist, does Jesus exist, or can he heal? I'm not that person. You need to go to like the top theologians and get with them. I don't have the patience with you.
Hmm.
I know I've experienced God for myself. So I don't really give a damn.
I
Excuse
love it.
me. You know, whether you believe or not. I want to. I mean, in one sense, yeah, I hope you do. But and when you tell me like, oh no, prove it to me. No, I ain't proving shit to
You
you.
don't have to prove anything. You don't have to prove
Excuse
shit.
my French. Yeah, I'm not proving shit. I've experienced this.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
And I was telling this one kid was telling me I was someone asked me to advise their cousin, and it was this kid with blonde hair and blue eyes, and he was just saying, "Yeah, well, I mean, you got what's happening, but that wasn't hard." I said, "You know what? You have the audacity.
Wow.
I am black, man. I had to go to back of restaurants. I was called nigger. You can go any fucking place you want to go, and you got the nerve to tell me it was easy. Oh, they just wanted us blacks in TV. No, it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
One show became popular. Sanford and Son. The Jeffersons and others came. I said, but for you to say that with a blonde hair and blue eyes, well, you can go anywhere in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Any neighborhood, he went, oh, he could not. I said, yeah, you ain't got nothing to say now because that's a stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
I just I don't work victim on oh, poor me. Oh, I had it hard. Oh, being black. No, I'm not going to give you that. I'm not going to give you that.
Yeah.
I'm a victor. I'm a conqueror. I win. Yes, I go through crap. And I gotta say this. I know time is. I gotta say this. I just did a speech for Martin Luther King Day, and these people invited me there, and I had to say, look, y'all don't want to hear what I gotta say.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but I know you're paying me. But you know what? I asked God, what would I say to you if this was my last day on earth? If God says, Ernie, after you give that speech, I want you to come up to heaven. So that means I'm gonna tell you whether you like it or not. So I'm gonna tell you this. Yes, racism exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, hardship, betrayal, yes, discrimination, all that. We knew that. I knew that. Denzel knew that. I did not let that take over. I
Yep.
did not let that control my destiny.
It
So
was.
leaders, get off your shit. A white policeman, yeah, he shot. Yeah, that is. Be on him, be on the racist guy, but also
Yep.
talk about what's going on in the black community as well.
Mm-hmm.
And say, hey, y'all, don't let none of that poverty. We on welfare. We got the government cheese too. But I went, oh no, I'm better than this. I am better than this. I will win. Because my faith in God, I don't know where Christ is taking me, but I know he's taking me out of this. But I have to focus on him, not on the racism, not on the fact of black betrayal or white racism. Man, okay, whatever. I got Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Okay. So, man, it got quiet. It was not it wasn't a lot of clapping. No. And I said, I don't care.
Yep.
It's I love you. I'm not saying this out of arrogance, but I want to tell you the truth. I'm giving you words to live by. Because if not, next year you're gonna have some speaker telling you what to hear. And 10 years from now, you have another speaker telling you the same thing. And 20 years and you same thing, and you go nowhere. The community is the same as it was before. I'm talking about transformation. Preachers, get out of the church. Get out of the church. Get with the mothers of the drug dealers. Get with the mothers and grandmothers and the children of and go to those areas.
Mm-hmm.
Prayed up and Christ-like with the mothers. They ain't gonna shoot their mother, their grandmother. Pray, and don't go in condemnation. Pray for them. You'll see a change. They ain't gonna do that though.
No, not
So
at all.
they just they're too busy making money.
Yep.
The miracle you have is you can build a huge church. Show me one miracle. Has anybody who was crippled, who's walking, who was blind, can see? Jesus said, greater than, I went all. So I said, and get this, I ain't perfect. No, I cuss, I watch porn. I said, but oh yeah. I said, but
They're all out.
Hey, I'm owned and operated by Jesus Christ. Yeah, molested and all that. I'm not going, oh, I was molested. I'm wearing that, I'm
Yep.
waving that flag. No, no, I am a child of God. I'm a disciple of Christ.
Yep.
I am a friend of Christ. That's what I am.
I love that, and I think the problem is that all people know is that they saw you on TV, they see you as a big star, so like, oh my God, he had such an easy life. And
Oh, yeah.
the reason is because you're not playing victim, which I love. That you didn't
No.
let all of the bad things that happened to you define you. You overcame all your obstacles, and the fact you're like, oh, he had it made. It's like they have no
Yeah.
idea. So I hate ignorant questions,
Yes.
not questions, ignorant statements like, oh my God,
Yes.
it wasn't
Yes.
so bad. How do you know?
Yes.
Walk in my
Yes.
shoes.
Uh, Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
I
No,
mean, how insulting. Yeah.
it is. It
But,
really
oh,
is.
man.
Yeah. Well, I love it.
Yeah.
Like I said before, for other things, like whenever you always stood up for your beliefs, you never back down for
Yes.
different things.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, like
Yeah.
maybe what your mother says, like you're overly generous, but you make up for it in some other things. Like you always have
Yeah.
you sound like you're very loyal to the people you love. You stand up
Oh,
for your
yes.
beliefs. So
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Yeah. No one can come to me and talk about you.
Yep.
And
I
they go,
love
we're friends. No one can, oh, I don't want to hear it.
it. I love it.
Because someone tried to do that with Ali. And I didn't even tell him. It was a friend. It was a couple there
Yep.
at his mansion. And, you know, I gave everyone, anyone that was there, a friend of his, I gave him my number because they were fans or whatever.
Yeah.
The woman calls me, hey, yeah, I got to tell you something about Ali. Don't you dare. How dare you?
I know.
How dare you think I would coast that you could? I'm insulted. You think you can call me and talk about my friend? Woman, you better hang up with this now. Oh, I was so angry. You know, and I never told him. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to tell him that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm
Yeah.
glad that you stopped her, and I'm glad that you didn't tell Ali because
No.
yeah.
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 Yeah. Well, as
Yeah.
I mentioned to you before, I was given the last rites 3 times. In the final chapter of your book, you mentioned that you saw God heal 3 friends that were given the last rites. So now you can make it
Yeah.
4 friends.
Yes,
You know what I
yes,
mean?
yes. Yeah, one friend, he had a enlarged heart, so he fell out while playing basketball. And another Carmela, she Latino, her brother had, I forgot what it was. Was giving him the last rites because they're Catholic, and my mother prayed for him. And then there was my cousin. He gone to Spain, and was it Spain? I think it was Spain. Yeah. Anyway, he got Legionnaire's disease
Wow.
and pneumonia, and they were like, "There's a 50-50 chance he will live." My mother said, "No, no, you're not going anywhere." You know. So, and then it was a girl with cancer, a 14-year-old girl, and my friend called my mother to pray for her, and that girl walked out of the hospital as well. You know. Yeah. So I knew that. I said, Lord. My mother's praying for everybody. Lord, you gotta help her. Now she needs it. But I think because she didn't have she had that straight line. She's not watching movies. She don't have nothing to recall but scripture,
Yeah.
right? She don't have a TV show that, oh, I watched that and I'm thinking about that, or movie scene, or I went to a comedy show, I went to see somebody sing. She had that straight line to Christ.
Yeah.
And she had a faith. I think I was strong, but my mother, brother, even laying in this very room when she passed away in, right? She would tell me, okay, now, son, now promise me. Now I want you to get rid of your manager. I don't like him. Said that's why I got the new manager. And I couldn't get rid of him. I said, Mom, you're a Christian woman. Why are you talking about my friend? That's not Christ-like. And she said, look, son, I know he was nice back then, but that was then. Get rid of him now. He is not good for you. And I wouldn't do it. And he became exactly what my mother said, by the way.
Wow.
And so I got this new manager, and she wanted me to make sure you look after your sister. I had to promise certain things, and that I will always put Christ first. And one of the last things she did was watch she loved watching Bishop Jakes and Joel Osteen and Bishop Jones. Those are her favorites. And she watched Bishop Jakes, and she'd be doing her little head, like that. And she knows she's going.
Yeah.
Because I'm giving her morphine because the pain is so, and they know eventually it's going to take the heart out. But my mother was, she said, son, I got to go. You got to let me go. You holding on, baby. And your mother's in pain, honey. Let me go, baby.
Yeah.
And I said, Mom, someone told me to tell you that. So I'm going to tell you, Mom, I'm giving you, please go. Because I know you're going with Christ. I don't want you to be in pain for my selfish thing, just to see you here, but you're in pain.
Yep.
And then she could go.
Yeah, well, I have I believe that wholeheartedly that people wait, and I'll tell you, I'm going to give you an example of that. I have a friend whose father died of a heart attack. Not too long after that, the mother had a heart attack, but she wasn't dead. She was when around this time, her daughter went missing. So my friend took care of the daughter, the son of his sister. So when the daughter was missing, she wasn't dead, but she was like in a coma. So, but she was, so then my friend was saying the cops called. They found out it was a drug deal gone bad, and when then they found the body buried in somebody's yard. He said, no exaggeration, when the call was being made from the cops saying we found your sister, the mother flatlined. It was almost like she was waiting to find out what happened to her daughter, so they gave her permission to die. Yep.
Oh my! I believe absolutely.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, brother.
I've heard so many stories similar to what you told me.
Yes. Me too. Yeah. And I didn't want to give her permission.
Yeah.
But my daughter said, you got to, and it took me a while to say that to her. I mean, she told me she's happy to go anyway, but she was just, son, I'm worried about you.
Yeah. How old was
Reacting
she?
to, 91.
Wow. So she lived led a long
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. I could see why she thought I would go crazy or maybe, kill myself or something. I really love my mother, and we were just close. And I think because I was an asthmatic, my sister and brother were just healthy. They weren't sickly. And so I think we had that special bond. And when she first asked me about, and when she had gotten out of the coma, so 10 years it took her before she died later, 10 years later. But she asked me about what would I do when she passed away. I said, Mom, to be honest with you, I'm going to go somewhere where no one would ever find me. I'm going to go to some country. I'm going to wish everyone well, but please, I will not give you a number or anything. And I'm just going to disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, but no one would ever see me, and wherever I am, I'll just die there. But I could not take being here in America or in this state or city. And that depressed her, man. That really bothered her. She looked so sad, like, baby, please don't. I said, Mom, I just don't want to be bothered anymore.
Yeah.
I just want to disappear, literally. And I meant that. But I saw how, then again, she reminded me, you belong to Christ. You can't have that. You belong to Christ more than me. She had to remind me, you're not living for me. And but I needed that pep talk because I intended to just, hey, and they just not even tell everybody, just disappear and then call them from a phone that like a burner phone, like, I love you and all that. Don't worry. I love you. I'm praying for all of you, but don't bother about me.
Yeah. Wow. So
Yeah.
did you tell her that you're not going to do that before she died?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
good. Okay. So
yeah. Before she passed, I said, no, Mom, Jesus, she put Jesus first. You were just a vessel he used to bring me. He created me.
Yeah.
So I said, so when I think of, no, I can't do that to Christ. You're not my God. You're my mother. And I said, I had to remind myself, and God reminded me, oh no, and a lot of people do, the one guy, he killed the doctor. His mother died. He killed the doctor and committed suicide. He had 4 children and a wife, but he couldn't live for the 4 kids. His mother, he loved his mother so much, he killed the doctor who was 30-some years old. He went to see the doctor, pulled him, I want to talk to you in the office, shoots him and kills himself.
Wow.
So then people do get like over. So I let her. I said, I assured her, I get it. I said, no, Mom, I look, but you ain't all that. you know, yeah, no, God, you're not. I'm looking to see Jesus when I leave before I see you. I go, I can't wait to see my mother. No, I want to see Jesus. Mom can be in line, okay? Mom, I got you. Okay, just wait right there. I got to deal with Jesus. All right. So
It's like, Ernest. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm talking to Jesus.
hold on.
I'll be right with you, Mom.
Yeah, grandma, take a seat. Take a
I
seat.
know.
All right.
Don't worry.
Take a number.
I promise I'll get to all of you soon.
Right. So yeah, I was like, what am I doing? And I thought about, oh man, where was I? I had really just lost myself, and but thank God. And I think I would have done it for a minute though. I think I would have tried it, and probably come back, 'cause knowing me being in a foreign, and I didn't know what country. I was thinking more about England because I liked it when I took Giovanni there to get the record deals. Um, I felt like an affinity with England. I don't know why. I just felt like it was a second home, you know? So that's why, yeah, I still got to explore that possibility too. Yeah.
I would definitely keep that option open.
Yes. Thank you. And it's funny, I've forgotten all about it until just now. It was way in the back of my mind, but now, I gotta have a plan just to go for a few weeks.
Yep.
The theater community, I never came and I tried to get in, but now with being there, they know me, so yeah. So I'll let you know.
See, please, the Claw's Corner is here to help people.
Okay.
Who is your biggest hero and why?
Okay. Now, okay, I know I said, because there's Nelson Mandela, there's Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
I was a Sidney Poitier, but I say my biggest hero, I have to say, is that little boy, Ernest Lee Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, oh man, that's me. I said, that little boy, because with all due respect, they weren't there. All right. They weren't there in those miserable days and nights, They don't know about that hardship that I had to go through. Yeah, they were figures, but it had nothing to do with day-to-day life.
Yeah.
So I just say that little boy, Ernest Lee Thomas, who believed Jesus is the answer, Jesus is my everything. That little boy dealing with poverty, dealing with welfare, dealing with asthma, dealing with the bullies, dealing with racism, dealing with his mother being beaten, dealing with molestation. Through it all, it's a wonder I didn't lose my mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wonder I did not go completely insane.
Yeah.
So that little boy, is of course, above as far as a physical being, yeah, Christ above all. But is Ernest Lee Thomas.
Yep.
That's my biggest hero.
Yep.
I never knew it until 2017 when I was writing. I said, wait a minute. No, they have nothing. Yeah, those are just in the public. No, that had nothing to do with my day-to-day life, Well, you go to bed because your mother you can't do nothing about her being beaten and the asthma, you're trying to breathe and being bullied. And then you got this grown ass man who's the neighbor and the wife, the kids, and then he's sodomizing you. And then you got, older, cousin that does the same thing. And you're like, what the hell? So you talking about victim? Oh, bro, I could be the victim for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So I said, no, no. So I tell people, no. I even tell my gay and straight friends, I mean, gay and transgender friends, I was trying to tell my brother, that doesn't define you, though.
Exactly.
You know what? That's your section. But you know, if you say, "Look, I'm out here feeding the homeless. I want to be the best doctor in the world." It's what you do outside of your sexuality has nothing to do with being a good person or a bad person.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't define you.
Yeah.
I don't care about you. Yeah, be yourself, but don't wave that flag, the black flag, transgender flag, the gay flag. It should be your good deeds, baby. You want the people to relate to you? Be out, and you just happen to be gay. You
Yep.
just happen to be black. You just happen to be transgender. That's when you have you get the world. You get the world, and because it's doing something everybody can. Wow, he's feeding the home. That person is gay, but he gives X amount of millions to the homeless. He's out there in the streets actually feeding them. He's out there putting clothes on. That ain't about. See, it has nothing. The deed. Where's your service?
Yeah.
Where is your service?
Yeah. And you know what's funny? Speaking of that, I think the perfect person to represent that I could think of in the public eye anyway would be Robin Williams. It wasn't until after he died that you found out that he was going to hospitals, entertaining kids that were sick. He was giving money. He was just doing all these things. And because he wasn't publicizing it, he was doing it on his own time. He didn't want the press. The people that get me mad are the people that bring the camera. Come on, follow me and show it. Let's see what a great guy I am.
Right. Yes. Who knew he was doing all that?
Yeah.
I mean, I met and again, another person I think is very funny. I forgot that too. Yeah, one of my all-time favorites, Robin Williams.
Yeah.
But as a dramatic actor as well, you saw Good Will Hunting. But when I
Fisher
met
King
him,
too. Fisher
huh?
King. I mean,
The fish. Oh my Lord! Don't even. Yeah.
some of my favorite movies, like 4 of them, like Good Will Hunting, Dead Poet Society, Fisher
Dead
King,
Poets. Right. What was the other one?
Dead Poet Society, Fisher King, and Good Will Hunting. 3 of those
Will Hunting.
are like 3 of
Oh,
my all-time favorite movies.
come on.
What Dreams
Yeah.
May Come. What Dreams May Come is another good one.
Oh yes, brother. Yes, man. And when I met him, you talking about he's a shy, all that bravado on stage. He can barely look you in the eye. You're so, oh man, you are just, oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's what he's doing. I'm like, what? And so he had a black assistant, and I'm like, what's wrong with? He said, no, that's him.
Yeah.
That's him. He's that shy.
Wow.
He only becomes that guy on stage or on the Johnny Carson show. He's being bold, but the real him is just that quiet, introverted guy and could barely take a compliment. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Richard Pryor was the same way.
Oh, really?
Same thing. I met him. Thank. And I said, what the hell is? She said, no, that's him. See, a lot of comics are like that.
Yeah.
They have that persona on stage. They're not like you want them to be. They're not funny like in everyday conversation like that, right?
Let's just say they never would have been invited to a share party.
No, that Rich, I will never forget that. Yeah, I know, but you played it, but but I'm an actor. Yeah, I know that, but.
Oh man. So what years did you meet Pryor and Robin Williams? Like, was it the later years or was it?
It was it was a later. It was during. Pryor was during What's Happening.
Oh, really?
And then Robin Williams was after that. Before,
Okay.
before What's Happening Now. And like I said, he had this black assistant, and who knew that? That wasn't even. He was like, "Look, I got a black friend. I got a black guy that works." Yeah. I didn't know this guy took care of his affairs and all that. And he says, "Man, Robin is the most loving person with everybody, gay, straight. He'll go to the guy. Actually, was the guy. The black guy was gay, and the mother loved him. The mother loved him, and so he said Robin Williams will go to the gate, get jokes. That's how he can make fun and do a little, he make jokes because he would go and because he could capture anything.
Yeah.
He could capture their funny bits and stuff like that. But he loved everyone. He really did. He loved everyone, and I think he couldn't take it when he was losing, losing his mind. Who knew that loopy whatever that thing was
Yeah.
that he could not take it. And I felt, oh my God, how hard that had to be for him. You've given all of this, and to take it, no one saw that coming, that he would take his life.
No, that came as a shock.
Yeah,
And then they found it wasn't even until after he died they found out exactly what he had. They thought it was
yeah,
Parkinson's.
right. They didn't even know. Yeah, right. They didn't even know what he had. Yeah,
Right. I
yeah,
read it was very recent. I think it was a Facebook, which I don't believe everything on Facebook, but I believe this one. It was something like how great Robin Williams was, and it was saying that like there was this girl who was terminal, and he went into the hospital, doing this video of all these funny voices going back and forth the characters, and the last thing he said was, "No matter what, just keep smiling, keep laughing." And her mother said she played it every morning and would just laugh. "I'm laughing, Robin." And he said, the mother said that he never told the family that he was sick himself. He just did the video for her to make her happy.
wow.
He never let them in on the fact that he was dying himself.
He
And
was dying. Oh man, that's just. Oh man, that I love that guy.
you
I
know,
really love that guy. Yeah, I do get emotional talking about him because again, having met him,
yeah.
and to see him, to see his spirit. Oh my Lord. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So I have a question for you regarding up and coming actors. I guess anything in the creative field.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
would be your best advice, especially now because it's a
Yeah.
completely different time from when you grew up?
Yeah.
What would be the best advice for if somebody who wants to get started in the arts, like say movies, TV,
Yeah.
music, books?
Yeah. I love this. And what I say is I tell kids, these just, the young people, it's never too old too. I tell people, it's never whatever. Think about acting, where's the beef? I mean, Ellie was in her 80s. Where's the beef? Right. So you can get it's never too late,
Yep.
So, but I said to the young, I said, look, you first of all, I say put God first. I say put Christ first, but it could be, whatever your faith is, but it should be put God first, I say, and then it's like God don't want you to sit around like, okay, God, okay, I'm waiting.
Yep.
No, you gotta act, you gotta work at this thing because this is not like a 9 to 5.
Oh
This
yeah.
is not a tangible. So this great thing you're asking for takes a lot of sacrifice. So that means like I gotta work at it like my life depends on it. So I mean, literally, you gotta know the truth, and it's the truth. You're not promised tomorrow that you will live, and you don't want to die with that dream inside of you. So you do everything you can that day until you exhaust it. And God honors the fact that your work ethic, your faith, the fact you have that faith, that hardcore belief like that, he catapults you over all your competition. And most of the people I said, you're not doing it. When I go and get honor, they get the Legend Award, and I tell, thank you. I said, but how many of you young people out there are living it, are working at it like your life depends on it? Well, how many of you are after this drink and no one raised their hand? I said, you see what I'm talking about?
Yep.
You don't know how arrogant you really are. And
Mm-hmm.
you don't mean to be, but for you to think that you're guaranteed tomorrow, let alone 5 years and now I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna work so no, how dare you? And you got the World Wide Web on top of that, by the way.
Oh yeah.
So so I would say not only have, but you don't have when I came in 75, that's all I could do is work at it,
Yeah.
knock on doors. But now you can create your own show. You can do webisodes
Yep.
because the agents are searching. They have people searching. All of them, CAA, William Morris, all of them they're searching for the next big thing, the oddity, because they want to beat the other networks and all these different streaming services, right? So everybody, you got YouTubers making millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube millionaires. You don't even know their names. I met one of the people. They don't care about the fame. They're famous on the in that as far as in all those hits and
Yeah.
a million subscribers, whatever. But they're wealthy.
Yep.
You have to so. But I'm sorry, if you want to be a serious actor though, and that means that if you are a singer or I don't know, writer, you know, you want to write, direct, whatever. We deal with intangibles. So I think you have to have the heavyweight like fighting. There's lightweight, featherweight. You got to have you have to be in the heavyweight division of faith. Where that I'm gonna die trying.
Yeah.
Every day I will die trying, Lord. Like Will Smith said, you know, he said, "Oh, no one can outwork me." So he was doing all that.
Yep.
He was behind this. It wasn't like he just all of a sudden become, he was taking acting courses and doing everything that he needed to do while he had breath and it was exhausted and fell out, right?
Yep.
Then that's what I would do. So I tell those haters, you didn't have the faith, brother. Don't hate on me because you just did. And I posted that. I said, all you haters, God don't care about you having light skin and the good hair. Okay. Because those are the worst ones. They think because they have the light skin and the good hair, the God don't care about that.
Nope.
God cares about your faith, your faith, your faith, your faith. And I did a red eye when I came. I didn't want to return. I didn't want a return trip to Hollywood, coming back to New York. I took a one-way ticket.
Love it.
I'm getting a show. God, Lord Jesus, you said, ask anything your name. You said, John 14:14, ask anything my name, I will do it. I want a show, Lord. I want to be the lead of the show. I want to be I want to be a sitcom, Lord. And I will always give you the glory. That's what I asked for.
Yep.
That's what I got. So I would tell them again that put God first, work like your life depends on it. And anyone that does not agree with you, you have to excommunicate them.
Mm-hmm.
Be loving, but I mean that they cannot have your ear again.
Well, like your
Okay?
agent, the one you're like exactly what we talked about. Your agent that said you'll be back in 6 months. Yes.
Yeah. I see you. Yeah, and I would tell them, oh, okay, take it back, or I'm gonna have to put. Oh no, and I just believe. I said, okay, I tell you this. Okay, I'm on a mission from God. So when he's done with me, I can get back with you. Meantime, while I'm waiting for my show, until I get the show, I can't talk to you. That's cousins. I don't care who you are, the best friend. I'll let one of my best friends, who and his wife, yeah, I just don't see you, Ernie, as an actor. I said, take it back. I said, take it back.
Wow.
And he's, oh, okay. And so when I tell that to college kids or kids in the community at these events, they said, but you said you excommunicated him anyway. I said, yeah, because that apology was a lie.
Yep. They're just.
You got to have discernment, okay? Don't just say, oh, he apologized. Oh, no, pray on that. You gotta be prayed up so when you can feel it. It'll hit you a certain way.
Yep.
And oh no, you will not. No, you ain't sorry. You just want to be around. You just want that earning friendship.
Exactly.
All right, but you don't think I can be. You don't see me being that. But I see myself in this. I see my greatness. You want to diminish my light. All right. So you want me to dim my light for you to satisfy you. So I'm going to dim my light and I just become a social worker. Oh, yeah. Let me just say what I was going to do. No, I'm an actor. Deal with it. So I tell them, excommunicate. And what God does, he sends you people who are like mind, like spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to be willing. That's a tough call. People you grew up with, they made Rich laugh. Rich, you like, that's my buddy. But he's not, he's an enemy to your dream, Rich.
Yep.
And you got to let him go. But, he's so funny, Ernie. He's the enemy to your dream, Rich. Yep. He's just so cool. He's the enemy to your dream, Rich. All right. And when you get that, and once I did that, it's a lonely place to be.
Yeah. But I'd rather be lonely without the negativity.
Yes.
I'd rather be alone
Yes.
than have somebody saying, "Yeah, I really don't think you're good enough. I really don't think." And
Yes.
what I love about you is that there were times when you were discouraged, but you never gave up and never lost faith in yourself. You always knew you were good enough. You always knew you could do it. You
Yes.
always believed in yourself.
Yes.
And
Yes.
again, you put in all the hard work to make it happen.
Yes. 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 Yes, brother. And I tell people, don't let the smile fool you.
Like,
I cried a river of tears.
yeah,
Trust me, many, many nights of rejection, many heartache. Okay, because I'm a sensitive person. I
yeah,
don't like to be rejected. That's not something I signed up for.
yeah,
But it is what it is when you are in the heavyweight division of life. You gotta be willing to be knocked down, rejected, talked about, you know, and still say, no, I'm getting up again. It's another day.
yeah.
God, you got me, Lord. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh yeah, no. So you and I are very similar when it comes to that. I have the same work ethic. Like example with this show, I put so much work into each interview. I get as many questions, as many
I
facts
see
as I
it.
can put together, and so
Yes.
I make it where it's a conversation like we're having now. Like I didn't have six and
Yes.
a half hours worth of questions, but
No, we've been on 3 days. I know. So yeah, this is the third day. Thank you. You know,
very welcome.
but I loved it. I loved it. No, you are so ready, prepared, well read. I love that. It was another guy, Harvey. I can't think of his last name, but he has a talk show too, and he's amazing. But he knew he had read the book, and
Yeah.
it's rare. You know, I would say you can count them on one hand that really have done their homework. You know, yeah.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you my interview with Ted Neely because
Please. Oh, I would love that. Are you kidding me? Please
yeah,
send me that.
he had to stop the interview in the middle of it just to say, "I gotta thank you. This is great." Like, and he loved the fact just basically what you and I are doing right now. And he goes, he goes, sometimes you could tell when this is what he was saying. Sometimes you could tell when the people, the lack of. I don't want to get into it, but
Yeah.
the lack of preparation. He goes, you have you're gonna love this, especially since you love
You
Ted Neely. You're gonna love this interview.
I love him, bro. And I would agree. You make me want to reveal everything. You know, I mean, I'm talking about. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, porn. And yeah, I did the porn, and yeah, but I love Jesus, and you know, but that's a great interviewer. You
Thank
know,
you.
where you feel at home. You don't see no condemnation.
Yep.
They just want to know, hey man, the journey you came to this point. And so, yeah, I had no idea. I think this is, by the way, the record. By the way,
All right.
yeah, and I've done 2 hours. I've done about two, but no,
Well, hopefully this record won't be broken for a while.
I think it's gonna be there for a long time, brother. Yeah,
I'll be
yeah,
like the Cal Ripken Jr. of
yeah. I
podcasts.
don't think it'll ever be. I don't think anyone. No, I guarantee you, no one's gonna talk. But you knew you had read up and prepared, and the all the details, eventful, detailed and eventful things in my life that made me want to talk, even through the hardships or whatever, because it's not, I went through it, thank God.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I thank you. I feel like I needed this. I didn't know I needed this, but I know that I need it now. I'm feeling so what is it? Oh my God. A peace of mind.
Oh, good. Well, the Claus Corner is here to help. And
Yeah,
you know what?
yeah.
And you know what? And you also helped me too. I had so much fun and learned so much. And again, I said, I read the book. I was inspired. I was motivated.
Yeah,
Talking
yeah.
to you, it was like all over again. It's like I'm inspired.
Oh,
Now I'm inspired to write my life story, motivated to get other things done.
yes,
I
your
really do.
life story. Yes, yes. All right.
So we have my life story to work, and we also have to do some acting together.
That's right. That's right. That's right. We gotta do we gotta do our scenes. That's
Yes,
right.
most definitely.
Yeah.
So we talked about it a little bit, but what's next, and where can people find you?
Okay, yeah, I'm on Instagram as Ernest Lee Thomas, and that's no A, Ernest. I don't know why people still put an A in it, but it's Ernest. That's my pet peeve. I'm not EA, it's Ernest, Ernest Lee Thomas, on Instagram and Facebook. I actually have two Facebook, one with my mother's face and one with mine. And the next thing, the Happy Accidents is a show that's what we're looking at right now. The bio, like I said, the autobiography film is something that we are proposing. So anyone out there who's listening to this, if you want to come on with your checkbook. We can do this too. Okay. I guarantee you it's going to make you some money. You're going to get advertisers and all that because there's a lot to cover, baby, and God's going to bless you. Yeah. Whoever. So that one Haywood and I are doing our podcast.
Oh,
Haywood
okay.
Nelson, we're doing our podcast. So that is also coming up. I'm trying to think what else now.
Well, let me ask you, what's the podcast about? Is it you two talking about the show, or are you talking about your life?
Just like but current issues, but from because people have grew up on us, what our thoughts are about it, you know,
Yeah.
about whatever's happening, because they want to know that they say, okay, we want to do this, but how exactly, what is the show about? Are you guys gonna do about old shows, or just do like clips and show things like that? Or are you gonna have a guest on or like that? So we just said, well, we want to have a little bit of all that, but we want that we have wisdom from all these years. And so we want to give you our spin. And hey, when I don't agree on everything, it ain't like we're agreeing on everything, but we're coming from a space of love,
Yeah.
and healing, right?
Mhm.
And trusting and all that. Well, yeah, trusting. If God says trust the people, that's a hard one for me. So yeah, so it's called right now called What's Good.
I like that.
It's called What's Good. Yeah. And so yeah, and Danielle probably come in there and from time to time, but I was gonna do my own, and then Hayward was gonna do his own. And so I said, why don't we do it together? I said I was gonna I might still have one separate, because so I was on spiritual things, just a separate thing. But he and I together, when we're together, we talk like about if people had a camera on us at that time, we'd have a bunch of podcasts already.
Yeah.
Because we did a lot of signings and military bases, stuff like that. So it's just a natural thing that happens when we get together. So and we have, I would say, Richard, a good 5 projects that when they're out, people are gonna. It's great for the mind, body, and soul.
Mhm.
Fine, we gotta make people laugh. Now it's gotta be. We got one that's just, why you? I just want to be silly.
Yeah.
If no rhyme or reason, I'm doing anything to make you laugh. So some people might be offended because there's some cussing in there. But if it makes, I'm not gonna offend you. I'm not blaspheming God. I'm not making fun of no race. But if it's if it's a little cussing in there, when I see women who have to comfort because their daughter was shot in the head by a gangbanger because she wouldn't give him her phone number. If I had to hug another mother that said a gangbanger knocked on the door, yeah, hey, you decided to get joint? No, my mother said, kill him right there. And what y'all gonna do about it? We know where you live, right?
Mhm.
If I had to hug one more mother, so I know when I go there and instead of crying with them, I cry in the hotel.
Yeah.
I say the most craziest thing, Rich. I say, yeah, I was on a plane and this guy was 600 pounds. Gravy was coming out of his pores. And I said, man, don't get all that gravy on my. And so they laugh. Oh, I can't believe you're making me. Because I had to say, what's the most ridiculous thing I can say?
Yep.
Right. And that's what I would do.
I love
So
it.
I realized I got to have a show That's the sketch comedy thing.
Yep.
For no rhyme or reason, because people are suffering. The child born, stillborn, a child lived a few months, and and they die. Or there are people waking up. With the preacher, his nephew, 18 years old, wasn't sick. He just didn't wake up.
Mhm.
So people need laughter like never before.
I agree. Yep. Yep. All right. Well, you have a lot of great things coming up.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and I definitely look forward to seeing you again in person.
You too, Rich. Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
So before we go, is there anything that I did not cover in the last 6.5 hours that you want to talk about?
Oh my God. Let me think. Let me think. Oh, wait a minute. Yes. I
Okay.
have a song out on YouTube called
Oh,
Hats.
hats.
Yeah, it's called Hats.
I love it.
And it's Hats featuring Ernest Lee Thomas. And it's about why do we have to hate each other, Republican, Democrat, black and white. It's like how we all can we disagree and still be kind. But if you go to YouTube right now, it's called Hats featuring Ernest Lee Thomas. And my country kid, Rodney Engel, he and his friends, they wrote it. And I went down there. I wanted to do some singing. I'm gonna do that too. But he had me doing these a few country songs, and it got a great response. The people who hear it, it didn't get a whole lot of hits, but I don't know how to promote things like that. But the people, the response is beautiful. And it's about all these differences, the Republican, this, and you're Democrat, and you're in between. So it's on YouTube right now. Yeah,
I love
Hats.
that, and we need that more than ever because
Thank you.
everybody is so divided now. I mean, like you said, you and Haywood maybe disagree on things, but you don't hate each other because of it.
No,
Now it's like you don't agree with me. I hope you die. It's like where did that come
yeah,
from?
yeah. Oh,
Everybody,
yeah.
if you're not
Yeah,
in the
that's
same
how,
little
yeah.
bubble that they are in, they want
Yeah,
to do you.
yeah. No, I said no, you can't. No, man. I'm not with that.
No. I personally,
No.
I like people with different views, different opinions
Yeah,
because if everybody looked, sounded, and acted the same, it'd be boring. I
yeah.
like people
Oh,
with,
yeah.
and you learn
Yeah,
more.
I have Republican friends, I have Democratic
Oh, me too.
friends.
Me too.
I mean, yeah, and they don't get together, by the way.
See,
I can't make them, but I'm friends with both, but they can't be in a room without it being very vitriol, man. It's like, oh my Lord, it's like
there's
it's not good. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
whenever I see that, because my friends are very similar. It's like, all right, there's that one thing you cannot stand about each other, but what about all the things? Concentrate on all the things that you do have in common, and all the things that you do
Yes.
like, movies,
Yes.
music, art. I mean, there's so many things.
Yes.
You have one thing, and you're gonna let that person, these people in politics who could give a shit
Yes.
less about you, have no idea who
Yes.
you are. They,
Yes.
they don't care about you, and you're gonna let them decide if you should be friends.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes. Yeah, what about all the things, yeah, we have in common that we like? So just because of political position,
yep,
you don't like me anymore
I know.
because I support that candidate and you don't, or be Bush, Biden, or Kamala. Oh, I wish you got people hating when I said women, let the women lead. Oh, you must be for. You're despicable. That's unbiblical
Wow.
what you're talking about. Or if you say anything about, well, don't talk about God being. I like the fact of prayer. Oh, so you're a Trump supporter. I just mentioned that one little thing.
I know.
You can't take any. It's like, or one person that, yeah, man, when he got shot at, man, I said, wait a minute, don't call me with that. How
Yeah.
dare you? I'm not co-signing that thing you're saying that you wish he had gotten shot. Are you out of your mind? You sit in church with me?
Wow.
You sit in church with me. You telling me you had hoped he had gotten killed?
Hmm.
That's what you're dealing with, Rich.
I
You're
know.
dealing with that kind of venom, man. So anyway, watch. I mean, listen to Hats.
Going to.
I hope you like it. But it was done out of love. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I also loved having you as a guest. Thank you very much for being on the show and spending some
Thank
time in the
you.
Claw's Corner. I definitely look forward to meeting you in person again and having you back on the show anytime you
Yes.
want. You have carte blanche.
Okay.
Even we
Okay.
can just talk about world
Yes.
anything. Just
Yes. The next show, yeah, I gotta bring, well, I want to tell you, hey, we got happy accidents and you're coming on.
yes. I like that. I like it a lot. That is the
All
perfect way to
right.
end this show.
All right, man.
Well, that wraps up the latest episode of the Claw's Corner. A huge thanks goes out to actor and author Ernest L. Thomas for taking time out of his extremely busy schedule to be a guest on my show. Thank you very much. I also need to thank editor extraordinaire John Bristol, the award-winning Element Productions, for always doing a superb job editing this show each and every week and making it available to all on YouTube and Patreon. I am also extremely grateful to Rob Bull and Dale Coles for all they do to make my show available on Spotify, Amazon Music, Audible, Apple Music, iHeartRadio, as well as a cable station in Connecticut. And lastly, but definitely not least, I need to thank you, the viewer, for always tuning in. Enjoy your day, everyone.
Yeah, all right.